Chapter 151 Conspiracy. Of course, this is what Xiao Yun himself wants to do in Erlin City, to become the master of a power, so that he can barely have some confidence to negotiate with the other 5 kingdoms. The 5 kingdoms are all included. It's just that the Kingdom of Fire chose to control, while the Kingdom of Light and the Ice and Snow Church chose to win over. Compared with the Ice and Snow Church, the Kingdom of Light's winning over is simply a bloody investment. Even if he is a puppet pope, his power will definitely not be reduced in the slightest. However, Ai Li obviously did not treat him as a puppet pope, which is even more terrifying. In the church meeting room, Xiao Yun, in the name of the pope, talked to the people in the meeting room alone. The envoys of the 4 kingdoms handed over. They said they had something to discuss with the pope. In the end, it was these believers and priests of the Church of Light. Compared with their own training, the talents that the Church of the Kingdom of Light can bring are thousands of times stronger than those they train themselves. Sometimes, if you randomly grab a light mage on the street and ask him, if he is not a priest recognized by the Church of Light, the negotiation will break down on the spot, and he will even be ridiculed, which makes the status of the already low-ranking priests and priests of light even lower and more embarrassing. This is the authority and tyranny of the Church of Light. Even if the combat effectiveness is indeed not too strong, the strength is very strong. Most of the pastors and priests who were invited from the Church of Light in previous years have been sent back. The lease has expired. We are wondering whether to renew the contract. This time we plan to buy a few priests and nuns. By the way, can we invite a church-level priest? My yard is a little uneasy. A group of people were chattering over there, looking like they were going to eat someone. The more Xiao Yun listened, the heavier his heart felt. After he took over as the Pope, he naturally knew the structure and power system of the church. Now that he heard these people's lion mouths, he understood that they really regarded themselves as puppets. What the Pope meant was, "Why don't you rob?" Ai Li spoke for him. Of course, this was also what Xiao Yun meant. If he didn't look at her for help, maybe Ai Li would directly obey his wishes. From the outside, Xiao Yun was just a puppet. In fact, Xiao Yun wanted to fish. In simple terms, they are using some of the people they have proposed to fish, so that the Kingdom of Fire and other kingdoms will reveal bigger loopholes, so that Xiao Yun can really give them a heavy blow. Of course, Xiao Yun is also very wary of the Church of Light. There is no gain without early rise. They give themselves too much benefits and power, and they are really worried that their fate will become like Metalu and others. Ai Li spoke on their behalf, which made the envoys of the 4 kingdoms more certain of the idea that Xiao Yun was just a puppet. And Ai Li just got Xiao Yun's approval and made the decision based on her opinion of the church. After all, these bastards are just robbing now. It's okay to hire people, just show the corresponding financial resources, but they didn't mention it. They wanted to play a joke and give it at that time, and use the lowest price to invite the highest labor force. Anyway, the people have been invited, and they still have the final say on how much money they get at that time. They are really robbing. This will the cooperation in previous years continue. The others were anxious when they saw it. The Kingdom of Fire had instigated them to blackmail them, saying that the Church of Light was not strong enough after a wave of purges. They also wanted to test their foundation. Although the Kingdom of Light also had fighting power, the church was the most fundamental. So they wanted to see if the church was weak, and then they would pick up a hammer and hit it hard. Let them know how hard the hammers of the 4 kingdoms were. As a result, they got a strong response, and it can even be seen that Ellie was a little angry. Most of their envoys came to do things, not to cause trouble or make trouble. Missions are missions, and missions must be completed. They don't want to be punished. So when they were anxious, the situation on the side of the Church of Light eased a little. Originally, the pressure from the 4 kingdoms together made the Kingdom of Light very vigilant. As a result, these guys collapsed without fighting. Seeing that the joint defense failed, the other 3 kingdoms immediately began to think about it. If their own interests were not guaranteed, wouldn't it be a waste of time to unite for the sake of interests? Of course, the Fire Kingdom was the most determined, even if there was a risk that the allies would run away. Wait, I have something to say to her, wait a minute. Xiao Yun hurriedly got up and walked outside the meeting room. Seeing his panic, the Fire Kingdom thought that their threats seemed to have worked. The old men stroked their long beards and stared at the 2 people who were leaving with a smile on their faces. What's wrong? Ai Li was a little puzzled. I was thinking, should I go fishing? Put bait and then catch a big fish. Xiao Yun said what he thought. Why should they believe you? Don't get yourself involved. Ai Li didn't know that Xiao Yun was controlled, so she thought he was daydreaming. These old guys from the Kingdom of Fire are not stupid at all. They have been in the industry for so many years. Once they see that the water temperature and bait are not right, they will jump on the shore and start floundering. At that time, they will definitely wade into another muddy water. Actually, Xiao Yun came over and told Ai Li that he was controlled by the contract and then transferred the contract to the shadow. Ai Li was a little angry at first. She felt that Xiao Yun was not such a brainless person. Why would there be such an unreasonable person, unrealistic fishing idea? But after the explanation, the smile on her face became more and more intense, and she almost laughed out loud on the spot. Just let's do it. The smile on Ai Li's face was almost transformed into a real fist to hit the wall. Not long after the two of them discussed, they came to the door of the meeting room. I tell you, I've had enough. If you don't even agree to this condition, then I can also fight you to the death. Don't force me. This is Xiao Yun's voice. It sounds like a quarrel. The envoys of other kingdoms were all very surprised. What is going on? But the people from the Kingdom of Fire were all smiling. They thought that Xiao Yun didn't dare to tell anyone about his contract. Just now, Ai Li made a decision for him. Xiao Yun was probably afraid of death, so he argued with Ai Li in such a cowardly way. You. What do you want to do? Don't think that no one can replace you. Ai Li also sounded a little panicked and cold. Obviously, she was still a little afraid, and she deliberately suppressed her voice a little, as if she wanted to avoid being heard. Bang! Xiao Yun kicked the door of the conference room open, walked in, stared at Ai Li angrily, as if she had made some determination. If you have the ability, go find someone. You. Ai Li walked in, with strong magic fluctuations all over her body. Obviously, if there was no one to stop her, she might have chopped Xiao Yun into pieces. Chapter 152 Lackey. Ai Li glanced at the people present, and her face turned into a smile with forced calmness. She stared at the people present and nodded, then returned to Xiao Yun's back, but it can be seen that she had murderous intent in her eyes. A large number of people present didn't know what was going on, so they were stunned. They were just invited by the Kingdom of Fire, and explained the interests involved. They said that the Kingdom of Light was now being stripped of its bones and flesh, and its strength must have been greatly reduced. If they came to make a profit, would they gain a lot? Just like that, the door of the idea was opened, and after a little guidance, the four kingdoms stood in the same trench at this moment. In fact, this plan is useful. After all, the Church of Light is now really weakened. Many people who were placed in positions of varying severity by other kingdoms were purged, and the church might even be paralyzed for a period of time if it was not properly arranged. At that time, there might be no chance to react to any emergency. Especially now that the Pope has succeeded, many things need to be purchased, and a series of things used to make clothes and other things for the Pope must be rebuilt and purchased. In this case, wouldn't something make their heads explode? This is a situation that everyone can see. There is also an idea to make a profit, but it requires an opportunity. The idea of the Fire Kingdom proposing a union is an opportunity. Unexpectedly, Ai Li's attitude was so firm that several envoys who were originally only here to do the mission were a little timid and jumped out of the battle line directly. As a result, Xiao Yun made such a fuss, and it seemed that he had broken up with Ai Li, and there was a conflict within their church. This made many people see the smell. It was like a shark smelling blood, and the dorsal fin floated out of the sea to launch an attack. Ahem, since both of you are back, let's talk about what happened just now. The guy who jumped out of the battle circle before was the first to speak. Hearing this, although the faces of others looked contemptuous, no one thought that what he did was wrong. In fact, many people planned to do what he did just now, even if the current action was the same. Of course, the premise is that if Xiao Yun is just a puppet and is controlled by Ai Li. From what they saw just now, the gap between the Pope and the Archbishop of the Church, and also saw the possibility of operation. So now that they spoke, the battle line of the four kingdoms was particularly firm. Of course, even if the battle line collapses again, they can still test the bottom line of Xiao Yun and Ai Li. I wonder if you have a bottom line, Pope? Cooperation or several people did not put their original target on Ai Li, but instead shifted the target of attack and changed it to Xiao Yun, the breakthrough point. Ha ha ha, your proposal is very good. It is also an honor for our Church of Light to cooperate with your kingdom. I think Xiao Yun smiled apologetically, looking like a lackey, and was about to agree without any scheming. Humph. I still say that, if you have the ability, come and grab it. Come and grab it openly. Otherwise, no one will try to please you today. Starting today, all previous cooperation will be doubled. Ai Li slapped the table directly, and a careful judgment of light was nailed straight on the table. The sharpness of the judgment of light was too dazzling, and many people's hair stood up instantly, and cold sweat came down on their heads on the spot. If they want to grab, they really don't have the ability. The Kingdom of Light's combat power is not very good, but its defense is first class. It is said that even the ancient dragon could not do anything to them. In this way, how can the church that has survived from various eras to the present be in vain? A lean camel is bigger than a horse, this is the truth. Okay. We agree, just take it as an apology to you, let's talk about it another day. The people of the Wood Kingdom got up and left directly. I'm leaving, we agree to Archbishop Ai Li's request. The people of the Earth Kingdom also got up and left. We'll leave first, and the request has been agreed. The Water Kingdom also agreed. Although the Fire Kingdom hesitated, they didn't want to expose Xiao Yun, an important chess piece buried in the Church of Light, to be scrapped. There was still a lot of room for operation, so they also clasped their fists and stood up and left, accepted, happy cooperation. Not long after they left, Xiao Yun smiled. These old guys thought they had caught the rift in the church. Although they would not take any action in the short term, the Fire Kingdom would soon reach out. I may need to arrange it next. Remember to pay attention to the manpower they bring, don't make it too troublesome for me. Ai Li did not forget to remind Xiao Yun before leaving. Xiao Yun was also free, and the existence of the Pope was just to lay a foundation for a possibility. Now there is only one voice in the church, and decisions will generally only develop in the direction that is beneficial to this voice, and the efficiency will be inexplicably high, and there will even be no need to make any decisions, except for dealing with the other four kingdoms. Compared with this, he has to go and see Kinja. Xiao Yun walked towards the tower where Kinja was imprisoned with a smile on his face. No, it's like this. Xiao Yun's voice sounded. Kinja, who was imprisoned in the tower, began to make some handicrafts under his hand-in-hand teaching. Tie a grasshopper with a straw rope. This is the only thing that Xiao Yun found in his memory space that belongs to him. Oh my god! It's so magical, I can't believe that I made this with my hands. Kinja finally succeeded in making a grasshopper under Xiao Yun's instructions. Xiao Yun was doting on her happy eyes and show-off gestures. At this moment, he felt that he owned the whole world. Everything else seemed to have nothing to do with him, and everything was so beautiful and peaceful. By the way, I heard that you succeeded the Pope. Are you okay? Kinja was not stupid, and learned about Xiao Yun's recent situation from the person who brought her food. From Xiao Yun's current situation, it is obviously not an ideal state to succeed the Pope. After all, the strength is there, the experience and foundation are also there, and what others can profit from is the secret of the center of the world. All these made Kinja hard to believe that Xiao Yun could become the Pope. One careless move will turn him into a puppet tool. Don't worry, it's okay. Compared with this, you will have to stay here for a long time, but believe me, I will make this time very short. Xiao Yun said hurriedly. After Kinja said that, he jumped out of his illusion and beautiful fantasy. Now is not the time to enjoy these things, he needs to solve the threat to himself immediately. Unable to protect Kinja, this is one of his biggest problems at present. Even if he is level 50, it is the same, just like paper. I don't know how many level 50s there are in the other four kingdoms. Chapter 153 Tiptoe. Recently, I always feel that something is attracting me. It is in the arena of the Kingdom of Light. Can you help me take a look? Kinja finally said what she had been thinking about these days. She always felt that something was attracting her recently, like some kind of call. She also moved for a while and roughly calculated that the distance was in the arena. According to the map in the room, she was sure that there must be something in the arena calling her. Fortunately, Xiao Yun came, otherwise she would feel that her heart would be scratched by a cat's claws for tens of millions of times, not only painful, but also itchy. Dual Arena? That place. Xiao Yun frowned. The arena is a famous place in the Kingdom of Light. Various gladiatorial fights are popular there. From the first level to the 50 level, there is no upper limit. These gladiators are fighting for their lives. Of course, these desperate people are the ones who sell themselves. selling their lives to the arena so that the arena can make money. To be honest, it is a bit dark. Xiao Yun does not have the bad taste of watching people fight each other. If he wants, he would rather go himself. But since Kinja mentioned it, let's go and see it. But why do we have to go there? Oh, I'm so tired. I suddenly don't want to go. Xiao Yun pretended to be very tired and sat on the chair with his eyes closed. Kinja was anxious when she saw this. You promised me. She looked anxious, puffing her cheeks as if she was angry, and as if she was thinking of a way. Xiao Yun closed his eyes and sat on the chair. On the throne. Kinja blushed, walked forward and nodded slightly, and pecked him on the lips. Hey, isn't it strange? I suddenly want to go, but I don't feel that much like going. Xiao Yun widened his eyes and stared at her in surprise. Kinja bit her lips with murderous intent and raised her little pink fist. Are you going? Unfortunately, this action is not threatening. Oh, I'm scared that my legs are weak and I can't walk. Oh, Xiao Yun pretended to be scared and sat on the chair with his head in his arms, looking at Kinja with a playful and smiling look through the gap in his arms. Feeling his gaze, Kinja stamped her feet in anger and turned around with an angry look. Xiao Yun was also patient and just stared at her quietly. After a long time, she turned around and asked with an embarrassed look, how about not doing this? Kinja could accept it, but she didn't want to let this guy succeed, so she was thinking, if possible, just act like a spoiled child and let it go? Oh, then I'd better go back and rest for 10 days or half a month, but I'm tired, Xiao Yun said and stood up to leave. But Kinja grabbed his hand, with a look of resentment. Okay. You rascal. This time, she hurriedly stomped her feet and came to Xiao Yun, standing on tiptoe. She kissed him gently, and pushed Xiao Yun away with a red face. Xiao Yun nodded, yes. My queen. Who is your queen? Kinja knew that this guy was now the Pope. After hearing what he said, how could she not understand what this guy meant? She immediately raised her pink fist and looked like she was going to fight again. And Xiao Yun left with a smile. Kinja held her red face in her hands. Kinja, you are so shameless. Are you happy that this guy took advantage of you? Are you still feeling lucky? He will push it even further next time. You can't indulge him. You must sternly refuse next time. Don't let this guy take advantage. She muttered to herself, giving herself a psychological hint that she would make this guy pay the price next time. Unfortunately, no matter what, she was just lying to herself. I don't know why, but I have an inexplicable feeling in my heart. This person in front of me can definitely be trusted, but at the same time, he will make me angry and want to beat him up regardless of my face. Let him know how powerful he is, but unfortunately, she also knows that she can never beat this guy. As soon as she clasped her hands, she was controlled. If this guy is angered, pushing it even further may be the least, right? Kinja was worried about gains and losses in her heart, and secretly scolded herself for being spineless and shameless. And Xiao Yun had already gone far away. In front of the arena, the Pope's pomp was particularly conspicuous. Wherever he went, holy light lingered. With the support of Archbishop Eli, he almost descended from the sky. All the people retreated and left the venue to these two people. The Pope has come, why don't you hurry to pay homage? Eli's face was frighteningly cold. Seeing her like this and the tone of her voice, even those who were not from the Kingdom of Light bent their knees and knelt down directly. This pomp was enough, but it was still exposed in front of some spies from the kingdom who hurried over. Xiao Yun and Eli did have a big grudge, but Eli would definitely protect the Pope's dignity, face, and reputation. Xiao Yun deliberately came to this place that violated the will of the church. Because the arena is the Kingdom of Light's own means of making money, it is difficult for the church to intervene, although it has repeatedly stated that this thing violates God's will. The most important thing is that it is not very humane. Now Xiao Yun said that he came here to watch, which actually affected the interests of the church itself. If something that has been resisted is suddenly supported by the people who resist it, the benefits it brings will be unprecedented. Sure enough, not long after Xiao Yun arrived here, the well-informed royal family members of the Kingdom of Light immediately came in groups to pay homage. His Excellency the Pope. Although they only bowed slightly to salute, it can be seen that the kingdom respects the Pope. After all, it is the symbol of the real power of their Kingdom of Light and the face of their Kingdom of Light. If they don't care about their own face, is this still the royal family? Well, get up. Xiao Yun was very satisfied. And Ai Li's face showed disgust. In her eyes, these royal families are no different from termites. There are those who really contribute to the Church of Light and the royal family, and there are also those who are completely termites. Now these royal families who rush to curry favor with the Pope are like this. Of course, some are not termites, but their purpose is similar to that of termites. The Pope has never had any contact with the royal family. Your Excellency the Pope, we have to go and see it immediately. The battle is about to begin. Ai Li said coldly. She had discussed this with Xiao Yun, and her purpose was to let those who were interested see the current situation in the church. Xiao Yun was interrupted, just like the group of kings in his memory. The most useful prince in the room froze in his happy chat, then a little anger flashed in his eyes, and he nodded, "Then your highness, I will leave first." Prince Roger did not say anything, but just nodded, with a little strange color in his eyes. He has been in the royal family for many years and he is keenly aware that there is a problem between the two. The new pope is said to be personally elected by Archbishop Eli. Now it seems that she only supports a puppet, and her strength is not enough to control the church. The real person in power is still her. But the attitude shown by this pope, maybe we can use it. Chapter 154 Bright and Beautiful. When they came to the audience, the two sides in the arena were ready. A lion and a strong man with bare upper body were facing each other. The lion's head was controlled by two people with an iron rod with a ring on the head, so that they could keep a distance and not be threatened by the lion. The battle begins. The other side hurriedly announced the start of the battle. The two slaves also hurriedly took off the iron ring on the lion's head and planned to leave with the iron ring stick. Unexpectedly, the lion, which was originally eyeing the fighter, turned around and attacked the two. Ah! Two screams were heard. Before the fighter came to his senses, the lion had already killed the two directly, and even looked at the fighter behind him with some unsatisfied feelings. This bloody scene made the fighter's original psychological preparation collapse a little, and he was almost scared. Even so, he still had to face this lion. The lion is a magic beast, about level 20. The fighter is level 25. In theory, the difference of 5 levels should not be big, and it can even be said to be a little ahead. But the fighter's body cannot be compared with the monster. Monsters are born with magic to strengthen their bodies, whether it is claws or fur, they have very strong resistance and defense. Not to mention magic, even swords and knives are probably not useful on them. After all, most of the various protective gear, magic props, weapons, and other things refined by humans are made of monster materials. Monster materials are generally rarely produced, and most of them are used as strategic materials for armed forces between families and kingdoms. This shows how valuable monster materials are. While the fighter was staring at him with fist-sized eyes, he couldn't help but take a step back. When he came to his senses, the lion had quietly appeared in front of him and raised his claws high. It seemed that its intention should be to slap the fighter on the head and slap his head into a watermelon or tofu. Fortunately, the fighter's fear brought him a very strong preventive measure. The first thing he thought of was to save his life, not to fight this guy head-on. SHH. 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 That's it. I thought it would be more bloody. A group of people booed, and a hint of helplessness flashed in the fighter's eyes. The body that was about to retreat stood still instantly, and the whole person raised both hands to block in front of him, trying to take the blow. Bang! After a crisp sound, the whole place was quiet and one could even hear the sound of bones breaking. The fighter stood there blankly with his hands drooping. His face was twitching and twisted. From his expression, it could be seen that he was in so much pain that he couldn't scream. Sometimes the pain that you scream out may not hurt, but the pain that you can't scream out definitely hurts. It is an instinct that can be imprinted in your bones without deliberately perceiving it. You can understand some information through some expressions and actions of your peers. Good. Good. Great. Kill him. Kill him. Go. What are you doing? You beast, hurry up and do it. After the silence, the arena let out a happy howl. Xiao Yun sat calmly on the chair and stared at the bottom. Ai Li felt uncomfortable all over and her face turned a little colder. The best thing about the Kingdom of Light is that they can generally tolerate many different people, even elves and dwarves of different races, even subhumans and a series of races. These people can live happily in the Kingdom of Light, but they cannot escape one thing, that is, they have no jobs and money. Generally, such demi-humans will be introduced to the arena by some coincidence and sell themselves for money. Of course, it is not just demi-humans, there are also ordinary humans or criminals. The church is very disgusted with this form of death fight. It will only increase casualties. Since the person who made a mistake can atone for his sins, let him atone for his sins, and the guy who is unforgivable can just die directly. And even if the innocent people go to fight with the people of the other kingdom, it is considered to be a break-even point, and killing two will still make a profit. There are even many places in the Kingdom of Light that need people, but for some reason, there is the arena. So the relationship between the church and the kingdom is not that good, and it can even be said to be very stiff and bad. Now that the nobles who hold the arena have come, they actually want to win over to a certain extent. Let's talk about Xiao Yun, the new pope. Because the general pope would not support them to open the arena, even Archbishop Ai Li does not support it, but now there is news that the pope and Ai Li have some grudges, and the pope seems to have become a puppet. There are so many things that can be manipulated. Turn Xiao Yun, the fake pope, into a real pope, and take away Ai Li's power, so that Xiao Yun, the puppet, becomes a puppet of the kingdom. Why not? Even the church will be controlled by their own people, and it is a good thing to be able to control the entire Kingdom of Light. Dear Pope, do you feel satisfied? Roger walked up with a smile on his face, looking at Xiao Yun's various greetings, and finally said his purpose. Pope, what do you think of the arena? Xiao Yun has been listening to this guy talking. It is said that you should not hit a smiling person, but this guy's smile is too annoying. I think it's good. Xiao Yun perfunctorily said. The displeasure in Ai Li's eyes became more obvious, but she didn't say anything. In fact, Xiao Yun, the Pope, still had a lot of face. If others didn't know, how could she not know? On the other hand, regarding the issue of the arena, all the popes of all generations and everyone in the church maintained opposition. Even the spies who had infiltrated the church from the Kingdom of Fire and other kingdoms were very opposed to this kind of thing. There were arenas in other kingdoms, but they were called dual arenas, also called fighting arenas. Even if they were not glorious, they were acceptable to people, not for animals to enjoy. The reason why the strong are strong is that they are stronger than the weak, and can protect and give alms to the weak, instead of taking away what they want. The strong swing their swords at the stronger. This is the way of the strong. Killing the same kind is fun. I can't understand why. Xiao Yun has never been a soft-hearted person, and he has many ways to deal with his enemies, but he never thinks killing is a kind of fun, nor does he think killing is fun, or that this bad taste of cruelty will make him proud. No, absolutely not. Before people become beasts, there is always a bondage, and there is something called a bad person between people and beasts, and some bad people are not necessarily beasts. These nobles in the arena in front of him are bright and beautiful, and it is not ruled out that they will do some bad things. At most they will be bad people, which is barely acceptable. But, if they become beasts, they are not the same kind. At this moment, Xiao Yun really feels like looking at pigs and sheep. No, that's not right. Pigs and sheep are different from them. They are willing to degenerate into beasts. Those who cross the bottom line and knowingly commit crimes are living beasts. Chapter 155 Demon Invasion. Then, Pope, would you consider buying a stake? Our arena is a gathering place for the rich from all the kingdoms. It's a den of money. Roger walked up with a smile on his face and winked. Xiao Yun's smile suddenly collapsed when he heard this. No, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Roger's smile froze when he heard this, and he quickly said, we can give up 40% of the shares. 40%, nearly half, 1,000,000 gold coins a day. With this level of income, how could this guy not be tempted? Your Excellency may have misunderstood. I have something else to do, and I may need to take a look around the arena, but I'm definitely not here to discuss anything. It's not suitable. Xiao Yun smiled and refused again, and stood up to leave. This time, Ai Li was very happy and hurriedly cleared the way in front. Get out of the way. Otherwise, I will kill you for offending the Pope. Or do you want to experience the feeling of being killed? Ai Li's eyes swept around, and those guys who blocked the road and wanted to talk all avoided their eyes and retreated. Xiao Yun also walked slowly, wandering around in the arena with Ai Li's way. According to Qingye, there must be something here that attracts her. Since it can attract her, it means that it is something from the dark ancient country, and generally such shameful things are hidden underground. Xiao Yun went straight ahead. If it were any other time, he might turn into a black shadow to come and explore, and he didn't need to tell them, and he would explore on his own. However, Xiao Yun's unfamiliarity with the terrain meant that he needed to explore for a long time. At the same time, Roger, who was sitting in the audience, showed a cold smile on his face. The church has just suffered a great loss of strength, and you are coming here to give yourself up. The church, which was originally balanced, is now in chaos. It is time for the kingdom to unify. Prince, this is probably not appropriate, right? Several people hurried forward to persuade him. Attacking the church and being enemies with the church, they are not Prince Roger. If they are not careful, this will be a matter of infamy for thousands of years. There are many believers of light in this world, and if they are not careful, they will be sung all over the world. Attacking the Pope and targeting the church, the kingdom of light has come to an end. Don't worry, I am sure, send someone to greet them, let me see whether they agree or not. If they agree, it's fine, if they don't agree, Roger crushed the armrest of the chair fiercely. And this person present, some people could only exchange glances, and finally chose to go down to make arrangements. Not bad, it has the style of our church. Ellie praised as she walked. She was very angry when she heard Xiao Yun nod and say it was not bad, and she almost ran away on the spot. Fortunately, he refused when Roger came to win him over, otherwise the Pope might want to change people. Walking in the underground prison, there were all kinds of prisoners everywhere. When they saw someone coming in, their eyes were red, and they almost turned into searchlights. The smell around was not very good. Ellie simply closed her eyes and used light to explore the road ahead. She didn't want to see. Some people can be saved for a while, but not for a lifetime. It is a long struggle for the church to eradicate the arena, and it will lose a lot of time and energy until it is completed. Hey! Ellie suddenly stopped and pulled Xiao Yun beside her. She opened her eyes and closed them again, as if she had discovered something, and her face was a little pale. Originally, she shouldn't have felt anything in this dungeon, but after closing her eyes, she keenly discovered a breath, very vague and very weak. These guys are more disgusting than I thought. Li's face was obviously not very good. Xiao Yun stared at her with a puzzled look, waiting for her explanation. All the blood, resentment, anger, excitement, happiness, and other emotions of all people here are used to feed the Demon King's army. Li felt the breath familiarly, and after distinguishing, it was the breath of the Demon King's army cadres. The Kingdom of Light has always carried out various actions against the Demon King. After all, they have existed since a very long time ago. Even after experiencing the Dark Ancient Kingdom era, a part of the knowledge inheritance has been retained. She is very familiar with the Demon King's army cadres. Originally, if this arena was only used for death fighting, it might only make her feel uncomfortable, disgusted. But now that she found that the underground was actually offering sacrifices to the Demon King's army cadres, she had to say that she felt a little depressed. She didn't understand why. Killing one's own kind is already a heinous crime, and if you are still nurturing this natural enemy, once it becomes powerful, not to mention the church, the kingdom will also perish in an instant. Recalling the establishment of the arena until now, Ellie felt a chill rushing to her head. Go! Ellie suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took Xiao Yun to leave. Have you two had enough of shopping? Stay and take a look, don't be anxious. Prince Roger came out from the dark and blocked their way. Ellie sensed a breath from him and immediately exclaimed, Are you a demon? Roger sneered, but didn't say anything, which was equivalent to admitting this invisibly. And Xiao Yun had an inexplicably strange feeling that this guy and himself had a feeling of the same origin, but he was definitely more advanced than his source. I don't know why, I just have this feeling. So Xiao Yun carefully tried to communicate with the shadow hidden in his shadow. A strange vibration came, a strange resonance that made people feel that the distance between the two of them became a little closer. Roger's eyes also became particularly strange. He froze when he was about to take action. He stared blankly in the direction of Xiao Yun, with strange colors in his eyes, as if he was hesitating and entangled, and couldn't tell what was going on in front of him. What's wrong? Ellie noticed the strange atmosphere and stared at Xiao Yun behind her with a puzzled look. Xiao Yun didn't know what to say, he couldn't describe this strange feeling. Where are you from? Roger suddenly spoke. The original human form melted like a candle, revealing its original appearance, an ugly monster, the Demon Clan. This is the real Demon Clan. The nobles among the monsters, the high-level monsters. The Demon Clan is much stronger than those low-level monsters called monsters. Has the Kingdom of Light been invaded to this extent? Ellie was surprised and felt cold at the same time. Fortunately, the church and the kingdom are not in the same system, otherwise humans and the 5 kingdoms may be destroyed. A prince, the fiefdom under his command represents tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people. If these people are under his control, it is not difficult to cultivate some low-level and medium-level demons with the means of the demons. And now the arena is also under their control, which is the most terrifying. Xiao Yun did not speak. Ai Li grabbed Xiao Yun's hand, as if she was going to take him away, and even prepared to start a fight. Chapter 156 Super High-Level Demons. Don't be nervous. I don't mean anything else, Archbishop Ai Li, you don't have to be nervous. Roger's panicked voice sounded, and he even began to step back unconsciously. Just after the resonance, he found that the power in Xiao Yun's body could be sensed. It would be fine if he didn't sense it, but what he sensed was a thick darkness, a feeling that he had only found in the Demon King. Even if this guy is not a Demon King, he must be a super high-level demon. A super high-level demon is controlled by the Archbishop. What on earth do these bitches want to do? It's so despicable. Xiao Yun was keenly aware of this guy's attitude and carefully leaned into Ellie's ear, "Try to hold me hostage." Roger's attitude towards him changed so quickly that Xiao Yun could easily detect that the other party's eyes were the kind of eyes that he would have when he treated someone more noble than himself, someone he dared not offend, and someone very important. Xiao Yun had seen this kind of eyes many times. Judging from his attitude, the other party must be thinking about something in his mind. Moreover, Xiao Yun's feeling that he was from the same origin but was lower than himself became stronger and stronger, so that he had a feeling that if he gave an order, he would execute it immediately. Although he had this feeling, Xiao Yun did not dare to try, and just let Ellie try to hold him hostage. "Don't move." Ellie stared at him strangely, not knowing what was wrong with him at this time, but she didn't ask, just pulled him in front of her, and put the sword of light in her hand on Xiao Yun's neck. Don't. Roger screamed like a frightened little girl, and hurriedly retreated. That look was telling Ellie that Xiao Yun was very important to him. "Oh." Ellie stared at Roger, who was retreating with some amusement. "It seems that you also know who he is." She was testing, and she noticed some strange changes. Roger's attitude and Xiao Yun's attitude. "Damn it. Bitch. Despicable bitch. You actually threatened me with the royal family of my clan. I swear by the glory of the demon clan that one day I will turn this disgusting land into purgatory." Roger, who turned into a demon clan, roared and retreated. Ellie's hand trembled, and she almost dropped the sword of light in her hand. Royal family demon clan? Since the Dark Ancient Kingdom, the magic towers on the border have been blocked. After entering the defensive state, she has never seen the demons. This is the first time she has seen a pure demon like Roger in the territory of the Kingdom of Light. But she would never think, and never expected, that Xiao Yun is also a demon? No wonder this guy is not afraid of his light power. After all, the Church of Light has been fighting against the demons for some years. If their light power can be as easy as dealing with black magicians, the demons would have been extinct long ago. The problem is that the dark power in the demons cannot be replaced by ordinary black magic. They are almost equal to humans in dealing with light. It is precisely because of this that the strength of the demons and humans is almost the same. In fact, to some extent, the demons are much stronger than humans in some cases. It seems that I have to re-examine you. Ai Li's face became cold, and she held Xiao Yun hostage and walked forward indifferently. Until the two of them came to the door of the arena dungeon, Roger also slowly retreated. Even if someone saw Roger in the passage, they did not think it was strange, but went their own way, as if they were used to this kind of thing. But when Ai Li appeared with Xiao Yun hostage, they could not control their disguises and turned into the original image of the demon clan to prepare for battle. What Roger could feel, these inferior demons could feel more deeply. It was not that Roger's perception was too poor, but because Roger was half a high-level demon clan, his perception could definitely detect the other party's bloodline. It's just that the suppression of bloodline is relatively small, so sometimes it even feels that the other party is no different from humans. Only when you carefully investigate will you find that the other party's bloodline is tens of millions of times stronger than yours. Needless to say, those inferior demons were subdued the moment they sensed Xiao Yun's bloodline. The reason why the Demon King's army is unified is strength on the one hand, and bloodline on the other. Bloodline is like a big flag, which can make people who see the flag feel the direction of the heart, join it, and even look up to it. The sword of light in Ellie's hand even unconsciously cut into Xiao Yun's neck a little. She just thought Xiao Yun was annoying. If it wasn't necessary, she would take this guy's head off in an instant. But taking action here would mean triggering the activation signal of the Demon King's army cadre. Being besieged in the demon's lair and facing a Demon King's army cadre, wouldn't that be courting death? The Demon King's army cadre was a level 100 existence, exactly the same level as her. This kind of existence meant that it was difficult for her to fight head-on alone. After all, this place had been developed into the Demon King's lair. Is it possible for a person to break into the enemy's camp and fight with the enemy's main general and soldiers openly? This is absolutely impossible. Damn it! You bitch, I swear to pull out your tendons and skin you. Damn it! Wow! Roger was so anxious that he jumped up and down. The appearance of a demon royal family means that the advancement and combat effectiveness of their demons will be greatly improved. This is a strange field, just like magic bonus, combat power and confidence will be added. But when they thought about their own demon clan's royal family being captured, they still hated it the most. When it saw the light mage, it felt that it wanted to take this bitch down on the spot, and then tortured her alive for hundreds of years. Seeing her take Xiao Yun out of the arena, Roger's face was so cold that it could melt water. Let's go, we can't stay here anymore, let's go. Move. Roger snorted coldly and walked into the arena. He needed to change into a new skin, and then move with the Demon King's army cadres and a group of demons here. He didn't dare to stop Ai Li, because he knew that the life and death of the royal family could not be affected by his actions, otherwise he would be the eternal sinner of the demons. Just when Roger was anxious to make arrangements, Ai Li, who walked out of the arena, just silently took Xiao Yun up, and then turned into light and took him away. Xiao Yun's face was complicated. Who knew that Qingya said that she would find such a thing after sensing that there was something that attracted her here? Now in her eyes, he might have been a spy of the demons, and she might kill him. Who can explain, if you insist on going to a place, and then find that this place is related to you, and everything happens to be a coincidence to the extreme, how can you make a guy who is hostile and murderous to you give up killing you? Okay, explain it. Back to the church, Ai Li put Xiao Yun down immediately, and a sword of judgment was hanging high above Xiao Yun's head. Chapter 157. Listen to my explanation. Xiao Yun just opened his mouth, and the sword of judgment above his head had already fallen. Hey! Don't you want to listen to my explanation? Xiao Yun exclaimed and looked at her hurriedly. The sword of judgment stopped abruptly, but the murderous intent on her face did not decrease at all. If Xiao Yun hadn't helped her out of trouble just now, maybe she would have cut this guy into pieces and burned him to ashes with fire, and then stepped on him a few times and crushed him into stones cast with cement, and then crushed him and solidified him again, and crushed him again, over and over again. I don't know what happened, it just happened out of nowhere, Xiao Yun explained again. And this time the judgment sword fell again. Obviously this explanation was not what she wanted to hear. According to her thoughts, this guy must be a spy of the demons invading the human camp. Even at this time, she still felt a lingering fear. What did this guy mean by trying to open the desert temple in the center of the world at the beginning? Did he want the demons to attack the human kingdom? This possibility is simply too great. Even when he took her to the arena and found the cadres of the Demon King's army, she felt that this guy was deliberately framing her and wanted to put her to death. If it weren't for that Roger's incompetence, ruining his plan and exposing his flaws, and worrying about being killed by herself, maybe his plan would have succeeded? With this association, she even felt that Xiao Yun could not be left. This guy must be solved. If he was allowed to open the center of the world, not to mention the treasures in the dungeon, the Demon King's army would probably come here by themselves. You are so unreasonable. I told you I don't know. Xiao Yun simply closed his eyes and waited for death. Ai Li watched the judgment sword fall, sighed, and dissipated into golden light when it was about to hit Xiao Yun. She sealed it with the light sealing technique, and directly lifted it up by the collar and carried it to the place where Qingya was imprisoned. She was relieved until she threw it into the tower, and got up and left. She had many doubts, and she wanted to ask the former pope, her father. Qingya looked at Xiao Yun in surprise, as if he was thrown in like a broken bag, and didn't know what happened. Don't look at it, you almost killed me. Xiao Yun stood up and patted the dust on his body in a bad mood. Ah! Qingya was a little confused. She really didn't know anything. She just felt that something in the arena was attracting her, so she asked Xiao Yun to go and have a look. But now that her movements were sealed, those people obviously wouldn't let her move around easily, so she asked Xiao Yun to go and have a look. But now Xiao Yun looked angry. She was inexplicably slapped in the face and was also angry. She stood up and came to him and stretched out her hand to grab his ear. "You are rebellious. You dare to do this to me, a princess who has not yet been born." Hiss. Ouch, it hurts. It hurts. Don't. I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I really almost got killed by you. Xiao Yun's voice of begging for mercy and panic came out. Hearing this, Kinja frowned, stopped her hand, and asked with a straight face, "Why?" Xiao Yun then told everything he saw in the arena. And Kinja also stood there for a long time, not knowing what to say. The matter of the demons is a taboo for humans. It is a taboo that must not be mentioned and touched. If you are not careful, all humans will be involved. By the way, you mean, they are afraid of you? Kinja suddenly remembered the details that Xiao Yun just said, and her face turned pale. She stepped back a few steps and distanced herself from him. Obviously she was not stupid, and she also thought about Xiao Yun's identity and what he did before, or what it might be for. Opening the desert temple means that the magic tower will be opened. Although it is very good for the human kingdom a chance to make money, and even improve strength, but it also means a direct confrontation with the Demon King's army, and even with Xiao Yun as an inside helper, the Demon King's army will become very terrifying. Human extinction is just a snap. Hey! No, what do you all think of me? Xiao Yun was stunned. He didn't expect Kinja to be so distant from him. Originally, he just wanted to get along with them as an ordinary person, but the result was alienation, alas. You don't come over. Otherwise I will call someone. Kinja huddled in the corner, hugged her knees, and stared pitifully at Xiao Yun, who was approaching with a gloomy face. Humph, since you have discovered my identity, I will turn you into a demon and let you be despised by humans like me. Xiao Yun thought, he had to act the whole set, and then approached her. The result. Ah! Kinja screamed and performed a set of Fuhuangba fist. There was no rules or routines. She just waved her fists and kicked her feet randomly. If it was any other time, Xiao Yun might be able to dodge it easily, or even capture her. But now there was nothing she could do except squatting on the ground with her head in her arms. Kinja also hurriedly retreated after being beaten, staring at her fists in disbelief, with a puzzled look on her face. Are the demons so weak? Just this. Click. The tower door opened, and Ai Li walked in with a gloomy face. She glanced at the two people, then went to Xiao Yun without saying a word, unlocked the magic seal on him, and used healing magic to heal him. Then Ai Li left in a daze after doing all this. What are you looking at? Go chase her. Don't you know how sad she is? Kinja was a little confused. She might think that Xiao Yun and Ai Li had some relationship. Xiao Yun quietly came to the corner where Qingya was, and then quietly squatted down and hugged his knees. You? What are you doing? Qingya was puzzled. Xiao Yun stared at her with contempt. Forget it, I'm afraid my queen will be sad, and she is very fierce. We are just companions. Compared with this, you are my good queen. You are playing tricks on me again. I will beat you up. Qingya widened her eyes, clenched her fists and started punching and kicking fiercely. In the laughter of the two, Ai Li outside the tower sat on the steps blankly, looking at the sky in the distance. Her eyes were complicated, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Just now, she asked, and her father's answer was believe him. Ai Li didn't know what this meant. But he didn't explain much, just that the recent preparations for the desert temple in the center of the world can be opened. So, Ai Li tried to make herself understand this matter, but no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't explain it clearly. She couldn't convince herself to believe in a demon clan, and the top demon clan royal family. Her mother died because of the demon clan. The moment she was unsealed, she swore that she would definitely avenge her mother. The reason why she wanted to open the magic tower and dungeon in the center of the world was partly because she wanted to get the treasure in the dungeon. And the other part was that she just wanted to kill the demon clan and reduce her anger and hatred a little. As a result, she encountered the previous incident. Chapter 158, The Capital Falls. It's not good, Bishop. Suddenly a priest ran over in panic. What's the matter? Hearing this, Ai Li looked at him. Demon clan, there are demon clans. The priest ran over screaming as if he had discovered the end of the world. Really? Ai Li glanced at the direction of the tower where Xiao Yun was, shook her head and stood up. Let's go and take a look. Hearing this, the priest hurriedly followed her footsteps. In the capital of the King of Light, the demons started to wreak havoc. It seemed that no trace of these demons was found, resulting in the fall of most of the palace in an instant. Although there are many level 100 beings in the Kingdom of Light, they are not always here. Most of them go out to practice or look for various opportunities. Now there are only a few left, and they are still in seclusion, trying to get more powerful magic methods. The fall of the capital almost disrupted everything. There are a large number of demons rampant in almost the entire capital, as if this is the lair of the demons rather than the City of Light for humans. Since its establishment, the City of Light has never encountered such a terrible scene. Almost 90% of the city is occupied by demons. The few level 100 strong men stationed in the City of Light who got the news and tried to retake the city found that it was too late. They came too late. If they want to retake the city, they must get rid of the demons, but now the people and soldiers of the entire city are directly controlled by the demons. This situation is impossible to happen all at once. But the problem is that the arena built by the demons here has been updated and iterated for many years along with humans. It has been unknown how long, and there are countless various means established under its command. It is very common to control 90% of the people in an instant. Even if a pig is given tens of thousands of years to develop, at least it can have some tricks, right? Not to mention using tools, not to mention improving IQ, at least it will know what to do and what not to do in terms of behavior. And now, the demons are just doing what they should do. The benefits obtained after directly occupying this city can be maximized. The fall of the City of Light means that they can start a new journey. The capital of a kingdom fell directly and was controlled by the demons. Many of the 100-level retreats were even solved before they could react. This is a big problem. When Ai Li rushed over, she only saw that the damaged buildings in the city were burning fiercely. After seeing her arrival, the wandering demons roared and gathered below. Ai Li's eyes were filled with solemnity. She actually forgot that she should have reported the demons immediately when she first discovered them. Now, not only was the royal city severely damaged, but even the last 10% of the people hiding in the church were a little bit overwhelmed. Some of this loss can be said to be caused by her. Follow me. Ai Li looked at the light guards floating behind her, and landed in front of the church that was using the light barrier to defend against the demons' attack. The light guards were very fast, with long spears in their hands emitting holy light, and without chanting, they rushed directly to the demons in groups of 3 or 2 in an instant, almost a one-sided massacre. After all, they were low-level demons and could not pose a threat to the guards. The streets were filled with the smell of burning and a faint smell of blood. Protect them here, I'll be back soon. Ai Li gave a warning and went deeper into the royal capital without looking back. Now the only remaining 10% of the people have been protected by the church. She will go to other places in the city and save some more people if possible. However, as she continued to fly and move forward, her heart became heavier. These guys almost occupied the entire Light King city, and there was no one alive. Even the strong demonic energy made the sky extremely dark, and her light power could not work. The giant sword of light accompanied her, and the demons were turned into minced meat wherever she went. It would be more practical to give these controlled people a quick death instead of living and being tortured by the demonic energy. But every time she took action, the anger in her eyes became even worse than before, and even her speed could not help but slow down. She wanted to get rid of all the demons here. With a trembling heart, Ai Li pushed open the door of a building, and when she walked in, she saw a scene that she couldn't bear to see. A child who was turned into a demon, killed his mother. Ai Li's eyes widened, her hands did not hesitate at all, but trembled a little. She had seen this scene many times, even when the demons attacked the village, she had seen it many times. After all, there were many demons with curse effects. But when she saw it again, she still felt a palpitation, as if her heart was instantly strangled. She could understand, but she could not accept it. After killing the demon child, she walked to the street, and the power of light filled her body at this moment. Even a beam of light broke through the dark clouds and shone directly on her body. Wherever she went, the holy light was shining, just like a lighthouse in the dark night, lighting the demons scattered all over the city, and directly attracted them. At first, there were only 2s and 3s, and then groups after groups poured out from the streets and alleys. These demons were wearing human clothes, and most of their bodies were so bloated that they could no longer be seen in human form. One could only guess from their body shape and other details whether they were children or something else. Even pet dogs were seen in quite a few cases, and they were also bloated and mutated into demons. This was the demon, an existence that exterminated everything. As they appeared, beams of light shone down one after another, penetrating the clouds and shining directly on the streets. As more and more beams of light appeared, one after another of the judgments of light condensed and hung high in the sky. Fall. After Ai Li shouted, all the lights in the sky, along with the demons surrounding her, moved together. Boom! A violent vibration came, and the entire city of light was shaken. Every giant sword of light would break into a visible light ring when it landed on the ground and began to spread. Wherever it went, living things flourished, and even the dry grass on the street began to turn green. The demons that came into contact with the light circle turned into light spots and dissipated in the starlight, breaking down into the smallest particles, drifting away, and finally burning, turning into embers with a little residual heat, and finally burning out silently. Almost instantly, tens of millions of demons turned into nothingness in the city, and even the demons who continuously sensed the light attribute here also they kept coming, and of course, their end was just to turn into ashes under the continuous judgment of light. After doing all this, Ai Li fixed her eyes with tears on the gate of the palace not far in front of her. She stood up and walked forward slowly, with the slender sword of light in her hand again. Chapter 159 Shocking Fighting Wool. Wow, it's really scary. Xiao Yun followed her here. Although he was a little slower, he also saw the demons being wiped out in the distance. He couldn't help but sigh, strong. Too strong. So Xiao Yun stood there and waited for a long time, and after using a black shadow to test it, he found that the light circle really posed no threat to him before he followed her footsteps. Of course, he saw her entering the gate of the palace from a very far distance. When Xiao Yun passed by the demons that were wiped out, the power in her body was constantly growing. This feeling was very strange, just like a big guy leading you to open a dungeon, and one skill cleared all the monsters. It might not give her much experience, but it was like riding a rocket to you. Originally, Xiao Yun, who had experienced the Pope's succession last time, had reached level 50. Now that there was such a commotion, her level was raised again and continued to grow. Although the people in the city were turned into the lowest level of inferior demons, there were too many of them. Even if Xiao Yun just walked around the city, her strength was growing rapidly. When she reached the gate of the palace, she had successfully reached level 60. It felt really good to be led by a big guy. But compared to this, Xiao Yun was more worried that she was so stupid that she was so angry that she might give herself up. Moreover, her strength was not enough to fight against the demons at all, even if the dark power in her body could make them feel resonance. Others didn't know, but how could Xiao Yun not know? Li Kui meets Li Gui, and when he is exposed, it will be more painful than death. But according to Kinja, it is impossible to let her go and die foolishly. This is the only reliable partner. If something happens to her, Xiao Yun does not want to cooperate with the woman of the Ice and Snow Church. Who knows if she will cheat him? Once they sell him, he will probably be forced to count money for them. This is the face of other kingdoms and remnants. So Xiao Yun hurried to catch up. At the same time, a strong wave broke out in the palace. A giant sword of light and a huge scarlet eye confronted each other in the sky. The giant sword seemed to be frozen in place by the scarlet eye. The sword body trembled and tried to move forward a little bit, but it could not enter the door and could only return in disappointment. Of course, the giant sword of light can only be Ai Li, and the scarlet eye is a cadre of the Demon King's army. Oh, why are you so irritable? Every day the cadre's voice was very rough and muffled, which sounded very oppressive. In addition, the face of the one-eyed man was full of amusement, and a cold feeling arose spontaneously. Where are the other bishops of light? Ellie shouted angrily, and once again separated several giant swords of light in the sky to target the scarlet eye. The scarlet eye is the opponent's defense. If you want to hurt the opponent, you must break it to hurt him. Of course, her attack can only start from the sky, because the only place close to the light is the sky, and now it is full of dark clouds. Her strength has been reduced by several times, and she can only barely maintain the same level as the opponent. The opponent is now in a state of serious injury, which shows how badly she has been weakened. While she and the cadres of the Demon King's army were in a stalemate, the demons dressed in royal and noble costumes around her were also slowly approaching, and the disgust and greed in their eyes were undoubtedly revealed. Although light can threaten them, consuming a certain amount of light can also make their magic more abundant. They slowly approached, and Ai Li was not a pushover. Another ray of light penetrated the sky and shone down, directly turning the surrounding monsters around her into powder. Unfortunately, she was now in a stalemate with the Demon King's army cadres. Even if she wanted to use her backup, she had to spend time breaking through the black fog in the sky to let the light shine down to launch an attack. It's not that she can't launch skills out of thin air, but her skills would be very ordinary without the bonus of light. Although her combat power is also extraordinary, it will become very weak without the influence of real elements. Just like the thunder attribute, there are many magicians who can trigger the thunder attribute, and even many who use the thunder element to launch lightning strikes out of thin air. But if you use the thunder in the sky when it rains, the attack power is no less than thousands or tens of thousands of times the damage caused by the magic power of the whole body in an instant. It was precisely because of this that she was not afraid even if she had to waste some energy to open the clouds and let the light shine, but was happy to do so. Unfortunately, if she continued to waste energy like this, it could be seen that the amplitude of her giant sword of light began to tremble very quickly. If she was not careful, she might collapse at any time, and once she collapsed, her fate would be to be swallowed by the evil spirit and turned into a monster. Thinking of this, Ai Li once again accelerated the speed of the light penetrating the clouds. Instantly, a huge amount of light fell from the sky and gathered on Ai Li. The secret of light, God is here! Ai Li shouted, and all the light gathered on her body turned into a colorful giant of light. The giant was wearing a church robe, with his hands on the hilt of a standing long sword, and the 6 pairs of light wings behind him shone with extraordinary colorful light. The direction of the sword in his hand was the scarlet eye, and thousands of divine lights gathered, breaking through the clouds at a much faster speed. Even the trembling giant sword of light instantly stabilized, and even began to move forward slowly, which meant that Ai Li had regained the initiative. Damn, the other party didn't seem to expect that she would be so desperate and burn her own level directly. Summoning such a thing is tantamount to burning all your levels in exchange for powerful energy. It is almost equivalent to burning the power of the origin, and a bad move will lead to the exhaustion of vitality. Fortunately, these hypocritical light masters always take good care of their health, and the light power in their bodies can also make their vitality more abundant. It is precisely because of this that they are a headache. Ordinary light mages may only have a dozen or even 20 seconds to release this move. But if the people of the Church of Light release it, this value will be infinitely magnified. Because these guys are simply crazy. They will fight to the death without regard for the consequences. Scarlet Hell. The one-eyed demon couldn't let himself die like that, so he hurriedly used all his magic power to fill the somewhat illusory scarlet eye. In an instant, because of the infusion of magic power, the scarlet eye began to improve, and a complete Danyang troll appeared in the sky. The eyes were filled with red light, and the body was surrounded by black air. When shining on the giant sword of light, it directly melted and infected it. The shocking fighting spirit appeared, and even Ai Li couldn't help but step back a few steps, staring at the giant in the sky with some surprise, coughing up some blood, and kneeling on one knee with her hands covering her chest. The loss was too great. In this situation where there was no advantage in the terrain, the only thing she could do was to prevent the real control of the Kingdom of Light from falling into the hands of these demons, otherwise it would be a great devastating blow to mankind. Chapter 160. Did you forget me? Ha ha ha, lunatic. All lunatics. You are a lunatic, and I am a lunatic too. The one-eyed demon laughed loudly, spitting out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, and the arrogant smile on his face was revealed. But its offensive was not satisfied at all. The light of the scarlet eye continued to invade, and even many parts of the giant of light were contaminated by demonic energy. Slightly scarlet and black mist rose up, sizzling like hot oil, and the giant of light was melting. Light explosion. Ai Li knew that she couldn't waste it like this. So she closed her eyes, shouted loudly, and then attracted the light, causing them to explode. This time, she was doomed. She had a certain sense of consciousness. Even if she couldn't protect them, she had to make amends in the most timely manner. If a city was directly occupied, how serious would her sins be? Lord, please forgive me. The giant of light fell apart and began to dissipate little by little. At this time, Xiao Yun happened to arrive, hurriedly picked him up, and took him away from the original place. Countless black shadows emerged at this moment and began to slaughter those guys who turned into demons in the palace. Hey! The one-eyed demon shone his eyes on Xiao Yun, as if he hadn't come back to his senses, and wanted to get rid of this little ant and not let it affect any of his plans. How dare you! A furious roar sounded, and a shocking slap flew out of the palace, directly hitting the shadow of the one-eyed demon far away. While the one-eyed demon was still feeling wronged, a figure flew out and knelt in the direction of Xiao Yun. "Your Excellency, please forgive the recklessness of my stupid subordinate. I am willing to sacrifice his lowly life to save the gap and misunderstanding between us." This is a skeleton lich, just like the undead of the Black Magician Church, but its aura is particularly stable. Unlike those people in the Black Magician Church, it does not need to suppress the magic power in its body, nor does it have to worry about the black magic power invading its body. It is the existence created by black magic is it, and he is black magic. After all, there is an essential difference between black magic and his own dark power. Xiao Yun can tell the difference, but the other party's behavior. Yet, Xiao Yun didn't say much, just nodded. The other party's appearance gave him a sense of oppression. It was not the kind of oppression in blood, nor the fear in the bones, but the simple crushing of strength, which made him feel a very clear threat, that's all. Xiao Yun himself was inexplicably not afraid of this guy. With its appearance, Ai Li opened her eyes in surprise, staring at the undead kneeling on the ground, muttering something in her mouth. She only felt a flash of light in her eyes, and then the giant of light in the sky attacked the undead, and the broken sword in his hand slowly fell. Xiao Yun frowned, but did not speak. If the sneak attack could succeed, it might be a good thing. But unexpectedly, even though it was a sneak attack, and even felt that the other party had noticed it and was looking up at the giant sword falling, he did not see any action from the other party. He just knelt on the ground with his fists clenched silently, staring at the giant sword that was slowly falling. That was all. Xiao Yun was overjoyed. If this guy was solved, maybe today's crisis could be overcome? The Kingdom of Light suffered such a loss, and the church would inevitably be implicated. At that time, it seemed that his cooperation with Ellie would have to be delayed again and again. Even if the center of the world would eventually be opened, the time would be extended indefinitely. Clang! A sound of metal clashing sounded, and only some sparks were splashed. Xiao Yun's eyes almost fell out, and his mouth was wide open for a long time. It seemed that Xiao Yun's reaction satisfied the undead, and the undead just lowered his head again. The flames in the skull's eye sockets jumped undeniably, showing its happiness and excitement. Being praised and praised by the superior, and even causing surprise to the other party, is an honor for a subordinate. Of course, the attack launched by Ai Li just now was just a joke in its eyes. If she was in her prime, she might be a little more careful about this sneak attack, but now, she has the right time, place, and people, and she is not affected by anything. It's okay for her to stand and let her hit her. Why don't you speak? Xiao Yun forced himself to stabilize his state, and Xiao Yun spoke expressionlessly. My lord, please speak, and we are all ears. The undead acted very humble, even if his strength could crush Xiao Yun into powder in an instant. This is the demon clan, strength is supreme, and bloodline means everything. Imagine that even if it is a young dragon, in front of an adult giant snake, everyone knows that the giant snake is stronger, but when the giant dragon grows up, its strength will increase exponentially. Who doesn't know to choose a dragon cub? What's more, now these demons are trapped in the territory of the human kingdom. If they want to survive, they have to find all the hope and opportunities to survive. Just like a person who fell into the water and suddenly found a lifebuoy, even if he couldn't swim, he would make a choice in an instant. In panic, he could realize that it was his only salvation. So, now after sensing the dark power in Xiao Yun's body, the undead made a decision. Only by letting this person lead himself and others can they survive. It is definitely not a wise choice for them to attack the Kingdom of Light now, but they can only do this. Being discovered in the territory of the kingdom, they can only launch a surprise attack while there is still a geographical advantage. Even if they flutter at the last moment, as long as there is a chance, they can turn the tables. With this attitude, they began to capture the Kingdom of Light. If they go to other kingdoms, or leave and hide in some unknown places, their advantages will be completely gone. Being discovered by people from the Kingdom of Light is simply terrible. After operating in the Kingdom of Light for tens of thousands of years, they have gained a lot of benefits and advantages. If they give up such advantages, they must be stupid. So, this stupid move made them directly turn defeat into victory. Ai Li neglected things because she found out about Xiao Yun's identity and felt a little complicated, which led to the demons conquering the City of Light. This is why she is so anxious and even wants to fight for her life. The only thing she can do now is to atone for her sins. Xiao Yun's order to let the shadow kill the demons has not stopped, but now this guy's look clearly wants him to be the commander. In front of Ai Li. Do what you need to do. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Xiao Yun thought about it for a while and finally came to this conclusion. He was definitely unwilling to hand over to the demons. Now he had finally negotiated with Ai Li about all the matters of opening the temple and the tower. They were about to cooperate, so they couldn't give up all their efforts. Okay, but before leaving, sir, this woman has to be controlled a little. The undead raised his head and stared at Ai Li, who was held by the princess in Xiao Yun's arms, without any emotion in his eyes. Seeing it like this, Xiao Yun stared at Ai Li and looked at her. Ai Li's eyes were dodging at this moment. She didn't know how to face this guy. Chapter 161, The Controlled Archbishop Ai Li. Okay. Xiao Yun nodded. Ai Li grabbed his arm at this moment, her whole body trembling, as if she was afraid, and she looked up from time to time and stared at Xiao Yun with a pleading look. Xiao Yun patted her back gently. This is the only way. Ai Li knew what the situation was now. 2 cadres of the Demon King's army. If she was lucky enough to kill one of them, she could still leave safely if the other party had no backup. But now there are 2 cadres of the Demon King's army. If it was just one, it would be easier to say, but now it is clear that if Xiao Yun wants to save her, he has to let her be controlled. Okay, Ai Li's face was pale and bloodless, and she slowly stood in place with the support of Xiao Yun. The necromancer walked forward calmly, a magic circle flashed in his hand, and then covered Ai Li's head with his palm. Ai Li did not think of resisting at this moment, but she did not do so in the end, because she knew that if she resisted, she would probably die on the spot. She was not a coward, but she was afraid that the sinful fire in her heart would burn her out. The magic circle did not stop until it successfully marked her bones, and she also felt that her bones were not like her own. She had a strange feeling that as long as the controller opened his mouth, her bones might instantly leave her body and turn into a ghost to obey the controller's orders. After the ghost finished imposing the mark, he came to Xiao Yun, knelt on his knees and handed a rolled-up magic sheepskin scroll to Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun hesitated for a moment, and put away the scroll under Ai Li's pleading eyes. Can I leave then? Xiao Yun stared at the ghost and asked. The ghost nodded. This is the freedom of adults. Seeing this, Xiao Yun hurriedly got up and took Ai Li away. Ai Li seemed reluctant to leave, and she clenched her fists tightly, her eyes full of anger and self-blame. This situation was entirely caused by me. Xiao Yun didn't think too much. He just felt uncomfortable because this guy was stronger than him. He also felt this way when he was with Ai Li, but the feeling she gave was warm and stable, so Xiao Yun believed in Ai Li more than the undead. The Kingdom of Light was occupied, and the church suffered heavy losses. It even felt that the church was going to move. The Kingdom of Light was completely removed from the list of the 5 kingdoms, leaving only the Church of Light. I don't know how the royal family of Light did it, but it was subdued almost instantly. Those level 100 beings were solved without even making a sound, which was really terrifying. Not long after Xiao Yun left, the undead stood up from the ground, gently patted the black wizard robe on his body, and stared at the direction where Xiao Yun was leaving with his empty eyes. Sir, are you just going to let the Honorable Lord go like this? The one-eyed troll stood up and asked nervously. The undead said nothing, with black flames flashing in his hands. With a flick of his hand, he instantly turned the one-eyed troll beside him into a fireman. The black flames burned and wrapped him. In a moment, he turned into a pile of black ash. My lord doesn't like people bumping into him. The next time I see you, I'll be dead. The undead's tone seemed apologetic, but from the lack of hesitation in his behavior, it was clear that he was also a hypocritical undead lich. However, since the lost Shadow royal family has also appeared, it means that the desert temple and the magic tower are about to open. It's time to explode the demons planted in humans. We have to make a fuss before opening. The undead sat cross-legged on the ground, motionless like a long dead dry bone. What? There is no way to cancel it. Right. It's fake, right? What about not being too far away from him? It's all fake, right? Ah. The Church of Light is full of magic barriers, and this is the only area with light in the sky. When Ellie asked the former Pope questions, her face was filled with fear and despair. She didn't expect that the plan, which was originally just a stopgap measure, would now make her doomed. She can't stay far away from this guy. Once she leaves, the flesh on her body will leave, but the bones will stand still. What kind of horrible fact is this? Look at it more positively. At least you know the demon clan's plan, right? The former pope came to Xiao Yun with a happy look and patted his shoulder. Boy, my daughter will be handed over to you in the future. Remember to treat her well, understand? Xiao Yun was unhappy when he heard this. Can you solve it? If not, I will do it. Isn't it just a bone curse? Isn't it enough to solve it directly? Can you solve it? The former pope was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly stopped him. Don't. You don't know what harm it will do to you after solving it now. If you are not careful, the undead will come to you. Lich, a 100-level Lich, born magic immunity, the most natural magic proficiency. Ordinary Liches are okay, even the lowest level Liches can have very powerful magic talents, which is incomparable to humans. The strength of a level 100 Lich after it grows up is even more extraordinary. If you are not careful, you will fall into its trap. Curses are nothing, but you are afraid that it will do something terrible after being controlled. Just like now, the 5 kingdoms are in chaos except for the kingdom of light. Countless demons have occupied villages and baptized them, while also continuously increasing the number of demons. Even many monsters have been gathered together to cooperate with the demons. Of course, the reason why the kingdom of light can't make trouble is that they have almost been exterminated. The lords of their territories started the war like sharks smelling blood. Even though they knew that the demons had occupied the capital of the kingdom of light, they still started to attack each other. Perhaps in their minds, as long as the 5 kingdoms united, or even 100-level existence in one kingdom directly came out, they could solve the current crisis. It would be better to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to capture some benefits. This is the most practical. Disadvantages? What if it comes? I'm not afraid. Xiao Yun sneered. Anyway, the plan was delayed now, and he could only take it one step at a time. Yes. Help me to remove it. I don't want to be controlled by you. At this moment, Ai Li lost her previous steadiness and mischievousness, and instead acted like an ordinary little girl. Alas, if the Lich notices halfway through and turns you into a dead spirit, don't come to me to cry. Maybe people will really become what they hate the most in the end, the former pope said and got up and left, but his meaning was already very obvious. After hearing this, Ai Li stayed where she was, looking at Xiao Yun in horror. She hated and feared becoming an undead demon more than being killed. Chapter 162 Forest. Really, is there no other way? Ai Li looked at Xiao Yun for help. Of course, she only saw helplessness in Xiao Yun's eyes. It is true that the control curse of the Lich is very troublesome, and no one can stop it, so the last method can only be to take one step at a time. A level 100 Great Lich Undead, it is estimated that this has never been seen in human history, and basically everyone who has seen it has died. Xiao Yun's own interests are not affected by this thing, so he doesn't care, just wants to open the center of the world immediately. There he has a way to improve his strength, and he can also leave this world with Kinja. The truth at the center of the world is not a joke. It is estimated that the 5 kingdoms are in chaos now. They did not come to help and win me over. This shows that the infiltration of the demons has exceeded our imagination. Xiao Yun frowned. The only way now is to open the magic tower in the center of the world to defend against the attack of the demons. Xiao Yun stared at Ai Li, as if he was communicating with her, but his eyes were just conveying a message. He said so, and she just listened. This made Ai Li very angry. When she was about to explode, the former pope pressed her shoulder. Go, open the tower, this is the only way at present. Since the pope said so, she had to be willing. Xiao Yun looked at the former pope in a strange way. This guy has always believed in him and helped him. If it was someone who knew him well, it would be fine, but now he didn't know him. As the saying goes, free things are the most expensive. Xiao Yun has always believed this. He didn't know what the other party was planning. He only knew that it seemed that there was nothing to guess and no harm now, so he could only open the center of the world. Even if the other party had a plan, Xiao Yun had a backup plan. So after some preparation, the Church of Light, which had already prepared to open it, entrusted all the materials and manpower needed to open it to Xiao Yun. In fact, it was true. After the demons were discovered, almost all of the 5 kingdoms were occupied by the demons, from the lowest villages to the Lord's upper city, and then to the royal capital of the imperial city. For a time, people were panicked. Almost all of the 5 kingdoms and several other forces could not resolve their internal disputes in a short period of time. After all, where there are people, there are fights. This is normal, especially after adding the fight of the demons, the fight becomes more obvious and fierce. Not long after Xiao Yun set off, the high-level officials of the other 4 kingdoms also noticed Xiao Yun's whereabouts, so they sent out a huge number of guards and resources. This time, most of the kingdoms also sent out their own guards and resources to try to help Xiao Yun open the desert temple and then open the magic tower. At this time, although Xiao Yun was helpless, he could only wake up Henson, the tree fairy who had been sleeping and fed with the power of darkness. Hey! On the way forward, Henson woke up, but his palm-sized body looked very cute, but if people knew that it was a level 100 tree fairy, they would definitely let many people stay away from it for tens of thousands of meters. There was no other reason. Monsters and demons have always been a big worry for humans. When entering the forest, the monsters instantly wandered in the bushes and forests. You can even feel the involuntary chill wandering around you. Most of the monsters know what happened, they are about to be enslaved. The reason why humans marched here is that their purpose is naturally known to everyone. Once the magic tower is opened, the monsters in most areas will be controlled and become prey for humans to hunt at will. When the monsters recalled the memories that were once engraved in their bones, they became anxious. Not only in the forest, but also in the desert, there were some beasts. It was estimated that even if they passed the forest, they might not be able to pass the desert. Despicable human! Don't think you can control us anymore. The souls of demons are free. The surrounding trees seemed to come alive and began to wriggle. Even the big trees turned their heads to look over. The faces on the trees stared angrily at the intruders who broke into the forest. Now the demons are rampant. If you don't want to become nutrients for the demons, get out of the way and don't disturb us from rescuing everyone. Ai Li frowned and said seriously. Bullshit. It's all lies. You have been deceiving us with high-sounding words since ancient times. You have locked our souls in this area. You are all liars. The tree demons began to twist their tentacles excitedly, and began to move their roots closer to this side. The powerful aura rushed into this land frantically. It seems that there is no room for negotiation. Then you might as well take a look at this. Xiao Yun showed the white deer Henson, which was locked by the power of darkness, to the tree demons. No. Why is the tree fairy in your hands? Damn human! Let go of Lord Henson. Damn it! I really shouldn't trust humans. There were countless voices from all directions, even underground, and the scarlet eyes behind the big trees became more and more. The war was on the verge of breaking, and it would start directly with a slight move of the finger. No, Henson was put down. Although she was reluctant, she still had to speak for this human. Before coming, he had promised us that a temple would be under our control. Henson told the news. On the way here, Xiao Yun had told her about the current situation. After all, the invasion of the demons is not a good thing for many demons. Many demons have the habit of devouring demons. It is no exaggeration to say that demons and monsters are, to a certain extent, the backup food, coolies, and cannon fodder of the demons. The desert temple is the center of the formation that can control the demons. The demon area that a temple can control is also in the division. Anyway, after all the negotiations, it is destined that the forest has only one way to go, which is cooperation. Even if some key figures from the other 5 kingdoms are here now, they dare not say anything. The kingdom fell, the demons broke out, and if they don't open it now, humans will perish. This which of these tree spirits present has not lived for more than 1,000,000 years? If the forest is not facing a crisis now, they will not appear. Hearing Henson's words, they also know what this means. Control a desert temple, and the life of their own tribe is in their own hands. Even if the human army attacks, they will have the same resistance as now to make them afraid. In fact, it is best not to let humans open the desert temple, so that they will not be calculated and will not be in danger. But now there are signs of the appearance of the demons, and even the 5 kingdoms have begun to fall a little. If the desert temple is not opened, the demons will attack here and they will not escape death. In fact, there is no change. Chapter 163 Fight with all your strength. The temptation is great. The forest is quiet. And the human side can't waste time, and many impatient guys have taken out their weapons. What, humans, do you want to start a war? Voices rang out from all directions in the forest, angry. Chi. The fire magic burned, and a hot breath came. Then fight! A group of forest wolves came out from the darkness, their fur flashing with fiery red. They seemed to be fire-attributed wolves. Compared with forest tree elves, these wolves are more suitable for fighting fire magic. Alright, that's enough. If you want your kingdom to perish, then fight. Xiao Yun urged. Hey, who are you? Do you have the right to speak? A great wizard from the kingdom of water spoke. A golden light flashed in Ai Li's eyes when she heard it, and her fingers moved. Instantly, a giant sword of light chopped down on the man's head, frightening him so much that he knelt on the ground and trembled with his head in his hands. Kill those who are disrespectful to the Pope. Ellie's voice was cold and filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at Xiao Yun with strange eyes. They were surprised that this guy was Xiao Yun, the previous successor to the Pope. He was also the guy who could open the desert temple and was watched by the 5 major kingdoms. They had only heard of Xiao Yun's name, but it was the first time they saw him in person. The world's top Pope, who can control almost 90% of the believers of light. It can be said that this is one of the most powerful people in the world. It turned out to be the Pope. The tree elves seemed to have made a decision after careful consideration. They exchanged glances and learned about her experience from the tree elf Henson. After saying this, it is likely that the forest was relaxed. However, there is one thing, the desert will definitely not foolishly agree to this matter. After all, they are in the center of the desert. Once humans have taken control of the desert temple, and they will never have peace. Most of the desert is composed of the desert temple as the core. Once it is all opened, the desert will definitely not be happy, so they will definitely fight to the death. The reason why the desert cooperated with Xiao Yun before was partly to occupy the desert temple to check the situation, and then find an opportunity to destroy it in secret. So the desert will wait and see when the human army appears, and even join the forest to betray. Now that the forest has surrendered again, the desert has assembled a large army, and it seems that they are ready to fight to the death. Compared with the forest, the souls of the desert seem to be all blocked in the Gada desert, so they can never escape. The forest can still be friends, but the desert can't. Just after the desert agreed, the army began to sweep and rushed towards the desert. During this period, many ideas about the forest occupying the first temple were discussed. The first temple was handed over to the forest to appease them, which is nothing. Just when they came to the border of the Gada desert, looking at the dense yellow figures, it must be said that the humans and forest monsters present all took a breath of cold air. Although they knew that there were many terrible things in this place, it was still terrifying at first glance. It is said that this desert used to be a thin sea. Although it does not look wide enough, it is deep enough. From the surface of the yellow sand, it may not look like anything, but there may be a deep abyss under the yellow sand. From this endless army of yellow monsters, it can be seen that there is still a lot of space under the yellow sand, at least not inferior to dozens of forests. This can really be defeated. People talked about it, their eyes were full of disbelief, and even the forest side seemed to have seen this situation for the first time. The Sea of Yellow Sand, the Gada Desert, these were all the names in the past, but I didn't expect this area to be like this. Even the big trees that have lived for millions of years didn't know that this place was actually an ocean before. But it's not surprising. The reason why so many sea monsters survive here and even evolve into land creatures is that all these things seem to be no surprise. On the contrary, now, facing so many monsters, if they want to launch an attack, it is simply a way to kill themselves. Do it. Ai Li snorted coldly, and the giant swords that fell from the sky landed directly, and tens of thousands of them appeared and landed instantly. And she was also the first to rush up at a high speed. After her move, some strong men from the 5 kingdoms also snorted coldly under her contemptuous eyes and followed. Ai Li's rhythm and opening of the group played a big role. Almost all the strong men from the 5 kingdoms rushed up directly, and a few people hesitated and followed. The desert monsters knew that they couldn't talk, so they directly activated all the monsters to participate in this resistance activity. At the very least, they had to let themselves survive a little. Don't be a slave to humans forever. The ocean has become a desert. What else is impossible? The once wonderful life in the ocean has now turned into a desert. Once there is water, these desert octopuses will swim more freely than anyone else. But their souls are blocked, and they are angrier than anyone else, but they don't show it at ordinary times. Now these human strongmen, including the monsters in the forest, have also taken action, and the resistance of the desert has become more intense. For a time, various offensive means were displayed, and the desert instantly changed back and forth between the sea of fire, floods, the wizard of ounce, brilliant light, and cracked hell. In the hell of hell, countless monsters were churning in it, and murderous aura and blood were overflowing for a while. The monsters in the forest were not worried that Xiao Yun would regret it, because the desert temple guarded by the desert was not only the garrison force in front of them, so the forest would continue to help them after assisting Xiao Yun and a series of humans to open the garrison force of the first temple. And the first temple should be controlled by the forest. Seeing that most of the desert monsters began to retreat under the full-scale attack, we can also see that the forest is doing its best to help, so humans naturally cooperated more. Under various magics flying, the desert monsters really have no advantage. In the one-sided attack, they can only be beaten stupidly. Many times, humans always have the upper hand in terms of intelligence and force, even if the monsters are stronger than them and have an advantage over them. But advantage and strength do not mean that they can have the upper hand. Otherwise, from ancient times to the present, monsters must be the masters of humans. In a short while, a piece of pure land was cleared in front of the temple. Although there are still countless tentacles swaying under the yellow sand, the distance has been pulled far away. Even the scarlet eyes under the yellow sand retreated away. The first desert temple could not be defended and had to retreat, but the other desert temples had to think of a way to solve the problem. Chapter 164 Greed. But after the desert temple was cleared, many powerful humans looked at it wrong. I say, our kingdom contributed the most to this temple, right? Soon, people from the Kingdom of Fire and other kingdoms stood up to take charge of the overall situation. The tree demons on the forest side turned their ancient and vicissitudes faces to the guys who spoke, and then looked at Xiao Yun. When they saw Xiao Yun's expression, they were a little relieved. Xiao Yun now looked at the fools who spoke with a cold face. Obviously, they were pushed out to be the first bird and the scapegoat, otherwise they would not be so brainless to stand up and say such nonsense. Now the 5 kingdoms are all invaded by the demons. If the forest does not compromise, the coalition forces of the 5 kingdoms can only be blocked outside the forest. Although the forest area is not large, a large part of its strength is retained. Just like the charge just now, the battle was resolved in a short time. Although everyone showed good strength, in fact, if you look carefully, you will know that these people and monsters did not use their full strength. Basically, everyone has reserved a little strength and tail. When the tail and claws are really exposed, it is time to tear off the face and fight to the death. Now these people speak up just to test the views of the forest and themselves. Sima Zhao's heart is known to everyone. But Xiao Yun's face is full of helplessness about their greed. If it is really that easy to take a desert temple from the forest will not exist for so many years. Open it. Xiao Yun ignored those guys who talked to themselves, but asked these strong men who followed to start guarding. And the tree fairies in the forest also stepped forward one after another, as if they were going to become the auxiliary priests to open the desert temple. Hey! Did you hear what we are saying? You are so brave to let the monsters take over the desert temple. Are you so shameless to betray humanity? Many people came forward to accuse him on the spot, using harsh words, as if they really meant it. If Xiao Yun didn't know, he would definitely be scared by them. Why do these people seem to be more shameless than each other? Just now when they were negotiating on the road, they were more excited than each other, and they wanted to hug the tree monsters in the forest and shout a few words, yes. That's right. You are my father. Everything you said is right. But now they have turned against each other and don't even recognize their father. These people are really thorough. So, when Xiao Yun opened the desert temple now, these ignored guys also stared at Xiao Yun like evil spirits. You'd better think it over. The eyes of the group of people were approving on the person who spoke, as if they thought that what this guy said was too right. It was the first time that they spoke to a pope of the Church of Light in such a way. Although they were instructed to start a fight, they didn't expect that they were so dedicated. It was probably because Xiao Yun's level 50 was just like a slightly larger ant in front of him, so this guy didn't worry about Xiao Yun's status as the pope having any impact on him. And Xiao Yun seemed to be unable to hear the people barking in his ears, and silently walked forward to try to open the desert temple. The tree fairies in the forest also followed his steps, holding the sacrifices that had been prepared long ago and surrounded him. The desert temples were hidden under the yellow sand, and they would never show their true bodies unless the memorial ceremony began. These tree fairies had already prepared the sacrifices for the desert temple, and they probably had already calculated the cooperation. Do it. The guys who were arranged to cause trouble were also furious. Being ignored like that, and Xiao Yun's eyes that looked at ants and animals made them feel uncomfortable. Moreover, who was not above level 60 at the scene? Being ignored by a level 50 guy like you, I guess you are still belittling them like dogs in your heart? Who can stand this? However, they seemed to have forgotten that Xiao Yun was the Pope. A deep chanting sounded, as if all the light in the world had gathered together. At this moment, the powerful giant of light appeared again, but this time it was not a sword, but a giant nun with her hands clasped together, closing her eyes devoutly, standing still and chanting various tones. Almost the same tone as those nuns and missionaries. Light barrier, these guys are still as annoying as ever. Those guys who were originally planning to take action stopped in their tracks, somewhat surprised that the church's determination was so firm. Originally, they heard that there was a certain gap between Xiao Yun and Archbishop Ai Li, but now it seems that she has been maintaining Xiao Yun's image from the beginning. If it was because of the external image that needed to be protected, they had nothing to say. But who doesn't know what the situation is now? The country is about to be destroyed. Why are you still pretending to be a scumbag? According to his usual behavior, he would probably want to rub Xiao Yun's head on the ground and threaten this guy to open the desert temple as soon as possible so that all the benefits can be concentrated. Unexpectedly, Ai Li seemed to be more determined than they thought, and her speed of standing in line and reaction were not slow at all. The bottom line was tested now. But they found that the Church of Light, which had always been very strong, did not attack today. If these hypocritical guys encountered such grievances in normal times, they would probably run directly to their kingdom territory and call on those believers of light to make trouble. Even if they did not make trouble, they would not be so soft and pretend that nothing happened when facing grievances, but would silently launch defenses and protect Xiao Yun, who was performing the priest in the shield. Seeing that the desert temple was constantly being sacrificed, bricks and tiles appeared out of thin air until it was built into the shape of a desert temple. And those tree fairies who were auxiliary priests were also recognized by the temple one after another, and the light flashed and gathered in their bodies. When the sacrifice was about to be completed, Xiao Yun retreated. Seeing this scene, the tree fairies were very satisfied. The forest temple only recorded the information, and most of the information was stored in the forest's head, but they just didn't have the sacrificial chanting method to awaken the desert temple, but the process was very clear. Now that Xiao Yun has withdrawn and given the temple to them, it is almost certain that Xiao Yun has no ill intentions. While the forest was very satisfied, those guys who were watching Xiao Yun outside all looked solemn. If Xiao Yun could find a way to let the temple hand it over to them, maybe he could make his kingdom stronger. Seeing that the sacrifice was completed, the light defense was almost over. The members of the four kingdoms who were going to take action all stepped back a few steps, their eyes shining. The bottom line was tested, and this kid basically didn't have the courage to scold them head on. Chapter 165 Magic Tower. Basically, Xiao Yun was regarded as weak for not scolding them back. Until the sacrifice was perfectly completed, many green vines appeared on the desert temple, and the land began to spread on this temple. The green vines and saplings began to grow like crazy. The surroundings were full of greenery, and the magic of wood attributes became more prosperous. All the ancient trees gathered here, surrounding the temple, and some magic beasts lived inside that needed to be used as sacrifices. In order to pass on their offspring, the magic beasts sacrificed themselves and came to the desert temple to sacrifice their lives. Seeing the barrier gradually perfected, Xiao Yun also smiled with satisfaction. But the people of those kingdoms became silent. They didn't dare to say anything more. They just remembered now that if Xiao Yun caused some trouble for their desert temple, it would be over. So, with the resistance of the desert again, their progress became slow. Until the second desert temple could be opened, everyone's eyes turned to the other members of the 5 kingdoms present. At this moment, they found a problem. If Xiao Yun opened the desert temple, how would they be distributed? If Xiao Yun deliberately tripped them up, what would they do? Now most people were anxious. When the second desert temple was opened, it was the people of the Church of Light who went forward to take over. Now no one dared to do anything, or even say anything. When they saw that their men were getting restless, they hurried to hold them down and prevent them from making trouble. Time passed by bit, and the originally arrogant kingdoms collapsed on the spot. It would be better to cut it off directly with a knife, which would make people feel relieved. The torment in their hearts was unbearable, and it was comparable to purgatory. After the Temple of Light was occupied, when everyone entered the third temple again, the desert seemed to have sensed the weird atmosphere and retreated silently. Only 2 or 3 temples were guarded by them desperately. By the time of the third temple, the four kingdoms present were already somewhat at odds with each other. The anxious people were very anxious. They had already intended to occupy the temple in the forest before, but were ignored by Xiao Yun. In addition, the Church of Light had a firm attitude, so there was nothing to say about the first and second temples, which were all divided between the forest and the Church of Light. But how should the remaining temples be divided? They brought the sacrifices, and even brought more than 2 sacrifices, just to occupy 1 or 2 temples. They felt a little uncomfortable when the first temple was divided by them. Originally, the first and second temples were the best for distribution. At that time, they could all feel more relaxed when the benefits were obtained, at least the minimum guarantee was there. But if the disputes over interests become less and less in the future, the competition will become more crazy. In this case, if they get the desert temple in advance, they can let go of their elbows and work, and even the subsequent cleansing activities can make them breathe a sigh of relief, and they don't have to work too hard. Anyway, most of them are not occupied by their families, so why work so hard? Almost present here, all the people in the 5 kingdoms thought that today they were going to open the desert temple to give the kingdoms a break, but what they didn't know was that this action was actually to open the magic tower, which did make the 5 kingdoms feel relieved, but in the end only one party could enter the magic tower. In other words, this is a good opportunity to unify all the kingdoms. Imagine that a kingdom occupied the magic circle of the magic tower. It would be easy to deal with the enemy or defend itself, but if it was controlled by the enemy, their life and death and defense would all depend on their thoughts. The magic tower in the center of the kingdom used to be the location of the kingdom's palace. All the places where the palaces now exist behind it are where the people of the 5 kingdoms who are protected live. If it weren't for the rebellion in the Dark Ages, the location of the real palace would not be lost now. Most people don't care about the magic tower anymore. Now they can focus on the competition among the 5 kingdoms and suppress the development of other churches. But they didn't expect that the demons would come back and everything would be messed up. I think that my fire magic kingdom is the 3rd kingdom to get the desert temple. Does anyone have any objection? Luo Mai of the fire magic kingdom stood up and stared at Xiao Yun with a threatening look on his face. But Xiao Yun seemed to not see the threat. After all, it was only Xiao Yun's own shadow that was controlled. What could they do even if they threatened him again? Let this kid see how powerful we are, Luo Mai said with a gloomy face. When he said this, the faces of the other people in the fire magic kingdom sank. This Luo Mai is too stupid. Now is the time for him to expose Xiao Yun because of a quarrel? Once someone finds out that Xiao Yun is controlled by them, do they still think about it? It is estimated that everyone will unite to help Xiao Yun solve the problem of being controlled. So when Luo Mai said this without thinking and just wanted to grab the desert temple, the other people in the fire magic kingdom pretended not to hear it and remained indifferent. Luo Mai didn't understand why. Of course, he was not stupid. If he thought about it carefully, he knew that he was too anxious. If he jumps out now, he will be the first to stand out. If he is not careful, he will become the target of public criticism. He has not lived enough, so why would he seek death and think that his life is long? Other kingdoms have not spoken yet, and he has acted on his own. Isn't this attracting all the hatred to himself? Fools don't pretend like that. I was reckless. Luo Mai retreated to the team of the Kingdom of Fire and stood quietly. And the scene fell into silence. You say with such a big move, will the demons not notice it? Xiao Yun suddenly touched his chin and said so. Hearing this, most people were almost scared to death. Suddenly, many people looked around. Indeed, the 5 kingdoms came to the Gada desert with great fanfare, which has proved a lot of things. The demons will let them open the desert temple, and the opening of the desert temple means that they will be attacked by the demons outside the other magic towers. At that time, internal and external troubles tisk tisk tisk. Of course, it is not only beneficial to open the desert temple, but also to open the magic tower. Think about it, the reason why the Dark Ancient Kingdom was able to occupy the world for so long was because they controlled the magic tower at the center of the world. Many people even speculated that the Dark Ancient Kingdom had treasures left from the underground city. But no one has confirmed these things, and now the only benefit in front of everyone is the desert temple. How to distribute? Who goes first and who goes later? Finally, Xiao Yun spoke up and added fuel to the fire. He didn't care about the tricks these guys played just now. Instead, now, he just needed to let them fight and bleed. Hey! Boy! Are you doing this on purpose? The few people who started to make trouble just now reacted now. The reason why Xiao Yun didn't argue with them was that he thought of the current situation. Chapter 166 Demon Attack. Anyway, there will always be a time when they bite each other, and Xiao Yun just needs to watch the fun. What are you talking about? Whoever wants it, come up quickly, or else it will be given to the forest. Xiao Yun said with a smile. The faces of the people in the kingdom darkened. This guy's plan is really vicious. Who dares to come out now? Who doesn't want to come out? Give it to the forest? Who is willing to give it to the forest? Isn't that a dead end? If I had known that the two desert temples just now would have fought hard for them, I wouldn't have been racking my brains for this situation now. Threats don't work, and fighting can't win. If you get the desert temple first, will others help you? Obviously not. You get the desert temple yourself, and you have everything you need. Who would want to increase your losses? After all, you come here for if you have obtained the desert temple, it will only add trouble and pressure to yourself if you take action again. Moreover, those who obtain the desert temple later will definitely face the situation of increasing effort. These guys are more clever than each other. Who doesn't know the current situation? If you compromise because you think you will definitely get it first, this idea can only be a bottom line for others and a stepping stone for others. Who knows that you will not be calculated to the end? If there are a few people who unite and pretend to agree, and then trap you to the end, then there will definitely be a huge number of desert monsters who will come forward to fight to the death. Who will take action to deal with these desert monsters? This is a problem. Hurry up, time waits for no one. If the demons find us and surround us directly, Xiao Yun added fuel to the fire. In fact, their best way is that whoever gets the desert temple now will make the most effort, and then decrease in turn until everyone takes action. It is the best. But they can't fail to think of this method. They just don't want to move. They have everything they need, so why bother? Everyone wants to eat the first bite and sleep after eating. Who wants to help others eat after finishing their meal? It's not pleasant to watch others eat. So the first one must be the easiest and the hardest to get. We will suffer a little loss, you can choose first, but don't think of being lazy after choosing. Suddenly Ram from the Kingdom of Fire spoke up. This guy's idea is similar to Xiao Yun's. Similarly, the one who gets the desert temple first may not be the easiest, but it must be the most assured, and the one who gets the desert temple last may not be the most distressed and helpless. If you look at it from another perspective, it seems that this is the best way to do it, but absolutely no one wants to be the last one, so Ram's method is to avoid being the last one and try to make this matter move, so that he can also strive for the second to last. Who knows if there is anyone to help the last one? Everyone may know it tacitly. And many of them were silent. The last one faced a huge crisis, with a 1 in 4 chance. Not to mention the other desert temples, there would definitely be a last one. Okay. I agree. Let's do it. The group of people agreed directly with ulterior motives. And the first desert temple was quickly distributed by the people of the Kingdom of Water. Then one desert temple after another, the pace of the people obviously slowed down, and they quarreled during the distribution. Xiao Yun did not react much to this, just quietly watching them quarrel, and then adding fuel to the fire from time to time. If these guys had not reacted before, maybe he would not be so relaxed now, and fortunately the firmness of the Church of Light made this matter much easier. At the second to last, there were only 2 kingdoms left, the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wood. The Kingdom of Earth and the Kingdom of Water have already gained control of the Desert Temple, and the Kingdom of Light and the Forest have also gained control of the temple. The Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Wood were in an awkward stalemate. I was thinking, why don't the people from other churches in the team come out? There are still many temples anyway. What do you think? Xiao Yun did not participate in the dispute in their kingdom this time, but turned to look at the teams of the 5 kingdoms, including the team of the Church of Light. In addition to the 5 kingdoms, there are 4 major churches, namely Darkness, Frost, Thunder, and Storm, which are all the survivors of the 4 ancient kingdoms. The 5 kingdoms also knew that there were people mixed in their team, but they didn't know who they were. Now that Xiao Yun shouted, everyone's vigilance was raised by more than one level, like a scanner, scanning everywhere. However, when the members at the end of the team retreated, they were surprised to find that there were not only people from the 4 major churches in the team, but also a team they had never seen before. Demons. It's demons. Damn it, how did these guys get in? Are there spies in the 5 kingdoms? Someone familiar with the magic of detection exclaimed, and after hearing this, the teams of the 5 kingdoms and the people of the 4 churches also distanced themselves. Before they could say a few words, the demons sneaked in. They had long expected that the demons would follow them, and they had definitely guessed that they would open the Gada Desert and the Magic Tower, but they didn't expect that they would sneak into their team and follow them. It's not the demons. But they were cursed with demon seeds. After guessing the other party's appearance and the performance just now, some people directly discovered that these people had behaved normally before, and they might not even know that they were cursed by the demons. Back off! Back off! Keep your distance from the people around you. Purify with light magic several times. Suddenly someone came to his senses. What should he do if a demon accidentally sneaked into his team? One careless mistake will lead to the destruction of the whole team. Awoo! But unfortunately, before they could come to their senses, many cursed people in the team turned into demons with evil spirits, and launched a surprise attack on their companions who had not yet come to their senses. The speed and force were amazing. For a while, there were constant sounds of killing, and all kinds of magic were thrown out without regard for life. Explosions and vibrations were heard, shaking the earth. This is not over yet. The desert seemed to have discovered the changes here, so a series of Gada Desert Special Operations teams such as Desert Sand Wolf, Octopus, and Shark were sent to join the battle. Even the lowest level Gada had priests carrying flags entering the field of vision. Of course, if it were normal times, these miscellaneous troops would be no different from those who came to deliver their heads. But the problem is that the human army is in chaos now. The formation can't be maintained, and the teammates beside you may turn into monsters to attack you at any time. This tense situation must be uncomfortable. Not to mention fighting. Chapter 167 Purification. Light. Ai Li's role was reflected at this time. Even the people of the Church of Light began to chant. As if it was a sound from the sky, the illusory and ethereal sound shone everywhere. Hearing this pure and peaceful sound, everyone's actions were quiet. The demons turned into ashes in an instant, and even the curse hidden in the Church of Light was evaporated in an instant, turning into black gas and dissipating in the sky. This purification only took a moment, and the broad golden purification magic circle solved everything in an instant. Fight. Kill these dogs. Want to take advantage? Die. I'll slide. All those who reacted joined the process of resisting the surprise attack of the desert army. At this moment, they were more united. Those who should work hard worked hard, and those who should fight hard fought hard. Even the other 4 churches were silent and quietly launched magic attacks. The desert army advanced a certain distance at first because of the chaos here, but when humans reacted, they were immediately defeated. They don't have the unity and wisdom of humans, and they usually fight in 2s and 3s. Even if the wolf tribe is really a group animal, they can't withstand this overwhelming magic of thousands of arrows. In a flash, the desert army went back the way they came. They came quickly and left quickly, leaving only some casualties. After this attack, many people were silent. The desert temple was distributed quickly, and Romai and other people from the Kingdom of Fire were silent. This desert temple was directly given to the people of the Kingdom of Wood. Because they remembered their current situation. Demons. The whole kingdom is densely packed with demons. If all the desert temples are not opened quickly, there will definitely be big problems. Imagine if the familiar person who usually sits next to you and discusses important matters with you in a relaxed state suddenly becomes a monster and stabs you, how would you react? If the family and territory that you are usually proud of, or even the beautiful rivers and mountains, suddenly become someone else's, how would you react? Would you feel good? I can't stand it. I really can't stand it. So they kept silent, and even stopped fighting for several desert temples in succession. After a period of silence, someone would cautiously stand up and want to allocate one. When they saw 2 people standing up, one or both would directly retreat back to the team. Even because of this, the speed of marching was much faster. Xiao Yun was amazed. It must be said that these guys are not simply selfish ghosts who can play tricks. They can't get their current status for nothing. Even the 4 major churches each got a desert temple. When all the desert temples were opened, they all cast their eyes on Xiao Yun. This guy who is rumored to know how to open the desert temple and the magic tower, whether it is just a name or the real thing, depends on now. Have you prepared everything I asked you to prepare? Xiao Yun suddenly asked Ai Li without thinking. Ai Li glared at him unhappily and said, "Okay. That's good." Xiao Yun nodded. Countless millions of black shadows appeared behind him, each wearing a diamond-level adventurer necklace, and even a few wearing the very rare adventurer necklaces of primary heroes. The people of the Church of Light also put on their necklaces early, but no one saw it. For such people who suddenly appeared, the other kingdoms and churches did not react to anything wrong, they just thought that there were more people. Then I will start chanting, you wait a little. Xiao Yun's face showed no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. He just gave a sentence and started chanting, without even waiting for these people to respond. After the chanting began, the altars in the center of the desert temples around him began to emit beams of light that shot straight into the sky. 1, 2, 3 until all the beams of light shot straight into the sky, everyone's eyes became particularly eager. This day has finally come. Being able to open the magic fortress in the center of the world, truly touching the threshold of magic. Get real power. The reason why a kingdom can be strong is because of its foundation and strength, and the things contained in the magic tower are the pillars of this foundation. Xiao Yun's chanting continued. Even Ellie stood behind him and put her hand on his shoulder. After all, opening all the desert temples just now consumed a lot of energy. Although Ellie's offensive magic is powerful, it is still not as useful as her auxiliary magic. After all, she is the Archbishop of the Church of Light. Powerful fluctuations came, and with the blessing of various buffs, Xiao Yun felt that he could kill a dragon with 2 fingers. Of course, this is just an illusion, just the performance of Xiao Yun's body. The power is really full to a certain extent. Buzz. Faintly, the border of the center of the world appeared, and the border of the Gada Desert, which had always seemed to have an invisible wall, suddenly appeared on the screen. That is a group of fortresses and palaces. The royal family of the kingdom in the past could even build their own palaces to the front, which shows how strong they are. Various defensive magic turrets and even various spell arrays are placed directly on the city walls. Moreover, this kind of city wall palace is endless. In the past, Erlan City was closest to the border. It was the most prosperous city. It was close to the forest and desert. It was a hunting ground for humans and a place for humans to hunt for treasures. Even if there are many ruins and signs of monsters living in the kingdom, they cannot compare with the wealth brought here. Now it all starts. Yin. A dragon roar came. Legend has it that the barrier of this magic tower was created by the dragon slayer who personally captured and killed the soul of a giant dragon and directly sealed it in the barrier. Monsters will feel a sense of rebirth and rupture when they see this barrier, let alone approach. But humans are different. Humans will be like fish in water here. With the blessing and protection of the dragon, they even have the power to crush the hardest diamond with their bare hands. This is the strength of the magic kingdom in the past. It can be called invincible. Can humans who have been competing with the demons for tens of thousands, millions, and tens of millions of years just be in vain? The moment the barrier appeared, the people of the 5 kingdoms felt nostalgic. Unfortunately, they also knew that the barrier had appeared, but they didn't know how to get in. There were records in the past, that was because some people met the conditions inexplicably, so after the desert temple was opened by some people, those who agreed to the conditions also entered the magic tower, occasionally coming out a few times and bringing some information. But many people rarely came out after entering, and the occasional few times mostly brought information and danger factors. Even those who could open the desert temple died with the passage of time, and even the method of opening it could not be left behind. Chapter 168 Tower World. But Xiao Yun was able to open the desert temple and even the magic barrier here. But, does he know how to enter the barrier? Many people were interested in this. It would be nice if he knew. It didn't matter if he didn't know. Now the whole magic tower was in front of them, and some information emerged. Even if they knew how to get in, the people of these kingdoms would not panic, because there were dangers inside anyway. Of course, some of them didn't notice it. People from other churches took out adventurer necklaces and put them on their necks. Some even took out proof of the ancient kingdom. Boom! After a vibration, it was like a stone door fell to the ground, and the whole desert shook. The desert seemed to have not noticed it. There was no life. The monsters that should hide were hiding. Even the monsters of more than 100 levels were afraid of death, so they made the decision to endure after thinking about it. Now the tower is open. No one came forward, even those people from the ancient church didn't dare to be the first to come forward. Let's go. Xiao Yun did the opposite and stood up and walked towards the magic barrier over there. The people of the Church of Light behind him followed his footsteps. Even some people from the ancient church showed anxious expressions and hurriedly wanted to catch up, but they were stopped on their own. There are some things inside that can indeed allow them to control the magic tower, but if they show it too obviously, something bad will happen. Taking advantage of the fact that the five kingdoms didn't know the inside story, Xiao Yun walked in directly without any obstruction. It was like passing through a layer of non-existent water curtain. A gentle force came over him and he squeezed directly into the tower's barrier. This was not over yet. Other believers of the Church of Light also closed their eyes and walked into the barrier. Even Archbishop Eli entered. Seeing this scene, the four kingdoms, who were originally watching the show, were very excited. The four major churches were dumbfounded. What's going on? Aren't we here to watch a show? How did these guys really get in? I wanted to see them crash into the sky and the earth. No. Hurry. The people from the other four ancient churches stood up anxiously. Even the people from the five kingdoms were anxious and hurriedly stood up to try to enter the barrier. In an instant, a group of people rushed towards the barrier like locusts. But the strange thing was that some people crashed into the barrier directly and fell into the yellow sand with blood on their heads. Only some strange guys entered the barrier with strange light flashing on their bodies. Some people brought adventurer necklaces this time, in order to go to the Adventurers Guild to exchange for some merits after exterminating some monsters, so it would be easier to hand over at that time, so they brought the necklaces. And some people carried important marks of the kingdom with them. These people did not conspire in advance, so they were lucky. The people of the other four churches were not like this. Those with kingdom certificates brought kingdom certificates, and those with adventurer necklaces entered directly with the necklaces. Everything was planned out. It can almost be said that some of them knew everything except how to open the desert temple and the tower barrier. Seeing them entering continuously, those who did not enter were stunned. What's going on? Stop! Stop! Pass slowly. The senior officials of the four kingdoms were not stupid. After knowing that they were really calculated, their faces sank and they shouted to the subordinates behind them to stop. Many people closed their eyes and frowned when they passed, fearing that their heads would hit it. Only a few people with kingdom certificates and adventurer necklaces entered. The problem was easy to get by testing, so it didn't take long to test out a result. It's an adventurer necklace. There is a level limit. Diamond level and primary brave. After someone gave the answer immediately, everyone was stunned. The kingdom proved that not many people had it, and even if there were, they were snatched away by their adventurer necklaces. As for the adventurer necklace, who would be so idle as to go to the Union to do tasks? They did have a lot of adventure groups under their command, but these adventure groups would definitely not be brought here at this moment. After all, the demons were rampant, and they had to garrison their hometowns and territories. In this situation, they had already lost the initiative, and could only stare anxiously, watching those who could enter, and then jump anxiously outside. Now it was impossible to let those people send the necklaces. Who knew that they would not mix in with people cursed by the demons again? Now all the people of the Church of Light had entered, and they could not make effective cleanup as soon as they found the demon curse, because the demons were too difficult to kill. In this way, time passed little by little, and those who did not enter stared, while those who entered were anxious. Inside the tower, the people of the Church of Light took the lead. After Xiao Yun informed them of the drill in advance, they even took out the map and wandered around the palace of the magic tower. Some of the high-ranking members of the Church of Light with the Kingdom Certificate directly occupied the important fortress center. The adventurers occupied the necessary magic towers. The entire fortress fell almost instantly. There were many dry bones inside the fortress, which turned into white powder and piled on the ground with the breeze from people walking. The people of the major churches obviously underestimated the heritage and emotional strength of the Church of Light and were caught off guard. Even if they wanted to rob now, it would be impossible. With Xiao Yun, who was like a plug-in, nearly 90% of the positions in the entire fortress were occupied. Even the warehouses storing various treasures and magic crystals were occupied. Even if some of them swallowed a little, it would be fine. Anyway, the wealth that had been maintained for millions of years was enough to feed several people and operate a real tower fortress. Oh my god! I never imagined that I could enter here one day. Li's face was complicated, and she was extremely excited. There were even tears of emotion in her eyes. At this moment, I really didn't know how to describe my feelings. Although she knew that Xiao Yun had described all this, she couldn't help crying when the real control center of the kingdom appeared in her hands. Strength, wealth, when these are really in her hands, there is an inexplicable feeling of unreality. Even Ai Li, a tough girl, couldn't help but show surprise and helplessness at this moment. When all the knowns are known and familiar, the road ahead becomes unknown and confused. An Xin, isn't there still a dungeon? Xiao Yun was a little tired. He really couldn't do anything when facing a girl crying. What should he say? Maybe this is his natural weakness. Chapter 169 Demon King's Army. Yes, there is still a dungeon. Don't even think about running away. Otherwise, I will break your dog legs if I catch you. Ai Li wiping tears, pretending to be strong. The demise of the kingdom, the curse on himself, and the sudden change now, the ups and downs of life may be like this. Xiao Yun didn't want to comfort him much, but nodded helplessly, yes, yes, don't run. Time passed bit by bit. Xiao Yun was not in a hurry. With the people of the Church of Light controlling the defense formation, the problems of the kingdom will be solved soon. And the people of the four major churches will also stand up to solve the affairs of their own territories. Seeing that it is useless to occupy the tower now, at most they can take more treasures and leave. If not, they can get some benefits according to the inheritance of their own kingdom, but it is impossible to occupy the tower. Therefore, those who should leave will leave directly, and those who don't want to leave will be like Lu Lao Lao going to the Grand View Garden. Look everywhere, touch everywhere, and even hug the wall and kiss with tears on their faces. Humanity is about to rise. Changes will happen soon, the demons will attack, but at the same time, the riots in the kingdom will stop. Things are moving in a good direction. In her joy, she didn't even have time to think about who the tower fell into. Of course, even if she thought about it, there was nothing she could do. This fortress is under control, and unless they return to the countryside on their own, they won't have any chance. The ancient Dark Kingdom collapsed because of many internal strife and huge problems, but the current Church of Light will not have these problems in a short time. And Xiao Yun is not worried about this situation. He is absolutely sure that he can control things in his own hands, even if there are any changes. Soon, he will be able to walk on the street with Kinja openly and have fun. Even if she can't do the promise to revive the ancient Dark Kingdom, she won't have to run around like a rat. Boom! Can you come out and see me? A loud noise was accompanied by a cold voice. The people from the church who were about to leave ran out of the palace as if they had seen a ghost, and came to the outside of the city wall where they could see the sky. Looking at the high black figure, their faces were full of shock. The cadre of the Demon King's army, the real bloodline of the Demon Dragon. This guy is still alive after millions of years. He is still alive. There are basically no real dragons in the world now. The five-colored demon dragon that Xiao Yun had transformed into before was just a fake ghost with a shape. Although the shadow was indeed in the shape of a dragon, there was no problem. But in fact, what it lacked the most was all the characteristics of the real dragon clan, whether it was dragon breath or dragon body. So it was just a thing with a shape, and its combat power was also the most ordinary thing, and it didn't even feel like combat power. That is, when the level is low, it can be used to crush some people of the same level. And now this long-haired boy in a black robe, with flames burning on the tip of the black tail behind him, is a real dragon clan. Even through the barrier defense, you can feel the pressure as if it is dominating the world. I felt that my bones and flesh were twisting and creaking at this moment. My blood was boiling and my heartbeat was accelerating. This was a threat from a natural enemy, or rather, a tremor from the weak. Dragon? Real dragon. Ai Li walked to the edge of the city wall with a calm expression. Many of her ancestors had killed dragons, and she had seen more than 10 dragon skeletons. Wasn't it just a dragon? He came here to show off. It looks like it's you. The boy looked at Ai Li, his eyes suddenly shrank, and he muttered, "You have a smell that I hate." Ai Li frowned, sniffed her arm, and then looked weird. "I've taken a bath." "Are you kidding me?" The boy said angrily, his tone was much colder, and even more coercive. Those who were not at level 100 felt as if their hearts were being strangled. For a moment, they felt as if they could not breathe. Time seemed to have stopped. The scene was still. They could not detect any changes in the outside world, as if they did not exist for a moment. Even Xiao Yun had a very intuitive feeling. If he had not been very close to Ai Li and had not been slightly oppressed by her light, he might have felt like those people, disappearing. Even if he was close to Ai Li, he also felt the disappearance of others at that moment, as if they really did not exist. If it were not for this Tian's magic barrier blocking them, perhaps those who were below level 100 would instantly turn into nothingness. Fortunately, the other party had no means to harm these people here, otherwise they would have been wiped out today. And many of the level 100 beings hidden in the crowd sneered. If they could do this, who would be so stupid? Attack your own people. And there is no benefit in this. I am just teasing you. Ai Li seemed to be doing it on purpose, her tone and expression were almost the same as the other party. While saying this, she lightly tapped her toes and directly crossed the city wall. A pair of wings of light appeared behind her, and the whole person flew towards that side at a high speed. At the same time, a brilliant light fell directly from the sky, turning into a huge sword of judgment to completely block the opponent's retreat. Oh? It looks like you want to try my fist. The boy did not think it was very dangerous. Instead, he stood there and waited for the giant sword of light to fall. Clang! A loud noise came out. Under the horrified eyes of the crowd, this sword only made the boy's body shake because of the force, and there was no other reaction. Ding-ling dang clang. Then, giant swords fell one after another, targeting the boy. The giant swords flew towards him like bullets from a gun barrel, and the sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. This move looked very scary in the eyes of everyone in the 5 kingdoms. Would they be so domineering when they came to take it? Would they just stand still and let such a super-class magic hit them? Or could they withstand 1 or 2 hits? The light in the sky seemed to be everywhere. As the giant swords fell one after another, the mockery on the boy's face became more intense. But what he didn't realize was that the contempt on Ellie's face became more intense. Indeed, the dragon race has a natural right to dismiss many physical injuries, and it can even be said that the physical defense is invincible, and the magic immunity is also superb. But for her, a user of the true elemental power, these so-called resistances are bullshit. Destroy! Ellie returned to the castle. Boom! After a loud noise, in the surprised eyes of everyone, the place where the dragon boy stood turned into a big sun shining with light. Chapter 170 Curse of Light. Ah! Cough! Ah! Screams rang out, and before everyone came to their senses, Ai Li put her hands together in front of her chest, closed her eyes and chanted something devoutly. Others didn't hear clearly, but Xiao Yun was very clear. She was adding buffs, yes, adding buffs. What kind of sacred blessing, purification, light healing and a series of blessings were thrown up like a life-threatening. The strange thing is that normally, these skills are good things for ordinary monsters, and they can even increase attacks, restore blood volume and injuries, but now the boy is not showing any stability and tranquility, but screaming in pain. The big sun in the sky is like a burning flame that is constantly being thrown into various fuels, gasoline, alcohol and a series of other things are thrown up like a life-threatening. Therefore, the flames burned more and more fiercely, resulting in the situation that the small sun in the sky now overshadowed the real sun in the sky. At this moment, many people couldn't help but raise their arms to cover their eyes, looking away with horror, and even dared not glance at the sun over there with their peripheral vision. It was too dazzling, really dazzling. Even if this kind of light would not hurt the eyes, they just didn't dare to look directly at it. This is too. Xiao Yun's face was complicated. He was not afraid of how this kind of light would affect his eyes, but the psychological problem was difficult to accept. He always felt that he would feel uncomfortable inexplicably if he looked at it for a long time, even if it looked soft, although it was bright but soft, but he still didn't dare to look at it for too long. Sure enough, the demons have a weak resistance to normal bonuses, and are even harmful to them. No wonder the Lich has been rampant in the 5 kingdoms for so long. It is estimated that under its curse, even the inferior demons have the ability comparable to level 30. Ai Li looked as if it was true, and kept adding buffs, but she knew that she could never get rid of this guy. After all, he is a cadre of the Demon King's army. Since he is here, it means that there will be others coming. It is not practical to let these demons watch their companions die in front of them, but if this guy is injured and suffers a little, his opponents will be happy. So, Ai Li's torture continued as usual, and the screams in the sky became more and more obvious. Even Xiao Yun couldn't help shrinking his neck when he heard it. It was too miserable. What kind of pain could make a demon dragon scream? That guy is rotten to the core. He is not a real dragon. A dragon is not at the same level as a skeleton like this. A bone dragon is far from a real dragon. It is equivalent to a creature 1 level lower. Ai Li explained while casting a spell. Xiao Yun nodded. In fact, he didn't need AI Li to explain. Just look at the black bone dragon dropping rotten meat in the sky and you will understand that this guy is really rotten to the core. Undead dragons, no matter how powerful they appear, should have died out over the past few million years. They can never transcend the law of life. Even if they become another kind of creature, they cannot escape the cage and control of the law of life. Is that enough? A voice sounded, very rough, like the voice of a minotaur. Many people turned their heads and saw a giant bone bull walking towards them on all fours, shaking the entire magic tower with every step. In fact, it was not only the magic tower that was shaking. If anyone present could contact people in the Outer Kingdom area, they would definitely receive the news. All areas of the Outer Kingdom were shaking. The high snow-capped mountains triggered avalanches, and volcanoes began to erupt and surge with magma. Even the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas began to surge. Those giant trees that were thousands of years old also began to drop leaves. Sure enough, these demon monsters have become like this. Some people couldn't help but sigh that time makes people grow old. The legends that were only heard as storybooks before are now in front of them, but these guys have been decayed into dry bones by time. If time is longer, some people will doubt whether these guys will turn into real dry bones. Then a series of creatures appeared, and the army of the Demon King was still very prosperous. Even many demons of the new generation were not uncommon. In other words, the strength of the demons was basically on par with that of humans. The foundation of the 5 kingdoms over the years has also cultivated many strong people, and a large number of level 100 beings can be easily pulled out. Tisk tisk tisk, the development in these years is really a bit scary. This time it was not AI Li who spoke, but the old man from other kingdoms. The sigh was really sighed, but the fighting spirit was also very obvious. Today, I finally have the opportunity to stretch my muscles and bones, and I don't have to worry about my home being destroyed. How can I give up such a good opportunity? Many people didn't have time to relax in the desert before, so how can they give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Seeing that my life is running out, I don't know what to do with the rest of the time. Most of the time I am sleeping. Instead of living so aggrieved, it's better to fight at this time. Maybe there is a good opportunity to let me kill a few demons directly to take the blame? Goodbye, I'm not here to fight today, just to say hello. The demons seemed to be afraid of a direct fight, so they admitted defeat decisively. This made the old guys of the human race feel like they were punching cotton. What should we do? If the other party doesn't want to fight, you can't just hold them back, right? Not to mention the rogues, the others may not want to fight desperately, especially the new generation of human level 100 strong men present now. They still have a good youth. Are they going to accompany these old bones to die? Obviously it won't work, and these old bones can't just rush out and be besieged stupidly. So this matter seems to have to be left unresolved. Do it. AI Li waved her hand and directly launched the command with the mark of light. It was just an ordinary command, but it made the old men's eyes light up. Fighting is the best, which can reduce the power of the demons. At that time, even if these old bones die, it can also reduce the burden of humans. I am old now, and I have let go of everything. Seeing that I am about to die, I always feel that I should leave something behind for my descendants, but it just feels a little unreal. The magic fortress instantly flashed a very terrifying light. The demons seemed to have not reacted yet. They originally thought that humans controlled the magic tower and should not be so decisive in starting a battle with them. But unexpectedly, these guys not only started a battle and injured the bone dragon, but also activated the magic fortress. As an ancient fortress, the magic fortress is a bit old, but its combat effectiveness and usefulness have not decreased at all. Chapter 171 Total War. The magic cannon was charged up like this, and the terrible power locked all the demons present, and even launched an attack directly at the moment when the charging was completed. No. Although the high-level demons will not be hurt by this low-level cannon, the low-level monsters and demons they brought to demonstrate cannot withstand such a blow. Unfortunately, the magic cannon was instantly activated and charged, and it fired the first shell directly breaking the formation of the demon clan. Okay. Since the little girl is so sensible, we can't lose face. Are you willing to charge with me? The old man of the Fire Kingdom rushed forward quickly and made an invitation. Let's do it. The old man of the Water Kingdom also followed. Then, one after another, they flew out of the range of the barrier. They were attacked by the pressure of the magic dragon just now. They were not those little guys who were not strong enough to speak for themselves after being affected. The other party's direct demonstration was enough to make these old guys angry. The reason why they didn't attack on the spot was because they took into account the thoughts of others, otherwise these undead bones would be counted as one. Break them all. Disassemble, even if they don't tear it down, they have to know that the world is dangerous. But there is no way, we have to consider the face of these young people. What if they don't care if a conflict breaks out? So they just kept suppressing their anger and waiting. Unexpectedly, AI Lee was more irritable than they thought, and directly launched the artillery of the magic fortress. Even the defensive barrier was fully opened, which meant that a full-scale war had begun. Fight! Let these stupid humans know what stupid mistakes they have made. The high-ranking demons shouted, and then rushed up and began to hit the magic barrier desperately, with bloodshot eyes. And the shells shining with magic breath and light directly hit the demons' positions, and instantly killed and injured a lot of people. The high-ranking demons didn't even have time to stop it, and could only watch this scene happen, so they launched an attack in a rage. Originally, today was a demonstration, but they didn't expect that they underestimated the other side, resulting in a group of people fighting each other awkwardly. Even if they were to fight, they didn't dare to fight desperately, they were just too angry. In addition to this, they found that there was the breath of their demons in the human fortress. This means that they can have an insider to turn the tables at any time. So they fought, and made the situation a little more tense while the other party didn't know yet, which would be of great benefit to the demons. Of course, the person they sensed was Xiao Yun. And Xiao Yun's position was on the side of humans. Even if these humans might stab him in the back, he still had to stand on the side of humans now, which was the only position that could allow him to enter the center of the world. So, I really don't know whether to say that these demons are pitiful or pathetic. Not long after the full-scale war started, the magic outside began to be colorful and colorful. If it weren't for the magic barrier that locked a large part of the breath, maybe they could all be transcended with the breath of 100-level skill alone. But even if there was a barrier blocking it, you can see how exciting it is outside with your eyes. I was so fascinated by the scene that I realized that the demons occasionally looked at me, as if they were focusing on me. Young master, do we need to get rid of them? Xiao Yun was still confused when a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Xiao Yun turned around suddenly and saw a skull face. It seemed that because the guy's appearance and figure were covered by the white robe, and he hid his breath very well, no one could find his trace. Lich, the Lich under the arena in the Kingdom of Light. The Lich who controlled the Kingdom of Light. Now this guy is actually in the team of the Kingdom of Light and talking to me? My goodness, who would believe it if I told others? A level 100 Lich is actually in the crowd. If this kind of monster is put in the kingdom will immediately explode into purgatory. If it suddenly explodes, I don't know how many people will be killed. This Xiao Yun was stunned when he heard his question. Are you kidding? If this guy were to take action, wouldn't that be like an old man eating arsenic and refusing to live long? Not to mention the people outside the fortress, those people would definitely be solved by the Lich, but what about the people inside the fortress? They are stacked up under the defense of the fortress, safe and sound. The people outside the fortress are dead, but the people inside the fortress are enough to convey all the information on the scene. Xiao Yun doesn't want someone to solve the hidden danger of Kinja immediately after knowing that he is a spy of the demon clan. Don't. Xiao Yun refused. He is still young and doesn't want to die. Lich. What are you waiting for? The demon clan spoke and looked at Xiao Yun here and said. Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment. It turned out that they sensed him. They thought he was a Lich. The Lich was also stunned. When could they sense his trace? It dared to guarantee that even the top light mage would not be able to find out that it was a Lich if he got close to it and turned his clothes upside down. Not to mention these guys who are also demons. Of course, the demons found Xiao Yun, and the Lich thought they found him. There is no other way, I can only go out to help. The Lich sighed and walked out of the barrier. It is not difficult to get out from inside, especially with the mark of the adventurer's necklace. He walked out of the barrier of the fortress almost without any hindrance. It is easy to get out, but it becomes difficult to get in. This is a very difficult thing for the demons. Even the top light wizards cannot find it, but the fortress barrier can definitely distinguish whether the other party is a human or a demon. It can almost be said that the Lich walking out like this is equivalent to giving up its great advantage on the human side, and the best opportunity to get intelligence. However, even if it stays in the territory of the human kingdom, it may not have a good end. Although it can get the situation if it reports, it will be chased and intercepted by many terrible human warriors. Now it seems that the 5 kingdoms are in chaos, and they are even forced to open the magic tower in the center of the world to avoid further harm, but in fact, the Lich knows that once these guys solve the problem with iron-blooded means, they will immediately return to the major kingdoms to start looking for its traces. By then, it will be at the end of its rope. It will lose its life if it is not careful, let alone passing on information, it will probably be worse than death. So while humans have just occupied the magic tower, it can quickly return to the territory of the demons. Chapter 172 Inferior Frame Up. If humans completely control the magic tower, they will really have no way out. At that time, the inspection will be more serious, and passing through the barrier will definitely be a lot of hassles, and it will be discovered if it is not careful. After all, it is the kingdom of light that occupies the tower. If you go out at that time, it will be difficult. Let alone passing on information, it will be difficult to survive. So I had to leave now. A level 100 player really doesn't have an advantage in front of a group of level 100 players. So I'd better go back in disgrace. Xiao Yun watched the Lich go away like this, with disbelief on his face. Just now, he even felt that he needed to fight for his life. The other party gave him the feeling that he was a strong man who could threaten his life at any time. After the conflict, he would definitely kill him in the first moment. The main reason was that its attitude was too weird, so weird that it made people feel unreal. The other party must have some plan, otherwise he would not lower his posture so much. Firmly believing in this, Xiao Yun was very wary of it. Until the Lich left, many guys in the fortress who were more or less conscious or unconscious felt itchy all over their bodies, and then stretched out their hands to scratch them. When they reacted, they found that something like a rash appeared on their hands. Then they started to scratch their hands, and then they started to scratch them. Thick green juice came out of the rash, and inadvertently stained the ground and turned into thick black flames. Until his whole body turns red, and finally he becomes the lowest level of inferior demon. The lowest level of inferior demon has red rashes all over his body, and has the ability to infect others with curses and turn them into inferior demons. If the inferior demon infects a certain number of people, it can even advance to a low-level demon. Now there are nearly tens of thousands of people entering the magic tower. Although many people's combat power is not too high, it is enough to destroy some simple demon tribes and monster nests. But because of the Lich, some people were cursed and turned into inferior demons. Even if many light wizards reacted at the first time, they could not do anything. They now need to preside over the tower barrier. If something goes wrong, it will be very serious, so they can only watch the chaos outside and turn a blind eye. Xiao Yun hesitated for a moment, and then summoned the Black Shadow Army. The Black Shadow Army appeared, and the fortress that was already occupied by tens of thousands of people became very crowded in an instant. The Black Shadows separated the controlled inferior demons on their own, and then killed them, and directly expelled the curse on them. Everything seemed normal, until the Lich who went outside the barrier found that a dark force had killed his inferior demon, and the green ghost fire in his eyes flickered for a moment, and then he flicked his fingers gently. Pa! A sound that only the Lich could hear rang out, and then the inferior demons began to attack with self-destructive force. There was endless commotion outside, and there was endless commotion inside, and almost in an instant, the inside and outside became a pot of broth. Although there was a self-detonation inside, Xiao Yun just felt a little disgusted, and some things splashed on his body. The essential loss was that some people who were soaked in the inferior demon curse juice began to turn into inferior demons directly. Of course, most of the light mages were idle. Seeing such a big change here, they immediately rushed over to help exorcise the inferior demon curse. There were also many experienced adventurers who directly took out the holy water they carried with them, as well as some purification potions and other things. It was almost a good habit developed when exploring the dungeon. Once I was about to do something, I would prepare a lot of things, and potions accounted for a large part of them. Now seeing that the people around me began to change under the influence of the curse, the old adventurers also hurriedly took out potions to help them remove the curse. Originally, potions were very expensive. Now pouring a bottle was like cutting flesh from the body. Many people could not bear it, but if it was allowed to develop like this, it would sooner or later develop into a terrible situation. They didn't want to face the curse continuously, so they began to rescue those who had not been completely eroded by the curse in an orderly manner, and then the fire, water, earth, wood, and light magicians began to purify the fortress. After several purification baptisms by the light magician, the situation was finally under control. However, it was also chaotic for a while, and the lich over there went out to assist the demons, and the battle outside suddenly became dangerous. The barrier of the magic fortress was impacted. It was also a little shaky. Xiao Yun looked at the attack of the demons outside and commanded the Black Shadow to cooperate with these magicians wholeheartedly. But some people still had a lot of thoughts and began to look at Xiao Yun. The lich just came out from you. What is your relationship with it? Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment when he heard it. The eyes of the people around him became unfriendly. Xiao Yun didn't explain much, just raised his hand and gestured twice. What do you want to do? Seeing Xiao Yun's unusual movements, the eyes of the adventurers were red, obviously because of the death of their companions. They couldn't find a place to vent, and saw that Xiao Yun did nothing, so they got angry on the spot. Xiao Yun stared at him like a fool. The shadows came over one after another, kneeling on the ground to report the situation. Sir, the statistics have been completed. There are more than 5,000 injured, 10,000 dead, and the rest are missing. The fortress is so big that some people suddenly disappeared, either dead or turned into inferior demons. Now there are still screams in various places. Obviously, the inferior demons are not so easy to be solved. The adventurer hesitated for a moment, then frowned. I don't care whether you are a sir or not. What are you doing when we are trying to save people and stop losses? Okay, stop talking. Someone came out to persuade him. Xiao Yun stared at him coldly. Speak. Why don't you speak? The other party walked up with red eyes and was about to make a move. Just at this time, Xiao Yun discovered the flash of demonic energy on the other party, and a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Pointing at the adventurer who was angry with him, the shadow directly captured him. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Help! The demon spy is going to kill people. The adventurer yelled. The adventurers around who saw the situation were just watching the show. They saw what the Black Shadow did. It was also a fact that this guy lost his companion. Maybe in their eyes, this guy was just in a bad mood because he lost his companion, so he started a fight. It was just a normal fight. Even if Xiao Yun captured this guy, there was nothing to say. Who doesn't have a temper? It's just that there was a strange feeling in my heart, as if something was teasing in my heart, making me feel that my attention was attracted. Chapter 173 Forbidden Demon Fortress. As this person shouted, the scenes in front of other adventurers began to change. I only saw a human being persecuted by a group of demons, and the persecutor of the human was provoking the demons. A nameless anger rose in my heart, and I didn't know why. I picked up my weapon and rushed over there. Even when I saw the Black Shadow, I couldn't help but have a feeling of tearing it apart. In an instant, I lost my mind and didn't think about anything. I attacked that side directly. Countless black shadows followed along the way. The black shadows were able to detect each other's shadows. Almost at the same time, they sensed that the other party's target was themselves or Xiao Yun, so they became extremely defensive. Xiao Yun has always been afraid of the people of the Five Kingdoms, and he wanted them to take action quickly so that he would have an excuse to attack, but it was a bit of a headache for those who were not from the Five Kingdoms. These adventurers are necessary manpower for exploring the dungeon in the future, and they are also the best proof. If they were killed like this. Compared to this, the most headache is that the priests and nuns of the Church of Light are also controlled. That is to say, no one will come to purify, and those people outside are fighting. Even if Ellie finds this side, she has no chance to rush back quickly and is restrained. What exactly does this lich want to do? Kill himself? If this could have been done in the Kingdom of Light, why wait until now? Die! Knives slashed over one after another, and beams of magic flashed with light and swept over with overwhelming force, as if they were really going to kill Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's heart sank as the dense magic fell down. He might die here today. Buzz! A wave of fluctuations suddenly came. At this moment, the lich who was casting a spell under the city wall suddenly paused, the gloomy green fire shook slightly, turned his head and stared at the direction of the magic fortress behind him, and the magic array diagram that was being drawn just disappeared quietly. Sure enough, the legend of the forbidden magic stone is true, no wonder these guys are so unscrupulous. The lich shook his head and muttered in a sad tone, looking up at the demons fighting with the magicians in the sky and sighing. Suddenly, a wave of fluctuations came from his body, and the information in the wave was to stop fighting and leave here. In front of the forbidden magic stone, any battle is illusory. If you are not careful, the demons will really be defeated. Today, All the battle preparations were not done well. I rushed here in a hurry. If I am not careful, I will be caught. I must evacuate quickly. The demons, as if they were frightened by something, began to evacuate in a hurry. Even if magic hits them, they seem to be unaware of it. After all, most of the demons in the front are undead, and their resistance to magic is much stronger than when they have a physical body. Seeing the demons begin to retreat, the people of the 5 magic kingdoms looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Forbidden Magic Stone. The real Forbidden Magic Stone. In the past, the forbidden magic stones used in the 5 kingdoms to prohibit magic from taking effect were just some of the most inferior magic resistance and barrier materials. Basically, they could only limit the power of magic by 10% to 20%, and it was impossible to do more. Therefore, the defense of magic in the 5 kingdoms was often very weak. Because of this, the existence of level 100 rarely took action, unless it was a real life and death situation. They would fight desperately, regardless of all losses. The magic power that buildings can withstand is really small. But the magic fortress tower is different now. Completely forbidden magic stone. It can withstand the resistance of level 100 and completely suppress the fluctuation of level 100. This is why they foolishly ran out to fight with this group of demons just now. They have really developed a habit, and there is no place where they can really show their fists and feet. Even Ai Li can't fight with all her strength. After a long time, few people are willing to fight after this habit is formed. They even unconsciously stepped out to fight in the outside world and directly gave up the best combat environment such as the magic fortress. Now that the demons have left, they realized that they were really stupid. The biggest trump card has been known to people, so are you still worried that the other party has no countermeasures? The things that Xiao Yun encountered were also solved in an instant. The light emitted by the forbidden magic stone can resist all magic auras, which is a natural magic immunity. Of course, there are still many guys who attack with swords and use pure force. These forces did not have any problems under the autonomous protection of Xiao Yun's shadows. The shadows only needed to resist a few times, and Xiao Yun could even use the power of the shadows to escape into the shadows, so that they could not attack him. Are you okay? I was scared to death. What happened just now? How did you offend them? Are they going to eliminate the Pope? Ai Li asked a lot of questions in a row. Even though she just saw the people of the Church of Light also took action, it did not prevent her from putting a hat on these people. The people of the 5 major kingdoms present all blushed, and they did not know how they were bewitched by the Lich. They were less than level 100. As long as they were slightly touched by the Lich, or heard a word from the Lich, they would be bewitched. The attack was also because of this. Ai Li had already defined the matter. Even if the people of the 5 major kingdoms wanted to eliminate the Pope, this was a fact, but no one would be stupid enough to say it. Ai Li would not listen to any explanations. This was an order to expel them. Okay, if you are interested, you can find another opportunity. We have something else to do next. Do you mind leaving the fortress of the Kingdom of Light first? Ai Li said this with a smile, but in the eyes of the people present, she had a feeling of fighting at the slightest disagreement, and the magic of light that was ready to go was almost ready. Then I'll bother you again another day. Goodbye. I'm leaving first. A group of people knew that they couldn't be light bulbs in some things, so they left quietly. Although the adventurers hesitated, they didn't have the face to stay after experiencing what happened just now. Dealing with the Pope of someone else's family? It's really amazing that they still have the face to stay after doing such a thing. Generally speaking, adventurers can explore newly discovered ruins and even stay here, but after what happened just now, no matter how thick-skinned they are, they dare not say anything. The first is that it is not legitimate, and the second is that it will hurt if they are rejected. So many people left, and only some people turned a deaf ear to Ai Li's words. Of course, some people who were unwilling to leave were soon sent out by the people of the Church of Light using magic circles. Okay, what happened just now? And what are you going to do with the dungeon? Ai Li was very concerned. Xiao Yun was holding his own scroll of bone curse in his hand. If she left him too far away, it would be a problem. She didn't want to wait for Xiao Yun to die and carry his body on her back in a coffin. That would be ugly. Chapter 174 Ugly Ox and Ugly Horse. Maybe the demons just want to test it, probably. Xiao Yun was not sure what the other party meant. As it stands now, Xiao Yun is more wary of the demons. What about the dungeon? Ai Li hesitated. Now that the tower has been occupied, many believers of light have begun to open the defense projects of the major kingdoms. In addition, because it is the magic power of the believers of light, all the defenses have become light magic. In ancient times, there was no such thing as a real orthodox kingdom. The magic tower was just a means for a group of people to tie themselves to the front line to fight against the demons. In fact, at that time, all those who lived in the magicians in the tower seemed to be under a curse that did not exist but had to be guarded. They guarded the tower until they realized that they were about to die, and then they retreated to the back to recuperate, just like an ordinary old man or old woman enjoying the last few decades. While they guarded the tower, it was enough for other families to cultivate powerful descendants. Although powerful, it also means paying a great price. This curse is called responsibility. Xiao Yun frowned. Maybe one family is not enough, the tower needs more people to guard it. Originally, according to his idea, after opening the tower, he would open the dungeon while he was in control, so that there would be a good buffer period, but he didn't expect the demons to be so excited about humans regaining control of the tower. If the entrance to the dungeon is opened rashly, the monsters inside will be released accidentally. If it was only the Kingdom of Light, it would be fine, but now many forces are involved in it, so the previous plan has to be disrupted. Let them join? Isn't that giving them a chance for nothing? Ai Li was reluctant, but she knew that now that the demons were involved, anyone leaving the tower would be easily targeted. With the damaged strength of the Church of Light, it would not be strong enough without the people of the Kingdom of Light to guard together. Moreover, even with the help of the Kingdom of Light, it is not certain that they can persist in guarding the magic tower. There are not enough manpower, and the level of strength is too different. In recent years, humans have been busy fighting, and their strength has almost fallen behind. Originally, there should have been a reserve army of the tower, but now there is no reserve army because of the problems with the inheritance of the tower. Compared with the ancient times, the strength is really much worse. Fortunately, the demons are not much better. Because the old demons are still there, the growth space of the little demons is limited. It can almost be considered that the big demons suppress the growth space of the little demons, so both sides definitely don't have so much time to target humans, but instead think about how to improve their strength. The simplest way is to get rid of those old demons and let them lie down forever. Unfortunately, it's not easy. Forget it, take a few more people, I need a place, and take her here too. You love her so much, I'm really envious. If there's a man who conquers a castle for me one day, I'll probably die of laughter. In the midst of Ai Li's teasing words, Xiao Yun chose to ignore it and stood silently by the city wall looking at the scenery in the distance. The endless wasteland is endless, but it feels like a large group of dark demons may come over at any time and launch an attack on this place. To be honest, there is nothing in the castle, not even any stalls or residential areas for the people, there are only military camps and various buildings, but the good thing is that the military camp is a single room, and such a single room almost occupies 70% of the entire fortress. And this 70% is hundreds of millions. The entire kingdom fortress is in the center of the world, a ring-shaped outer circle, almost surrounding the entire center of the world. You can imagine how spectacular it is? Time passed quickly, and a few months later, the envoys of the 5 kingdoms led their armies to move in. Although Ellie was extremely reluctant, she could only nod and agree to this matter. The 5 kingdoms that heard the discussion were also stunned. To be honest, they did not have the so-called responsibility on their shoulders, but after experiencing the pressure of the bone dragon before, they found that they had been carrying a shoulder pole on their shoulders at some point, with the heavy responsibility on both ends of the pole. It was also at this time that they realized that the tower treasury was indeed very rich, and it could even be said to be a collection of all the churches in the entire human kingdom. However, these riches are the key to human survival. If these riches are gone, when the demons invade the human kingdom, let alone money, they can't even save their lives. At that time, the comfortable life now will be changed immediately. When I think of this, I feel uncomfortable all over. Therefore, there are many kingdoms that originally wanted to fight for the control of the magic tower. Now they wish they didn't know about this damn trouble. No wonder the kingdom's descriptions of the magic tower are all good. How can this place be bad? It's so good. It's so good that it makes your scalp explode. Crack. Guarding here for hundreds of years is exactly the same as when the kingdom is asleep. But letting the strength of your kingdom come here to guard is undoubtedly to disperse the strength of the kingdom and give many forces an opportunity to take advantage of it. But there is no way, this is responsibility, this is a complex curse that must be accepted. For their descendants, family, and kingdom, they must guard it. Of course, Kinja was also accompanied by the people who entered here. Kinja was very excited after coming to the tower, but she didn't dare to run around without the permission of others, until she saw a very familiar back in front of the crowd. After a pause, she didn't care, and stupidly rushed forward and hugged him from behind. Hey! Who? What are you doing? I don't have that kind of habit. Xiao Yun panicked and hurriedly she tried to break free. But the person behind her held her waist tightly, and it was useless to struggle. When Xiao Yun sensed the other person's shadow, he breathed a sigh of relief and gently patted the back of her hand. Be good, let go, okay? There are so many people here. Bah! Do you think I am happy? Qingya blushed when she heard this, and looked disgusted. I ran too fast just now and accidentally tripped. Can't you help me? As she said this, she looked around with a red face, as if to divert attention. Xiao Yun smiled bitterly, came to her side, looked at the scenery outside the city wall, and said casually, maybe there is no way to revive the ancient dark country. Sorry, I didn't do what I promised you. Then how are you going to compensate me? Qingya pretended to be very angry, stared at Xiao Yun viciously, and even raised her fist as if she was going to hit someone. Xiao Yun almost subconsciously held his head up, or I will be your slave for the rest of my life. Who wants you to be a slave? How can there be such ugly cows and horses? No. Kinja looked disgusted, curled her lips, and looked at the endless wasteland with curiosity and yearning in her eyes. Chapter 175 Entrance to the Underground City. Do you want to go with me to explore the underground city? Xiao Yun suddenly remembered this. The layout of the underground city, the classification of monsters, and the control of black shadows are all in Xiao Yun's head. It can almost be said that he is back home. He knows how to avoid monsters, and how to avoid dangerous mechanisms and a series of things. Underground city. Does that thing really exist? Before Kinja could reply, some guys who had been listening for a long time asked in surprise. The people of the 5 kingdoms were also attracted by the sudden noise of this guy. If garrisoning the tower is a loss, then the underground city will definitely bring a lot of benefits to everyone. This is a good thing for the kingdom and mankind. The underground city is not only a city, but also has mineral veins and underground ounce. It gathers almost everything that should be on the ground. It is said that in the long past, outside the world were all kinds of powerful ancient creatures such as dragons and griffins. After negotiation, humans and some weak demons made an agreement to retreat to the underground and live with a series of monsters such as goblins to build cities. In ancient times, even if they were just children, humans could call the wind and rain, and even comparable to the current 100-level magicians. It can be seen how powerful people were at that time. Now that the words such as underground cities are suddenly brought up, it has to be said that many people with intentions have changed their eyes and become greedy and fearful. Okay. Kinja agreed. And Xiao Yun patted her head with a smile on his face. Kinja leaned on Xiao Yun's arms. And the 5 kingdoms around him saw that Xiao Yun was not going to answer, so they set their sights on Archbishop Eli of the Church of Light. Being surrounded by a group of people, coupled with the other party's eyes that looked like wolves looking at meat, Ai Li couldn't help but get hairy all over, and then hurriedly said, "That's right. The number of people going to the dungeon has just been reduced, and you can also go. This is scheduled." Hearing this, the 5 kingdoms, who were originally worried about whether they would be eliminated, all breathed a sigh of relief. Then how to distribute the strength? Someone from the 5 kingdoms asked a stupid question. Ai Li rolled her eyes at him. You can take whatever you want, but you must have a detailed deployment map of the manpower in the tower, so I won't say much. The reason why the method of opening the tower was lost was because they were worried that many people with bad intentions would enter here after opening the barrier to cause trouble. Now the tower is opened again, whether it is the emperor or something else in the kingdom, they all abide by this rule, and they understand it as soon as they think about it. Now I am thinking about the dungeon outside the tower. Since Ai Li said that there will definitely be a number of people, there is nothing to say. Is there anything I need to bring? Someone asked again. But this time, Ai Li looked at Xiao Yun. If it was the things that Xiao Yun asked the Church of Light to purchase before opening the tower, it seemed that they were already fully equipped, but she didn't know what Xiao Yun meant, so she was still hesitant and wanted to wait to hear what he said. I have a map here, but I only give it to you to allocate the areas you want to explore. I am only responsible for taking you to the designated areas. If you want to explore, you have to work hard on your own. Xiao Yun turned around and reminded, by the way, I remind you that if you want to follow me, you'd better be careful and listen to me obediently, otherwise you will lose your life. The 5 kingdoms sneered at this. You are just a level 50 summoner, why should I listen to you? Moreover, as long as they look at the map, they still need you, a level 50 waste, to lead them? At that time, the people who go in must be at least level 70, 80, or even level 100. So a group of people gathered to look at the map thrown by Xiao Yun. After remembering it for a while, they felt that Xiao Yun was no longer useful, so they left on their own, not even caring about Xiao Yun standing there staring at them. Xiao Yun was relieved when he saw this. He was afraid that the people from the 5 kingdoms would come and explore with him. That's right, the 5 kingdoms, even the Church of Light, had different voices. It was originally a very glorious thing to occupy the magic tower. It is not an exaggeration to say that they can even be said to control the life and death of other kingdoms. But now Xiao Yun, the Pope, has ordered them to distribute the power of guarding the tower and divide it into several layers. This kind of thing was originally rejected, but after Ellie's forcible seizure, the tower was divided into 5 parts of control. Because it is a ring, the 5 kingdoms each claimed the area corresponding to the location of their own kingdom. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun, as the Pope, actually damaged their strength, so there are some different voices inside many churches of light. After getting the map, the 5 kingdoms here all began to remain silent. They didn't even urge Xiao Yun, but just silently waited for the day when he opened the dungeon. Xiao Yun also fulfilled their wish. After these people had rested for a few days, he led many believers of the Church of Light to the wasteland under the fortress and began to offer sacrifices with various things that had been prepared long ago. Similarly, the demons were also ready to move at this time, but they seemed to be just here to watch the show, and the 100-level existence present could sense the faint pressure, as if it was telling them not to act rashly. So everyone was secretly observing and thinking about what the demons meant by doing this. After thinking for a while, the final result was that the demons also wanted to get a piece of the pie. Although they were angry that these guys were enjoying the fruits of their labor, they had no choice but to agree. So with the appearance of the magic circle, the ground began to shake again, and even many human strongmen and demons came forward one after another, looking like they were going to fight. In fact, they were not fighting each other, but to prevent the monsters from running out after the barrier was opened. After all, the dungeon was created by humans, monsters, and other creatures a long time ago, so opening the entrance will definitely let many monsters run out. Neither humans nor monsters want the opening ceremony to fail, nor do they want Xiao Yun, who knows the secret of the center of the world, to get into trouble. From all the past, it seems that this kid definitely has the possibility of opening the real secret of the center of the world, whether it is the magic tower or the entrance to the dungeon. He is the key to the treasure. It is painful to crush it, and it is also painful to hit it, so I can only protect it well. Boom! After the earthquake ended, the earth cracked a flat crack, and the wind around it began to leak down obviously, and then a terrible storm formed, like a bloody mouth absorbing power. However, this situation soon stabilized. It must be that the air content inside is different from that outside, or because the vent is connected in series with this place, the air conversion speed has become faster. But no matter what, the entrance to the dungeon was opened. Chapter 176, The whole army is annihilated. Xiao Yun, on the other hand, was not in a hurry at this moment. After opening the huge staircase passage in the dungeon, he quietly retreated to the high tower fortress. He was indeed afraid and had concerns, but he was definitely not afraid of the 5 kingdoms or the demons, nor was he afraid of the monsters in the dungeon. He was simply afraid of being splashed with dirty water after entering now. He had already predicted that everyone who entered would be annihilated, regardless of whether they were the demons or the strong men of the human kingdom. So before entering, Xiao Yun needed some time to lay the groundwork, let them know their importance, and let them cry and beg him. Seeing Xiao Yun coming back, Ai Li impatiently stepped onto the edge of the city wall, and was about to rush out to seize the opportunity, just like the strong men from the 5 kingdoms who were entering in a line. However, Xiao Yun said calmly in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "They can't come back. Of course, if they are lucky, there may be 1 or 2 seriously injured people who come back to report the news and then die." Ai Li was about to step out and catch up with the pace when she heard this, but she stopped. She stood at the edge of the city wall, looking at those people who were rushing in frantically, even without considering the quota and the agreement. After all, they had the map and the entrance was open. What else did they need to worry about? But Xiao Yun understood that although the dungeon was built according to the agreement, in order to prevent other ethnic groups from invading and plotting against his own ethnic group, there were almost countless mechanisms and magic spells in it. Even the number of monsters and basic information, as well as a series of methods such as how to deal with them were under his control, but these people didn't know. It was like discovering a new type of ruins. Everything was unknown. There was no other benefit except that a map made things easier. It was nothing more than risking their lives to explore. These people had calculated that even if there were losses, it should not be too serious according to their current strength. But what they didn't expect was that Xiao Yun had already it has been determined that they will die. As for Ai Li, if you ask her if she believes it, she definitely doesn't believe it. She even wants to go and explore it herself. After all, many disobedient believers of light have entered it in the name of exploration first, and she has nothing to refute. The Pope has already caused a great loss of trust in the Church. Now he tells them not to explore, saying that they will lose their lives. Blocking someone's wealth is like killing their parents. She understands this sentence. Facing a group of greedy humans with red eyes and demons, what can she say? It's very strange. The demons only sent in a few very ordinary inferior demons and some diggers, ghouls, and other low-level monsters, as if they wanted to verify something, not to explore specifically. They are also wondering why Xiao Yun, the guy who can open the dungeon, didn't enter it. Is there something wrong? Some demons with long memories thought about it and felt that they should not rush in rashly. Even if the demons are the most powerful race in the world now, they can't rush in and die foolishly. In this way, time passed by little, until a month later, finally getting impatient, a group of people from the 5 kingdoms finally united to find Xiao Yun to question him. And Xiao Yun has been under their attention for the past few days. This guy is either running around leisurely or eating, drinking and having fun with the princess of the fallen country. From time to time, he sits together to discuss various stories. He is simply too idle. So they are puzzled. Why so many days? According to the estimated time, those explorers will come back after completing the minimum first layer area on the map. Even if the map is a bit big, it doesn't matter, they can wait longer. But when the inexplicable sense of crisis came to their minds, they found that Xiao Yun, the person in charge, and Eli, the archbishop, did not go in. Even the number of people sent by the Church of Light should be far behind them. If you have to say it, the behavior of the Church of Light is like a compromise under helplessness, allowing some disobedient people to act independently. This situation is not uncommon. After discovering new ruins, many kingdoms, even with very detailed information, still cannot suppress their desire to explore. They want to die, and the kingdom cannot stop them. Those who can be saved, and their families can be restrained a little, and they can go in to explore when the time comes. Those who cannot be saved can be allowed to go in directly and die. The current situation is very similar to the past when a group of cannon fodders were sent to die on their own. Even if some lucky people come out, they will die in a few days. What's going on? What's going on? What are you hiding from us? Speak up. Bastard. Speak up. The people of the 5 kingdoms were extremely angry. The one who took the lead to find trouble was naturally the Kingdom of Fire, and their threat was obvious. Other kingdoms may need to be cautious. After all, this guy took out a complete map that none of them had, and even the entrance to the dungeon was opened by others. If there is any inside story, if you offend him, he will go into the dungeon and trip you up at will. At that time, you can just say that you encountered a trap and it was a natural event, and he can't do anything about it. What can you do then? The 5 kingdoms are very experienced in this kind of thing. Oh no! It's out! Someone's out! Before Xiao Yun could answer, someone rushed over. It seemed that he was frightened and that's why he reacted like that. A group of people rushed over and asked questions at once. Some people even rushed to the entrance of the dungeon impatiently. Of course, most people had happy smiles on their faces. After all, they finally got the news. But what they didn't notice was that the person who came to report the news said that it was not good. Of course, even if they heard it, they would think it was a mishearing, which did not affect their judgment of their subjective will. Xiao Yun lay quietly on a lounge chair in the fortress square, holding a parasol, drinking juice and eating fruits and snacks from time to time. Ai Li also enjoyed lying next to Qingya very much. The 3 of them just enjoyed afternoon tea and sunbathing quietly. At the same time, the strong men who rushed to the entrance of the dungeon all took a breath of cold air. The person who escaped was a mage from the Church of Light, and this mage was very famous in the 5 kingdoms. Many people in the 5 kingdoms even admired him very much. It can be said that this guy's reputation could basically catch up with Archbishop Eli. But his miserable condition now made people dare not look directly at him. There were traces of curses all over his body. Even if he was desperately using the magic of light to prevent himself from being eroded by the curse, it was useless. These curses were like maggots in the bones that were biting him tightly. Even this guy couldn't help but scratch his body and scrape off large pieces of flesh. Even the bones were scraped by him to make a sound that made people's teeth ache, which was really chilling. Similarly, he didn't scream, but the expressions on the faces of the people present were not good at all. He couldn't scream not because he didn't hurt, but because he no longer had the strength to scream. Chapter 177, Low Brow and Pleasant Eyes. Sometimes, pain is really not something that can be screamed out. It is an indescribable feeling. Even if someone can say it, it is still not the most real. The most real thing is always their performance, which is more convincing than any words. Kill me. Please. You are my real father. Kill me. Damn it. Kill me. Please. Please. He shouted the most terrible words in the most painful and weak voice. The people present looked at each other, and only Ai Li, who arrived later, looked curious and even a little dazed, stood still and gasped. And the people present whispered to each other, even if their legs began to tremble, they still looked at Ai Li. After all, they are people from the Church of Light. My lord. My dear mother. My dear mother. Kill me. Kill me. For the Lord's sake. Give me a quick death. Please. He roared again. The people present were even more complex and pale. Many people know about the disagreement between this guy and Archbishop Eli. Even though they belong to the same sect, the other party still doesn't support Eli. After all, she is a little girl who is still wet behind the ears. How can she take over the church? So this guy has always been hypocritical. Fortunately, he still cares about the interests of the church. Even if Eli shows amazing talent and skills, he still looks down on this little girl who is not even 1% of his age. Everyone knows about the fight between the two, and it has even risen to the surface. He has expressed his dissatisfaction and contempt many times. Although he still has to do what he should do, he has also expressed his attitude. This is known to everyone. But now, this guy actually kneels on the ground and begs Eli to kill him, and calls her, my dear mother? Oh my goodness, just watching him rolling on the ground and scratching his shoulders that have exposed white bones, and even seeing the scene of bone powder and blood mixed together makes people feel uncomfortable. Plus this guy's pleading tisk tisk tisk. Where are they? Ai Li did not answer his plea for death, but walked forward and squatted down to try to help him remove the curse and injuries with the purest light power. Dead. All dead. Please. Kill me. Don't treat me. Please. The old man, who was over several hundred years old, was now shameless. His voice was very small, but very powerful, hitting everyone's heart. Ai Li hesitated for a moment after hearing this. Let me do it. Xiao Yun came here, and under the old man's pleading eyes, he pierced his head with a knife. The old man did not have any resentment or dissatisfaction. Instead, he had a kind of slave who had eaten the most beautiful banquet in the world and even lived a noble life. He was full of gratitude to Xiao Yun, the person who killed him. This look once again chilled the hearts of the people present. After doing all this, Ai Li did not speak, but just squatted there blankly, with a complicated and painful expression. She had seen many people in pain begging for death, and she had seen many people die, but now it was really hard for her to accept the familiar people acting like this in front of her. But she had also passed on what Xiao Yun said before, that people would die, and die miserably, and the whole army would be wiped out. But no one obeyed her command. Now seeing all this, she was originally very playful in her heart before these people entered the dungeon, thinking that they would definitely cry and kneel in front of her and slap her hard to repent, or even hold her legs and beg for forgiveness. But now that this situation has occurred, her face is not filled with satisfaction, but with a heavy look like dead ashes. She didn't think much about it, but just felt a little trembling in her heart, that's all. She would be sad about it, and would also think about it, this is the proof that she is alive. Give the order, those who want to go in can organize the second batch. After taking a deep breath, Ai Li changed the sad expression on her face, replaced by indifference and playfulness, and looked at the representatives of the 5 kingdoms behind her, of course, including the older generation of the Church of Light who had strived to explore first. The people who were swept by the eyes shuddered, lowered their heads, and even stared blankly at the old man who was dead on the ground. Too miserable. No, not just too miserable, it was simply I can't say it with words, but my body and heart, even my face can show that feeling, I can feel it deeply, I don't know if it's despair or what, anyway, today, someone taught them a lesson. Even if you are old, you can learn something, this is true. It is said that you will see it sooner, and you will see it sooner. Today, I really saw it, but I didn't smile stupidly and complain, but I was silent, and my body and mind were expressing the most clear feelings. Until Ai Li left, I ordered a few people from the Church of Light to collect the body. Then Ellie returned to the lounge chair in the fortress square and started sunbathing. As for what the people from the 5 kingdoms were thinking after they fell silent, no one knew, but their reactions were enough. A few days later, as if they had recovered, the representatives of the 5 kingdoms made a decision after thinking. All of them came to Xiao Yun's bedroom respectfully and waited. Gada. Xiao Yun's door opened, and he walked out. He was shocked to see so many people waiting outside. Are you guys busy? Hey, look at me. I actually let the top people from the kingdoms wait here. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed. After these sarcastic words came out, none of the old men present dared to say no, and they didn't even dare to blow their beards and glare, which they were usually best at or even proficient in. They all waited here with their heads down. You see, you are being too polite, aren't you? After all, you are the Pope, and we old bones are similar to you, with the same status. Of course, there are also people who are thick-skinned and friendly, smiling and walking up to inquire about the situation. Do you have any ideas about the underground city, Your Excellency the Pope? After the joint discussion of the 5 kingdoms, they finally made a guess. What Xiao Yun said before, that there is a quota for following him and that you have to be obedient, seems to have a lot of things in it, so they plan to give it a try and test the waters. The final result is that they still have to come to Xiao Yun, even if this guy will definitely ask for a high price. After all, it is too difficult to accept that the whole army was annihilated. It's not that no one has been to the underground city ruins in the past, and it can even be said that they are experienced, but now that the whole army has been annihilated, they have to pay attention to it. Even have to sigh that Xiao Yun is a bit smart. If Xiao Yun followed them impatiently and explored inside, and the people of the 5 kingdoms were doomed, and Xiao Yun came out after this result had become a foregone conclusion, how would this be explained? Presumably, the 5 kingdoms were now very confident that if the above situation occurred, they would definitely suspect that Xiao Yun had done something wrong. Chapter 178 The Lion with 18 Heads. Therefore, they had to correct their attitude and could only come here to show weakness in order to cooperate. Seeing their sincerity, Xiao Yun also waved his hand with a look of I'm not a bad guy, why do you have to look at me, Xiao, with such eyes? I'm the kind of person who will bite you like a lion and take a bite of blood and flesh. The people of the 5 kingdoms didn't dare to speak, but they were all scared in their hearts. You're not a bad person? Then I must be? Letting so many people go in and die without explaining clearly, what else can this be but a bad person? It's hundreds of times worse than the big villain. No. Thousands of times. Still a lion but not opening his mouth? Are you afraid of a 9-headed lion? You want to fool people with your 9 mouths? If you bite 8 times, someone will die? Damn it, although they thought so in their hearts, they still had to smile. In the past, the envoys of the 5 kingdoms were arrogant and arrogant. Even the emperors and kings of the 5 kingdoms had to be humble in front of them. But now it is their turn to be humble and act like grandsons, but they feel that things are not as easy as they imagined. This kind of suffocation is simply unbearable. By the way, it is said that one of the low-level and inferior demons sent by the demon clan has come out. Although it is slightly injured, the opponent is only level 20, which is enough to attract the attention of humans. What did the demon clan find? Why did one survive? Did they take the lead, or did they get some ancient relics? These speculations are one of the reasons why the envoys of the 5 kingdoms are helpless in front of Xiao Yun like grandsons. After all, their common enemy now has one more demon clan. Moreover, the strength of the demons is definitely above theirs. If they make a mistake, their kingdom and descendants will be gone. Losing is fine, but I am afraid that I will be a slave forever, a slave of the demons. Oh, Don't look at me like that, I'm really not that kind of person. Xiao Yun waved his hands awkwardly, with a face full of shame that he couldn't stand the praise. And with his performance, the envoys of the 5 kingdoms knew that they should be slaughtered. For your trouble, the Kingdom of Fire has decided to cancel your magic contract. The envoy of the Kingdom of Fire walked up directly and handed over a bag filled with various things, and these are the apology money. The reason why the Kingdom of Fire is like this is because they have thought it through. Contract magic is just a cocoon, and sometimes it may be wiped out without bringing any benefits. Just imagine, what would happen if they were accidentally discovered to have controlled a key figure like Xiao Yun. Cooperation is a small matter, but I am afraid that they will use the idea of cooperation to make trouble. There are even a few hypocrites who will use the righteousness to remove the contract magic on Xiao Yun, and then join forces with Xiao Yun to kill their Fire Kingdom. This is the lightest. They are afraid that the Fire Kingdom will be directly destroyed under their alliance. They are afraid. So they dare not gamble, and just stupidly choose to compromise. And the others present, the envoys of the 4 kingdoms, were all shocked, and some even wanted to stop the Fire Kingdom from doing this, telling him not to be so impulsive and to think about it again. But after thinking about it, the concerns of the Fire Kingdom were easy to think through. If it were me, I would have to do the same thing in this situation. Being special in the eyes of a group of people is sometimes fatal, but sometimes it can stand out. The most important thing is to have a balance. The problem is that the Fire Kingdom feels that it can't grasp this balance. So it didn't dare to continue, and simply exposed the matter. Anyway, it can be resolved in the end. So, it became like this. Not sincere enough. Just when the envoys of the other 4 kingdoms thought that Xiao Yun would be full of joy, even kneeling on the ground with tears of gratitude, hugging each other's feet and kissing them and shouting words of gratitude, Xiao Yun unexpectedly rejected this condition. He even opened the bag that the Fire Kingdom was going to give him in front of him. There were only a few small pieces of magic crystals in it. At first glance, it was probably just a few thousand gold coins. To be honest, it was very stingy, even petty. How could he afford such things? If Xiao Yun took these things now, it is estimated that these old guys present would follow suit and carry them with them directly. There were not many magic crystals in 2s and 3s, and the compensation and apology originally prepared by the kingdom would be forgotten. But now, seeing that Xiao Yun dared to mess with them so brazenly under the contract, many people present could not help but feel cold in their hearts. The 9-headed lion, there were 9 more than they imagined. It is estimated that many people began to doubt whether the things they prepared today were not enough to satisfy him, and they might even be bitten a few more times. This would you consider it again? The old man from the Kingdom of Fire had a gloomy face, narrowed his eyes and threatened in a deep voice. Don't act like a grandson anymore? Don't you have something to ask me? Didn't you act arrogantly before opening the tower? Oh. That's right. You framed me. Xiao Yun didn't mind being a little worse. This guy had used a contract to control him before, and even made all kinds of difficulties on the way to open the tower. He also spoke ill of him in the desert temple. There were even some rumors about him and Kinja in the fortress recently. Xiao Yun didn't think much of it, but after seeing Kinja's look, he decided that these old guys who were swept up by the rumors today would have to pay the price, or they would have their bone marrow extracted. The word Xiao in his name is written backwards. Everyone was chilled in their hearts, and even a little avalanche was added. They knew that the old man of the Fire Kingdom had almost put Xiao Yun, a gunpowder barrel, into the molten lava to burn. There was no need to say what the effect and the end would be, right? Okay, stop talking. Someone came forward to stop him. We are here to discuss things today, which have been delayed for more than a month. If this matter is delayed any longer, it will be too late when the demons take the lead. They had hoped that someone could make a difference, or even Xiao Yun could be more sensible, but unfortunately, it seems impossible now. Many people even used small magic teleportation arrays and magic owls to send letters. We have to fight this guy to the death today. Then don't regret it. Seeing that Xiao Yun did not answer, but just stared at him coldly, and even a group of people came to take sides behind him, the envoy of the Kingdom of Fire felt like he was a bad guy in vain. Now several envoys of the kingdom are looking at him with blaming eyes, which made his old face blush. These fence-sitters, if nothing goes wrong, it's fine, but if something goes wrong, they will fall on both sides. Chapter 179 Useless? Speak less. While taking sides, the envoys of the 4 kingdoms looked at Xiao Yun one after another. Mr. Xiao, Please don't mind us. We have no ill intentions. Old man Huo was just a little impulsive. Don't mind it. Xiao Yun had a sneer on his face. Wasn't it intentional? He almost poked his finger into my nostrils and pointed at me and said, do you agree or not? If you don't agree, I will beat you to death on the spot. Or is it a misunderstanding? Am I stupid or are you stupid? Or are you really blind? Ahem. Xiao Yun didn't want to say much about what they said. He just stared at everyone present with a cold look, then cleared his throat and said, next, I will tell you what I need in exchange for the qualification to enter the dungeon. Think about it yourself. I will start my adventure in 3 days. Many people looked depressed when they heard this. It seems that what we prepared today is not enough. Cinnamon, star anise, no, you should call it 5-pointed starfish, and Xiao Yun chattered. The old guys who heard what he said pricked up their ears and carefully took in every word he said, thinking about it word by word. But after a while, some people were stunned. Many of these things are used for seasoning. Many people in the East use these things to cook and eat. Even many of them are worthless. Medicinal herbs. It's just that the amount Xiao Yun wants is so huge that it's very strange. These things are much cheaper for everyone in the 5 kingdoms. Even many people from the 4 major forces who were eavesdropping were hesitant. Is this guy fishing? Are these things so important? Or is this guy just looking for something to eat? He has no ambitions. Although they thought so, most people listened quietly, and the 4 major forces in the 5 kingdoms were the same. Although the Kingdom of Light recognized Xiao Yun as the Pope, Ai Li was actually a little different from these people. They were in different factions and stood in different positions. Even after the fall of the King of Light, many lords, exiled nobles and royal families stood up. These people claimed to be royal nobles and wanted to take over the foundation of the Kingdom of Light. So many people in the Church of Light were attracted to stand on their side. Now they are using the tiger skin as a banner, and they can't find a point of attack to refute them. So this matter can only be left unresolved. Now everyone was concentrating on listening to the materials Xiao Yun wanted. When Xiao Yun finished speaking, they hurried back. Xiao Yun was also happy to be free, so he walked to Qing Ye's room opposite and knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Me. Who are you? Your husband. Hey. Click. The door opened, and a hand quickly stretched out, grabbed his ear, dragged him into the room, and then closed the door. A few days later, the 5 kingdoms gathered again, and the Kingdom of Fire became more honest, and even changed people. After Xiao Yun checked the materials one by one and confirmed that there was no problem, he spoke, after entering, don't take anything you see, obey the command, and don't leave the team by yourself, otherwise your life and death will not be under my control. Also, find a few people who have seen the Great Mage of Light and go in with me, at least one person from the 5 kingdoms. As he said this, all the members of the 5 kingdoms were confused. Those who didn't know didn't understand what people who had seen the Great Mage of Light meant, and what happened to the Great Mage of Light. Of course, only a few people had seen it, and those in the 5 kingdoms who had seen the Light Mage die in front of them really didn't dare to enter the dungeon again. One careless move, that's death. The main reason is that the death of the Light Mage was so miserable that it was hard to forget after seeing it. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain he had experienced. Even after seeing it, many people, even those at level 100, had a rare nightmare. Although it was just a nightmare, and it seemed that there was nothing after that, but everyone who saw it remembered it in their hearts. This matter really can't be sloppy. No. No. I absolutely won't go. I won't go. I don't want to die. Someone shouted immediately. However, when Xiao Yun looked over, he signaled to the people of the other kingdoms with his eyes, that it was him. Even the people of the 4 major churches also put one of their believers who had seen the scene in Xiao Yun's hands. Then one after another, after all kinds of people gathered, they began to enter the entrance of the underground city one after another, and began to enter the underground city under the leadership of Xiao Yun. And Xiao Yun even brought Qinja in. The most important thing was to worry about her safety, and even Archbishop Ai Li followed into the underground city. After watching Xiao Yun and others leave, the envoys of the 5 kingdoms breathed a sigh of relief. They must have told the people they were going to send before Xiao Yun and others entered, and it would be best if they came back alive. Sometimes it's okay to listen to Xiao Yun. The most important thing is to come back alive and bring intelligence information. Of course, it's no longer within their consideration to say that, but how many people will listen? In this way, a group of people entered the dungeon. The dungeon was full of forbidden magic stones. Although they were of the lowest quality, they were turned into a hole because of some kind of magic barrier. In other words, a little magic power would be absorbed and resisted by the power of the whole. Sometimes quantity is indeed not as good as quality, but sometimes the quantity is used in the right place and it is enough to counterattack or even make up for the quality. Not long after walking, everyone saw the first fork in the road on the map. They could see other routes on the map. It was even very peaceful along the way. They didn't feel any threat, but just felt that Xiao Yun was a procrastinator. He stopped after walking a few steps, and stopped after walking a few steps, as if he was deliberately delaying. However, Xiao Yun sensed through the power of black shadow that the floor tiles would sometimes change the position of the trap with the power of their walking. The whole dungeon was like a Rubik's Cube, and this Rubik's Cube was slowly changing with the movement of himself and others. It can almost be said that all the floor tiles were traps. However, under the knowledge in Xiao Yun's head and the perception of the power of black shadow, these became false style. Of course, they walked for a while without encountering any threats, which made some guys have some different thoughts. Being led by Xiao Yun, a waste of only level 50, and even warned by the old man of his own kingdom to listen to him, is there anything more humiliating than this? Who at the scene is not looking at the sky with his nose? To put it bluntly, the king is flattering the king by serving them tea and water, it is the king's honor. Humph, I think this kid is useless, let's ignore him. At most, be careful, don't touch those treasures, collect some information and go back. Those people didn't come back last time probably because of bad luck and greed. We are not greedy, it's over. It's a waste of time to hang out with this ghost boy, ugh. Someone left the team and walked forward quietly. Chapter 180 Fog. I don't believe that I will die here. The man was indignant. The main thing is that after the Fire Kingdom has tested it, it is found that the contract on Xiao Yun is useless as if it has disappeared. So when they were telling those who followed them, the guy who left the team was unwilling to give up, so he half-jokingly said to the old man, "Isn't it just a level 50 guy? Wait for me to capture him, and then threaten him, isn't it over?" Then he was scolded by the old messenger. Even all kinds of instructions and insults, there are many words like stupid pig. After scolding, this guy is still a little angry now. So, with a long-standing grudge, he finally couldn't help it, and he didn't care about any bullshit instructions. Anyway, he didn't intend to follow Xiao Yun's command before coming in, so he planned to go it alone. But after walking a few steps, Xiao Yun was still standing there. When many people subconsciously walked forward, most of them heard the sound of the floor tiles falling. Xiao Yun silently warned the trembling 5 people from the 5 kingdoms and 4 people from the 4 churches who were forced to follow him, "Don't move for a while, don't move no matter what happens, and don't make any noise." Although the 5 people were confused, they still closed their eyes, covered their ears and squatted on the ground trembling. The other 4 people looked puzzled and even stepped back a few steps, but Xiao Yun didn't care about them. These people are all around level 70, and they are the kind of people who look up to the sky outside, but now they are trembling like calves seeing wild wolves. "Don't move no matter what happens, hold back the sound," Xiao Yun silently warned, standing still under the gaze of those who walked a few steps, staring coldly at the person who stepped on the floor tile. Click! The heavy sound of the stone door sounded, and the stone door fell to the ground in an instant, and Franja, who stepped on the floor tile, continued to walk forward with a look of disbelief. Hwala la. A sound like water flow sounded, which was not strange, rustling. But those who were familiar with this sound and had some knowledge followed Xiao Yun's instructions and stood still silently. They knew what would happen next. Then, after walking a few steps, Franja saw with his own eyes that a large number of insects were rushing towards this side. "Tisk, little insects, I can kill a bunch of them with one slap." Franja slapped the insects that were rushing towards this side in groups with his palm. The flames gathered rapidly and turned into a terrible magic halo and a magic pentagram. According to many people's understanding, these insects might die miserably after this slap, and even nothing would be left. But unexpectedly, the big palm of fire appeared instantly and covered the insects. The forbidden magic stone barrier on the surrounding passages began to tremble, absorbing the overflowing magic destructive power. The rustling sound of the bugs continued, and they continued to move forward. Even until the fiery red curtain of fire dissipated, the bugs still had no loss, and they became more visible to the naked eye, and there was an inexplicable chill floating on the many magicians present. Ah! Damn! What the hell is this thing? Let go of your grandpa! Franja screamed and howled, and Xiao Yun noticed that a bug appeared on this guy's neck. The bug was bursting with black lines, surrounding Franja. This thing called puppet corpse beetle is generally used to guard the tomb. Ghouls like this kind of food very much. It is said that there is also a delicacy called puppet corpse beetle salad that is very popular in the ghoul world. As for the puppet corpse beetles, this kind of thing is also an insect of the undead system. Basically, it has a very strong magic resistance. Only physical damage can cause it. In fact, their physical defense is not even as strong as cockroaches. A slap or a flip-flop may be enough to kill one. But now these things are densely packed and roaring. This is not a number that can be killed with just a slap. Ah! 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 Franja screamed continuously, and the people present felt sad and happy when they heard it. And many people subconsciously used magic elements to launch attacks over there. Although the attack was effective, the magic of earth and wood did cause great damage, and even the magic of ice and snow was not bad. It was a pity that this place was too narrow, and the number of puppet corpse beetles was indeed terrifying, so no matter how they did it, they could not get rid of the huge number of puppet corpse beetles in a short time. Even many people had a lot of puppet corpse beetles emitting puppet corpse lines on their necks and bodies. It was a pity that these people had no awareness, just like fools. It was not until the puppet corpse beetles wrapped them all up like dumplings or mummies one by one that this crazy riot ended. The people brought in by the 9 churches and kingdoms all covered their ears and squatted on the ground, closed their eyes, and bit their lips without saying a word. Don't look, don't listen, don't say, don't do anything. Even if they felt a bug crawling on their face, they were still indifferent. There was also a feeling of tiny bug legs scratching on the soles of their feet, which was very itchy, but it would not stop their behavior. The ostrich buried its head in the sand. Xiao Yun didn't mind them talking, but if they opened their mouths, corpse beetles would crawl in. In fact, it didn't matter if they didn't make a sound or move, after all, as long as they didn't use magic elements, they would be fine. But it's better to be safe than sorry. If you accidentally attracted the curiosity and attention of some corpse beetles, you'd be dead. So, this situation lasted for an hour, and those who survived kept repeating what Xiao Yun had just said in their hearts. If you want to live, don't move or talk. After an hour, these corpse beetles completely passed by, and under the attraction of the barrier, they entered some small cracks in the wall and disappeared. Some people watched a corpse beetle crawling over their eyeballs, but they didn't speak, and covered their mouths tightly. Okay, let's keep going. Xiao Yun nodded, and after the corpse beetle on Franja retracted all the lines and left leisurely, he slowly walked up. By the way, he knocked on the heads of the 9 people squatting on the ground behind him. Originally, only 5 people were obedient and did not move, but with the appearance of Franja's miserable state, the 4 people only had the words Xiao Yun said in their heads, and in an instant, they began to squat on the ground, cover their ears and close their eyes like the 5 people. And Xiao Yun protected Kinja in his arms. Although Ai Li was panting and widening her eyes, and even her hands were shaking, she was still very obedient and did not move. Until this problem was over, many people who were originally rebellious were slightly relieved. Maybe it was just a coincidence? Of course, a small number of people still had brains. What Xiao Yun said on the way here told them not to leave the team and to obey the command. Just now, several of them subconsciously wanted to use magic, but after seeing the dry bones on the ground, they were glad that they were still obedient. Chapter 181 Treasure Room. Let's go. We can't stay in this damn place for long. Let's explore first. Franja just has bad luck. There are also brave people. But after he opened his mouth, he found that many guys who were still suspicious all stood still and looked back and forth between him and Xiao Yun. Obviously, they were still a little afraid. Since you are not afraid, do you dare to step on that floor tile? Xiao Yun suddenly summoned a black shadow, and then asked the black shadow to squat down and pointed at a floor tile in the distance. Hearing this, the guy looked unconvinced, walked forward, raised his foot and stepped on it. What? Just step on it, are you going to eat me? The moment these words came out, the floor tile collapsed, just like Franja. It's better not to move. Xiao Yun reminded again. Hearing this, many people turned pale. They all remembered Xiao Yun's reminder just now. Time passed quietly, and there was no response after just a few minutes. Even the guy who stepped on the floor tile and wanted to leave in a hurry looked contemptuous. Although this floor tile was not what Franja stepped on just now, it also triggered the mechanism, and Xiao Yun was able to accurately explain the details, which showed that this guy really knew how to pass through the dungeon safely. Many people were immediately convinced and hurriedly reminded themselves in their hearts not to be stupid and go against this guy, otherwise they would die without knowing how. See? I said there was nothing. Don't pretend to be a big shot here, let's go. The guy said and took a step forward. Click. A crisp sound like an egg breaking came. It may not be a big deal in this quiet passage, but the touch from the guy's feet told him that the corpse bugs are back again. The reason why there was no tsunami this time was that corpse bugs were constantly emerging from the gaps in the cracks. Many of them even turned around and came back. They had just walked away for a short time, and now they felt the floor tiles were stepping on them. After the collapse of the cave, the location of their original nest was opened again. Under the transmission of pheromones, the corpse beetles came back again. This time there was only one, but what next? Swish! The rustling sound of water kept ringing. This means that the corpse beetles are back again. And that guy didn't dare to move anymore. Even Kinja looked up at Xiao Yun, who was holding her in his arms, with a strange look in her eyes. Before coming here, she had talked to Xiao Yun once, that is, the time when he pulled her ears. Xiao Yun told her a lot of things, such as trusting him after entering the dungeon. Although she was reluctant, the scenes she showed now told her that this man could really be relied on. Kinja listened to the rustling sound of insects crawling, and buried her head in Xiao Yun's arms with a pale face. She didn't dare to look. Even the places on her body where the insects crawled felt itchy in her heart, and she was very disgusted. If she could go back, she would even wash off the skin where the bugs had crawled while taking a shower. It was so disgusting, really disgusting. Of course, after standing there stupidly for a while, another hour passed. Because of Gel's action, everyone stood there, and their feet were almost numb. I have to say that they still complained a little in their hearts. This guy is so, although I had the same idea as him just now, I haven't done it yet, right? Many people with the same idea were also staring at Gel with complaining eyes. Of course, Gel blushed and didn't dare to say anything, but just returned to the team silently. Even many people stood stupidly behind Xiao Yun, Kinja, Ai Li, and the other three. If something happened, Xiao Yun would definitely be the first to die, there was nothing to say. Just like that, after walking and stopping for a while, everyone arrived in front of the first treasure room on the map. It was just strange that there were only wall bricks around here, and there was no secret room door. It even felt like these wall tiles were part of the forbidden magic stone barrier, and there was absolutely no way to open it. What's going on? You didn't lie to us with this map, did you? Gel was now very happy to see Xiao Yun make a fool of himself, so he spoke with a joking look on his face. Many people present also looked at Xiao Yun in confusion, but they were thinking about something else. There are treasures here, so how should they be divided? Or, will there be any danger? Some people felt this way, and some acquaintances who had the same idea took a few steps back at the same time. There is danger. If it is not corpse beetles, the degree of danger will definitely increase greatly. Take advantage of the distance now to keep yourself a little space to escape. Anyway, corpse beetles already know how to deal with it. Of course, Xiao Yun did not explain that many of the materials he brought had smells that corpse beetles hate. Before coming, these smells had already stained Xiao Yun, and humans might smell like sachets. Even some of the materials can be used to ward off evil spirits, or in other words, things that can exorcise demons and prevent curses. Things like lotus petals and lavender were used for cleaning and offering as sacrifices in ancient sacrifices. What's wrong with you? I'm asking you a question. Gel saw Xiao Yun standing there blankly, and then he said loudly with a mocking look on his face. Obviously this guy took Xiao Yun as a soft persimmon. Xiao Yun didn't say anything after hearing this, but just walked forward silently, came to Gel, and then stretched out his foot and stepped on a floor tile. Ka-da! The sound of the mechanism was triggered, and the 9 people behind him who witnessed the miserable state of the great mage of light squatted down again with their heads in their arms. And the others also turned pale, staring at Gel with a strange and blaming look. You, why did you provoke this guy? Is there a hole in your head? Now it's all right, you have to wait for another hour. Even Gel felt that he was really stupid this time. If this guy was sincere in curing himself, Wouldn't he be dead? Gel stood there with a pale face, looking at Xiao Yun with a begging look. Wrong, he was wrong. Okay, get ready, you can use magic after the treasure room is opened. Xiao Yun retreated behind several magicians. After instructing them, the wall in front of them slowly opened and some dust fell down. Get ready for battle. After hearing Xiao Yun's reminder, these people finally remembered that they were actually magicians, swordsmen, and even had powerful strength. Almost cried with joy. Finally remembered what they were. Then, after the treasure room was opened, the scene inside made everyone gasp. There were glowing treasures everywhere. Night pearls and torches illuminated all the treasures in the treasure room. In the opened treasure room, a group of skeleton soldiers who were attracted by the sudden movement glanced over with empty eyes. A strong and oppressive atmosphere when the news came out. Kinja and other beings whose levels were slightly lower than level 80 felt a lot of pressure. Chapter 182 The mechanism is fully activated. Be careful, these skeletons have high magic resistance, be careful not to be entangled by them. Xiao Yun took the opportunity to remind him. Of course, he also saw the contempt in the eyes of several people. Xiao Yun knew that a level 50 opinion was of no use to them, even if they had shown some miracles just now. They still couldn't believe it. Super level, Hellfire Fist. A being over level 70 viciously summoned a burning black flame fist from high in the sky and smashed it towards the skeleton soldier. In front of the skeleton soldier who was only the height of an ordinary person, this fist almost completely covered it. Even the skeleton soldiers beside him were not spared and were directly covered. Boom! The powerful impact was accompanied by waves of hot air and flames, and many people took a few steps back. The black flames were burning with an inexplicable light until the entire treasure room was illuminated. When everyone focused their attention on it, the black flames went out, and the torches in the room were much dimmer than before. It was obviously because of the impact of the light brought by the black flames just now, so that the eyes were a little bit unadapted now. But when everyone looked over, they found that the skeletons seemed to be blocked by the light and flames, standing there stupidly, unable to find the target. But after the flames dissipated, when their eyes were restored, all the guys present felt a chill on their backs. Of course, long-term combat experience told them that they should not panic when encountering such things, and they should find a solution as soon as possible. So a group of people hurriedly controlled their bodies to retreat behind them until they came to Xiao Yun. Of course, it was only the magicians who retreated, and the warriors, knights and other guys were still standing there waiting for battle. Ordinary skeletons obviously would not have this level of magic resistance, so these must be liches. Damn human, you will be cursed for eternity if you trespass into the forbidden land of the lich. Sure enough, the lich soldiers shouted and raised their long swords, rushing towards this side at a high speed. You can even see the terrible curse magic fluctuations emanating from them. If they are hit by them, their fate will be no different from that of the Great Wizard of Light. Anyway, they will die miserably. There are also those guys who are timid. When they see the light of the curse, they will recall the scene of the previous Wizard of Light begging for death in their heads. Almost at the same time, they are dominated by fear in their minds. Go to hell. What kingdom interests? I want to live. A person shouted and stood up and ran away in an instant, wanting to leave this ghost place. Years of enjoyment and arrogance have made them unable to bear this inexplicable grievance and oppression anymore. How can they die here stupidly when they have the opportunity and right to choose their own lives? Can't wait any longer, absolutely not. Of course, some of the collapsed female magicians forced themselves to calm down, squatting on the ground and holding their ears and trembling. They knew what was going on. They could only scream out loud when they were so scared. What else could they do? So, now they could only squat there and wait for the bad news to pass. They could only trust Xiao Yun, this level 50 guy. Moreover, Xiao Yun was of noble status, at least a pope. How could they not lose value by dying with him, and even feel a little bit of profit? Just when this happened, as expected, the mechanism that was changing all the time in the entire dungeon was finally triggered. When the guy who ran away stepped on the floor tiles, there was a little madness and revenge in his eyes. He turned around and stared at the magicians and warriors who were still fighting bravely behind him with a look of satisfaction. But before he could laugh, he saw Xiao Yun and others rushing directly into the treasure room. Of course, a large group of magicians also got into it together. Only this guy was left outside, waiting for the puppet corpses to pass by, and then leave. Humph! You will die in there. I already know how to get out. As long as I don't move, it will only waste some time. What's there to be afraid of? The man muttered, staring straight at the dark passage opposite. Time passed by bit. He waited for a long time, probably a few hours, but he didn't see anything passing by, not even a sound. He didn't even feel any crisis. Or, leave? This thought inexplicably came to this person's mind. But what he didn't see was that there was a dungeon ghost in white clothes, long hair, and a long tongue hanging upside down above his head. It was also a monster of the undead system. If he had moved just now, it meant that this thing would attack instantly. But this kind of ghost is like a blind person. It can only see things that move. This is also the reason why this guy didn't feel the sense of crisis, because he didn't touch to attract the other party's attention. Tick. A drop of water fell on the top of this person's head. Finally, he couldn't help it and looked up with a puzzled look. What on earth could be so wet? Of course, as soon as he moved, he was already dead before he even saw what was on his head. The attack of the undead system, especially the things of the dead soul, only takes a moment to attack. Sometimes it is possession, sometimes it is a curse. From then on, there was a walking corpse in the passage, mumbling some strange tones and words from time to time, echoing in this dark and empty passage. Hey, fortunately, this place can hide. If this place can't hide, we will die today. Xiao Yun hurriedly breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yun didn't have time to check and calculate what mechanism this guy triggered just now, but in this dungeon, just like the Monopoly game, when you step on the mechanism may be a good thing, when it becomes bad luck. The last time we encountered the puppet corpse beetles twice, it was completely luck, and it was also because we were in the front part of the dungeon, otherwise we would not know how a group of people died. Even Xiao Yun, who claimed to have made preparations in advance, did not dare to fully guarantee that he could get through the dungeon safely. Many dangers cannot be avoided by strength, nor can they be solved by prevention. What will happen to him? The female magician who squatted on the ground and saw Xiao Yun and others moving and immediately hurried to keep up with the pace hesitated for a moment and asked with a pale face. Xiao Yun glanced at her after hearing this. I'm not sure, either death, or life is worse than death, or it will be more terrifying than what we know. Her face turned pale again, and she dared not ask again. Sometimes knowing less is also a kind of happiness. Just like the people who were struggling to fight against the lich skeleton soldiers at the scene, they had no idea that they had been entangled by the curse. Maybe they will be fine in the short term, but if they wait for a long time, they will definitely have problems. Chapter 183 The Power of the Curse. So now, the female magician looked at these guys with black air lingering on their bodies as if they were looking at dead people. They are dead, and I am dead. Everyone will die, no one can survive. The female magician squatted on the ground. In despair, she didn't even feel scared. The thoughts in her head were empty. She just followed her instincts like a zombie. If Xiao Yun wanted to leave at this moment, she would follow without hesitation. Of course, if Xiao Yun gave any instructions, she would probably execute them without hesitation. Anyway, they were all going to die, so what was there to be afraid of? Xiao Yun also noticed her reaction, but didn't say anything. But Kinju couldn't bear it, so she gently broke free from Xiao Yun's arms, walked towards the female magician, squatted with her, and grabbed her hand. Sister, are you okay? The female magician looked at her dully, then turned her head and stared at her stupidly, as if she was too lazy to make any other response. The devil curses you. Click. Until the battle over there became white hot, many lich soldiers issued the last vicious curse, and the battle ended when the forest green flames in the eyes of the last lich skeleton went out, and the whole skeleton turned into scattered pieces and fell to the ground. When she saw these people with curses approaching, the female magician trembled and squeezed herself into Kinja's arms desperately, as if only in this way could she avoid being entangled by the curse. Even the female magician saw with her peripheral vision that the weak curses lingering on those people had entangled Xiao Yun and Archbishop Ai Li who were approaching them. It's dead, everyone must be dead. It's over, it's all over. Seeing this, the female magician's despair reached a new level. Sorry. Finally, these people gave in. At least temporarily. In the previous battle, they didn't care about Xiao Yun's reminder at all, and many magicians were cursed before they could dodge. They had heard of this curse before, but they had never seen it in person. Now seeing the curse all over her body, she couldn't help but panic. In fact, it's better to say that she gave in to Archbishop Eli beside him than to give in to Xiao Yun. After all, according to common sense, only light can remove the curse. However, they did notice that Archbishop Ellie retreated desperately when she saw them, as if she saw something dirty, but in their eyes, it was probably because of her attitude and position. In fact, Ellie wanted to scream and retreat after seeing that she was also stained with the curse, but now she was at the door of the secret room. What retreat? Where could she retreat to? Yet, Xiao Yun just nodded and looked around the treasure room. The power of the Black Shadow has begun to explore everywhere. Is there any other exit? If it doesn't work, summon the Black Shadow Core and let them open it from the outside. When these people saw Xiao Yun nod, they hurriedly came to Ai Li, knelt on one knee and clasped their fists and said, "Please bless the Archbishop." Ai Li frowned when she heard it. "I can't solve it." Her tone was full of helplessness, and there was a little despair in her eyes. She was also one of the witnesses who witnessed the miserable state of the Great Mage of Light. And the miserable state of the Great Mage of Light was shocking enough in her eyes. She even had a strong recognition of the cultivation of the Great Mage of Light. She thought she was not as good as the old man, not to mention that she herself practiced the combat type of light magic. Even the Great Mage of Light who was stronger than her might not be able to remove the curse, so how could she, a person who practiced combat magic, do it? "We already know we are wrong. Archbishop, please save us. Please." The group of people exchanged glances. Although they were dissatisfied with Ai Li's attitude at this time and thought that she was making things difficult for them, they had no choice but to swallow their anger. In fact, Ai Li really had no choice. Alas, Ai Li knew that if she didn't explain, they might think that she was deliberately making things difficult for them, but even if she didn't explain, they would think that she was making things difficult for them. "Holy Light bless you." Ai Li clicked a blessing casually. "Holy Light blessing." These people were stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. In fact, only the most common purification could solve the problem. All of them could think that Ai Li actually used super-level magic to help them remove the curse on their bodies. Why? Of course, no one needed to answer. When the holy light bathed in their bodies and they felt that their strength began to increase wildly, they suddenly realized it. The blessing was real, and the effect of the holy light blessing was also true, even more powerful than all the priests they had ever received. However, the curse did not show any signs of abating. Instead, it felt like it had gained a power that could be devoured and began to grow stronger. So much so that many people who originally had a certain amount of time to solve and deal with it now began to speed up the progress of the curse because of the blessing. The blessing of holy light is like a guide, making the places that the curse could not reach become their way forward, and they went straight all the way. No. Ah. It hurts. Damn it. What is this? Cough. Screams were heard, and a group of people instantly hugged their bodies and rolled on the ground screaming. And none of these people were below level 70. After years of tempering, the bodies of magicians and warriors have become extremely tough inside, and although the outside is not as tough as the inside, they have also experienced many battles. Even after reaching this level, many people would just groan and curse a few words even if their hands were cut off. It hurt, but they wouldn't scream so miserably. Those who felt that the curse in their bodies was rapidly eroding also panicked, and hurriedly knelt in front of Archbishop Ai Li and begged bitterly, "Archbishop Ai Li. We were wrong. We were wrong. Please. Please help us. We won't dare to do it again." A group of people even started begging for mercy soon. Curse is not only a physical torture, but also a mental torture. You can see the things you regret most constantly developing in front of you at all times. Even if you have forgiven yourself at the time, when that feeling appears again, every time you forgive yourself, the guilt will become more. What happened cannot be changed. This is the most helpless and helpless scene. No. No, please. Let me go. Get rid of me. Many people can endure the mental and physical torture, but when the things they care about most are repeatedly whipped, the people they love and the things they love can become the objects of the curse to play with and destroy, repair, and destroy. There are really few people who can resist the collapse. Even those wooden people, those who have few emotional sustenance will be cursed to create beloved things in their memories. Chapter 184 Lotus Petals Exorcism. From not having sustenance to having sustenance, this feeling of having something you like will become an unchangeable concept, imprinted in the mind and spirit, and even in cognition. And this cognition is like being cultivated since childhood and cannot be changed. So when torture appears, even hundreds or thousands of tortures appear together, it becomes very terrifying. How terrifying would it be to tear a person into tens of thousands of pieces and torture him at the same time, making him feel the feeling of losing 10,000 things he loves. That's why it's so scary. The occasional muscle stimulation wakes them up and they realize that this is torture, but the feeling just now is so real. They are constantly waiting for the upcoming mental torture under a period of physical torture. Waiting for a second is also extremely long. If there is a pig that knows it will be killed when it is blindfolded, will its waiting become terrifying? This is the feeling now. Someone is approaching you with a knife. You can hear footsteps, but you can't see anyone. You are tied to a chair and can't move or escape. How terrifying is this? Xiao Yun quietly watched these people rolling on the spot under the curse. When he felt that the time was almost up and many people were banging their heads against the wall and trying to commit suicide while they could control their bodies, Xiao Yun hurried forward and took out a mature lotus from the shadow space, picked off the leaves, and then put the petals in his hand. When he walked to a person, he pried open his mouth and put the petals in. Almost when the petals reached his mouth, the cursed breath all over his body became much weaker, and even showed signs of gathering towards his head. No, not the head, but the lotus petals in his mouth. Seeing this scene, the cursed ones who were like a lone boat in the sea hurriedly rolled and crawled to this side, grabbed Xiao Yun's feet and kissed the upper of the shoes fiercely. Save me! Please! Save me! Save me! Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun felt a chill, and then handed the petals to him. After the other party took it, he put the lotus petals in his hand into his mouth with a trembling body. Finally, when they put it in their mouths, they breathed a sigh of relief, lying motionless like corpses. Only the chests that were still rising and falling could be seen. This scene made them breathe a sigh of relief. Alive, alive! Some people even wished to hug Xiao Yun's shoes and kiss them all night, it was so comfortable. More than a lifesaver? It was a grace of rebirth. No, it was better than a grace of rebirth. I really don't know how to describe it, anyway, it's good. The joy of being saved and comfortable overflowed in people's hearts. Xiao Yun asked them to spit out the lotus petals only after the curse on them had dissipated. The lotus petals that were spit out were like mud. When they touched the ground, they turned into black lotus fire and burned, and finally turned into ashes and a wisp of black smoke and dissipated. When the female magician saw this scene, a light of hope flashed in her eyes. Xiao Yun did not explain much. He washed his hands with water. After wiping them clean, he came to Kinja and stared at her. Kinja avoided Xiao Yun like a tiger, or rather, avoided him like a tiger because of the remaining curse on him. Even the female magician had to retreat a little even though she knew he had an antidote. What? Am I poisonous? Xiao Yun asked with a look of disgust. Kinja suddenly nodded cutely, stay away from me. Don't come over. Just like playing around, she raised her pink fist and looked like she was going to hit him with a lump. Xiao Yun had no choice but to take out the lotus seed from the center of the lotus, peel it open, and hand it over. He looked at Kinja and said, eat a little first. Even if you are possessed by something dirty, you can solve it quickly. Kinja took the lotus seed doubtfully, stared at Xiao Yun, and then put the lotus seed in her mouth and chewed it gently. She was afraid that this plague god would get close to her. Even the embrace that she felt very safe just now was like a garbage dump now. She didn't want to get close to this guy again. The main reason was that the traces left by the other people who rolled on the ground and screamed were really not very good looking, nor did they smell very good. Even that scene would leave a mark in Kinja's mind. Xiao Yun then looked at Ai Li, who was shivering and hiding in the corner to suppress the curse, and then took off a lotus heart and threw it directly over. Ai Li took it and stared at him suspiciously, you want me to eat it with the shell? Why don't you help me peel it? Really? Xiao Yun shrugged, that's different, she is my family's emperor, and also my wife. Qingya blushed when she heard this, and the lotus seeds in her mouth suddenly tasted wrong. She wanted to spit it out at the first time, but after a moment of hesitation, she continued to chew until she ate it, and her face was covered with red clouds. Finally, Xiao Yun picked a lotus leaf and handed it to the female magician squatting on the ground. Hey, be obedient, it's actually very easy to explore. In fact, the reason why Xiao Yun brought these people who knew the curse in was to let them see their own strength, and then go out to promote it, which would help him open things outside the dungeon. After all, the center of the world is divided into many layers, and it takes a certain amount of time to open it. Okay, everyone can start choosing treasures. There are not many magic storage props brought today. Just pack as much as you can. Do you hear me? Immediately, someone began to organize the distribution of treasures. Xiao Yun was not in a hurry. He walked leisurely among them, watching the group of people using their arms to collect the treasures on the ground. Either gold or various cups, crowns, swords, etc. Most likely, they are the relics of some lords. It's best to purify these things after taking them out. They have been cursed for staying with the undead for so long. Xiao Yun couldn't help but remind them as he walked among them. Hualala! A large amount of treasure instantly slipped from the arms of these ecstatic people. Some people even rushed to pour out the gold, magic props, magic crystals, and other things that had been put into the magic container before, and many people even poured out their own items, staring at the treasures on the ground with fear. No, are you so scared? Xiao Yun scratched his head awkwardly. There is a little curse breath, but it is still much weaker than the real curse magic. At most, it makes people a little uneasy. It can be washed with holy water. After saying this, these people breathed a sigh of relief. If they were really infected by the curse again, they really didn't know how to describe it. They didn't want to experience that kind of thing again. So, while everyone was anxiously loading treasures, Xiao Yun also picked a few things. Of course, he didn't pick any jewelry for Kinja, but picked a few cursed objects for himself, and then absorbed the breath inside to improve his strength. And the reason why he didn't eat lotus petals or even lotus seeds just now was that these curses were actually beneficial to him, but only a small part of the curse was contaminated on his body. Now it has all been absorbed, and perhaps no one has noticed this. Chapter 185 A Great Victory. It's just a pity that the curses on those people are not aimed at Xiao Yun himself, otherwise his level would have to be raised by who knows how much. After entering here, his level has been raised from level 50 to level 55. Level 5 is very high for some people, but it is just level 5 for most people. But Xiao Yun could feel that the power of the shadow in his body had become stronger. Seeing that all the treasures that could be collected were almost collected, and the objects that could hold things, pockets of clothes, trousers, and other things were filled, these adventurers and people from the kingdom also looked at Xiao Yun. Now this guy is the leader, it is absolutely right to listen to him. Xiao Yun looked at the treasures that were still as big as a hill in the treasure room, and then waved his hand and put them all directly into the shadow space. This scene made many people look at him more. This level of magic storage props is rare. Of course, no one dared to have other thoughts. It's just that this attention should be reported. These magicians and warriors from level 100 to level 70 all stared at Xiao Yun. Okay, it's almost time to go. Xiao Yun sensed it, then walked to a wall, pointed it casually, and a square brick the size of a fingertip was pressed down. Boom! After a while of shaking, the door of the treasure room opened, and a group of people suppressed their ecstasy and looked at Xiao Yun silently. The meaning was very clear. Come! Xiao Yun waved at Kinja. Kinja was a little disgusted, but the blush on her face had not yet dissipated. Although she was a little resistant in her heart, she still walked up obediently and stood beside Xiao Yun. She didn't want to walk with these guys who were like cannon fodder behind her. She didn't know when she would get into trouble. Kinja was very smart and knew what was going on. An Ai Li quietly came to Xiao Yun without making a sound, and the three of them walked out in a line. Just at this time, they saw the guy who was running wildly being devoured by the ghost. This time Ai Li was decisive. Maybe she couldn't break some of the Lich's curse, but she could easily solve these ghosts. After a flash of light, the guy knelt down directly, and then fell to the ground, completely without life. As for the ghost, it silently absorbed the life force in the other party's body in an instant before the light magic came, and fled directly. It has a clear understanding of who should be provoked and who should not be provoked. Of course, there were only a few things along the way. The others were very obedient. Under Xiao Yun's leadership, except for encountering a few more waves of puppet corpses and Xiao Yun accidentally not noticing that the mechanism spread to a floor tile behind him and was stepped on by someone, basically nothing happened. Go back the way you came. This time, many people were brought and many people went back. Only a very few guys who wanted to be special and make trouble were left in the dungeon forever, although there were also many innocent people. What should we do? Will none of them be able to get out? Should we believe him? What can we do if we don't believe him? Do you have any other ideas now? Alas! It has been a full month since Xiao Yun and the others entered the underground city. One day already made them anxious, let alone a month. The time in the underground city is completely different from the time in the outside world. Even Xiao Yun may have overlooked this and forgotten the time agreed with this group of people. As a result, a group of people gathered anxiously on the top of the magic fortress, watching the entrance to the underground city. They didn't dare to rush over to investigate the situation. If they were not careful, they would be besieged by the demons. The current situation was very delicate. It was said that humans would be defeated after they took control of the magic fortress, so a group of demons would quickly launch an attack at this time. After all, this was a golden opportunity for them to successfully invade the human city. After all, no demon knew what would happen if humans foolishly made a mistake and locked themselves in their own door. There was a difference between a door that was opened and a door that was closed and no one was watching. So the demons were very nervous and wanted to take this opportunity to open the door of the human home and enter one of them to rob. But now there is another situation, that is, a vicious dog appeared in front of the door that everyone wanted to bite, but no one could bite. It would be better not to pay attention, but defeating this vicious dog would benefit everyone, although the cost might be a bit high. But opportunities themselves are accompanied by great dangers, so they are waiting and watching. Last time, the demons sent people in to test their guesses and conduct experiments, while the humans directly sent Xiao Yun, who opened the gate, in. It must be said that the demons were very curious, and the news of the Lich King was circulating among the demons, so they all stared at the dungeon. Now a whole month has passed, and they don't know what happened in the dungeon. Of course, the demons are as anxious as the humans. If Xiao Yun can come out, it means that both sides may have a chance to cooperate. The demons can cooperate with Xiao Yun under certain circumstances. After all, the demons are sure and have a trump card to ensure that humans will cooperate with them. But as time goes by, coupled with the tragic situation after the Light Wizard came out not long ago, both the human race and the demons feel a little bit of suspense. Did this kid really die in there? It's hard to say, but it's very likely. I think they are all dead. Someone couldn't help but sigh, with a lonely look on his face. The inheritance of mankind can easily disappear or be cut off. This situation is not difficult to occur. As long as there is an occasional riot, it is easy to cut off the inheritance. Alas, hopeless. The people of the Church of Light also had sighs and sadness on their faces, but the last layer of divine light in their eyes was ecstatic. Now, because of the appearance of the fortress, the demons in the Kingdom of Light, the other 4 kingdoms and the 4 churches have been solved. The territory has been stabilized again. Although the territories of some lords have also been invaded, they have now been completely solved by the fortress. The large formation on the city in the rear has been opened, and there is no place for the demons in the formation. If it was invaded by the demon army, the situation might not be so optimistic, but now it is not an invasion by the demon army, so the difficulties have been solved directly. The Kingdom of Light has reshuffled, and those who are not in a high position will also have the opportunity to start rising. It's time to seize this opportunity to turn over a salted fish. Someone is coming out. Suddenly, the patrolman who was assigned to observe the entrance of the underground city saw people slowly walking out of the entrance of the underground city, and his face was full of ecstasy, and then he ran over quickly to report the news. What? This kid, actually the old men had never felt so yearning and looking forward to the arrival of a person in their lives, not even their wives. For the first time in their lives, they ran so fast. Just for a man. Ahem, this statement is weird. Chapter 186, Hit the Snake at its Weakest Point. As expected, the person who appeared at the entrance was Xiao Yun. A group of people hurriedly surrounded him to ask about his well-being and make indirect inquiries. Of course, most people showed their eagerness, but they still had brains. After all, there were many people sent in by each family, and their abilities were very different. It was easy to have intelligence errors. If they asked now, there would definitely be problems. So each family took their own family members and rushed to their own base in the Kingdom Fortress. It's not easy to ask now. Once there is a unique discovery, it will be an exclusive lead. This kind of lead is what everyone is most happy to see. Everyone is drunk, but I am sober. Unfortunately, Xiao Yun already knew what they were up to, so Xiao Yun himself would not be so stupid as to reveal all his cards, but only a small part. Now they have to make all the people who joined from the 5 kingdoms feel that they have gotten a great bargain, and then continue to cooperate with him. During the cooperation process, they can also arrange a few layers of bait, so that before Xiao Yun can lift the hook, they will flutter ashore and enter Xiao Yun's fish bucket. At that time, even if they want to stop them, they will have no chance. It is also at that time that Xiao Yun and them can easily open the secret of the center of the world under the mutual checks and balances, so that he can leave this ghost place with Kinja. After all, Xiao Yun still has a lot of knowledge about the demons and the five kingdoms. Great resentment and fear. If you are not careful, your life will be controlled by them. This feeling is not very pleasant. However, it has only been a few days since you entered. Why do you suddenly feel so tired? Even Kinja, who was carried on his back, had fallen into a deep sleep, as if he had experienced some pain and fatigue. Xiao Yun himself felt a little mentally exhausted. So, carrying Kinja, they returned to the room of the kingdom fortress together, and Ai Li and others also left. People from the five kingdoms began to exchange information with each other, known and unknown information, most of which were irrelevant news obtained after repeated confirmation and screening from the population of people who collected intelligence after entering the dungeon, and were also used for fishing. Because if the other party has any unique discovery in the case of information asymmetry, others will make a fortune. So from screening information to the final exchange of information, many days passed directly, and even the five kingdoms held a meeting, but Xiao Yun and Kinja were not invited to this meeting. This was also within Xiao Yun's own expectations. After all, Xiao Yun is now half an enemy to them. The information that this enemy has is unknown to the five kingdoms. Similarly, Xiao Yun does not know how much the five kingdoms know about him. In other words, it can almost be said that Xiao Yun is now regarded as an imaginary enemy. While exchanging information, they use information to understand the information of Xiao Yun, the imaginary enemy. When the five kingdoms gradually become clear from unknown, Xiao Yun will be completely controlled by them. At that time, any strategy that is more conducive to dealing with Xiao Yun will be at hand. It is no exaggeration to say that although this meeting is to exchange information, it is also a voting meeting on the attitude of the five kingdoms towards Xiao Yun to a certain extent. If someone wants to lick Xiao Yun and treat him as a partner instead of a weak pawn, the other kingdoms may think together whether they should kick out the kingdom that stands on the wrong side at some point. Sometimes the enemy of the enemy is a friend, but the friend of the enemy is your enemy. This is absolutely correct. No one knew what was discussed at the meeting. Even Ai Li did not say a word, but just listened silently. It was hard to tell what her attitude was. The information exchange went smoothly. It was unknown who took advantage and who suffered. Anyway, for the time being, it seemed that the attitudes of the five kingdoms were very consistent. Facing a Tai Sui who was domineering over them, they would rather have a chess piece that they could order and move at will. At the same time, in the territory of the demon clan, the army gathered at the border, and all the demon lords and monster lords of the Lord's land came. The Lord's land is the habitat of all demons and monsters in the center of the world. It is a bit like a gathering city for monsters. There is no prosperous market like humans here, but there are rules, such as prohibiting fighting and fighting near water sources. At this moment, in a barren forest, the demon army gathered and just moved a table. Damn it, humans have already successfully explored a circle and come out. Do we still have to wait here so frustrated? According to what I said, just rush up and occupy it directly, don't care about anything else? They dare to collapse. The irritable demon bear slammed the table fiercely, but there was a tentative look on his face. Obviously, the impulsiveness was just a performance. It is said that old age makes wisdom. As the saying goes, even if a pig is given tens of thousands of years, it can learn to be smart at least a little, not to mention these undead demons who have been dead for a long time and are just covered with a layer of skin. The lesson that time has taught them is not just to fall again and again, but to learn not to go to the place where you fall, and not to get up, but just to go around. No demon will not understand this simple truth. So now this bear demon is irritable, but in fact, there are all kinds of strange expressions in his eyes. Otherwise, catch that guy? Anyway, the humans will never dare to rush out of the fortress. Isn't it better to catch that guy during the next exploration? Another Demon King army cadre spoke up, this time it was the Headless Horse Stone. As a good warrior, he showed a desire to fight that was obviously hundreds of times stronger than the bear demon. His strategy was also a good strategy. Just when everyone's eyes were full of praise and they were about to make a ruling on this plan, two people slowly walked over. One of them could be seen as a girl, wearing a black cloak, a black gauze skirt inside, a veil on her face, and white skin. The person next to her was the Lich King in a wizard robe. It's a good idea, but the map of the dungeon has been lost, and even a lot of demon blood has been lost. It's not easy to deal with some of the monsters. The Lich King pointed directly at the snake's weak spot. This sentence also made the demons present pale. The low-level monsters they had sent to the dungeon just lingered at the entrance. Figured to see something from the door. After all, you have to go step by step. But even if they just stay at the door and check the door, many people died, and even only one was left. Not long after returning, he died after reporting the intelligence. You can imagine how terrible the dungeon is? That's it, it's useless for them to grab Xiao Yun's key. Who knows what's going on down there? Are there any new changes? Even if they know the situation down there, how to solve it? If they encounter some mechanisms, this key will suddenly mess up while leading the way, and it won't be his problem if people can't get out at that time. Chapter 187 Demon Princess. If this key is dead, it's okay, you can point it to hit it, use it however you want, without any fear, hesitation, or worry. But this key has its own will. If the key is accidentally broken, the door is not opened, and the trap guarding the door is triggered first, it's not surprising that they are annihilated. That's why the Lich King is afraid. Moreover, that kid seemed to have a royal temperament, even purer than the royal temperament. Even the Lich King felt afraid, so there was a kind of obsession in his heart, that is, never offend Xiao Yun. Unless it is absolutely necessary, never take the initiative to offend. Although the previous test was already an offense, it is worth it to verify whether humans have the real forbidden magic stone. Then I will go. Finally, the girl spoke, and the sound of silver bells rang. If Xiao Yun was here, he would definitely prick up his ears. He would definitely think that this voice is very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere, or even heard it in the past day. But he definitely doesn't know the people of the demon clan, so he would be very curious why there are people he is familiar with here. But he is not here. No. Humans are cunning. Princess, don't do that. Don't take risks. A group of demons hurried to stop them. Humph. The bear demon exhaled fiercely, snorted coldly, slapped the table, stood up and said angrily, in my opinion, just go and catch that kid, and then the Lich King will cast a curse to control him, and that's it, why so much trouble? I said, I'll go. The girl called the princess repeated again. Although the voice was very small, it was very firm in this noisy environment that was like a vegetable market, like a piercing arrow, directly breaking through the dark clouds in the sky. This even the Lich King was a little embarrassed. Originally, it just thought that Her Royal Highness the Princess said this just because she had thought it through, and she made a little statement in this meeting to express her attitude, and these demons would definitely not let her put herself in danger, so in the end, this attitude showed that her goal was naturally achieved, and there was no loss. As a result, now it seems that she seems to be serious. I'll go there myself. The princess spoke again, and the noisy environment instantly quieted down. Everyone lowered their heads with solemn expressions, and no one dared to speak. Originally, it was just a courtesy. The princess has only been here for a few months, and they don't want to offend her. If they are not careful, they will cause trouble. You don't need to agree, the princess will go by herself. After the girl said that, she stood up, barefoot, and as she walked, the black bell tied to her ankle began to jingle. A group of demons looked at the Lich King eagerly. The Lich King sighed, stood up and followed him. No more persuasion. Originally, the relationship within the demon clan was very deadlocked. Now these old generation of demons are still alive and kicking, and they have to occupy power. The new demon princesses, princes, lords, demon kings and other people cannot get the increase in strength and power, and they are all anxious to death. In addition, humans opened the fortress and dungeon, which was almost like throwing mines into the water. Countless fish were blown up to the surface, and some fish, crocodiles, and other things that had been hiding under the water for a long time began to move. Under the fluctuating situation, these demons were all thinking about making a profit, rather than risking the face of refuting a princess and offending her. So the Lich King could only follow the princess and walk towards the direction of the human fortress. Knock, knock, knock. After returning to the room and having a good sleep, Xiao Yun, who didn't know how long he had slept, suddenly heard a hurried knock on the door. He got up with sleepy eyes, walked to the door, and looked through the cat's eye. Outside was Kinja, who looked anxious and blushing, as if something had happened. Xiao Yun hurriedly opened the door, looked at her, and waited for her answer. She's coming to find me. She's coming to find me. What should I do? Kinja looked at Xiao Yun and begged, as if she was about to cry, Please don't let her find me, okay? Xiao Yun looked doubtful. Looking at her in confusion, he seemed to not understand why she behaved like this. What happened? Are those old guys from the 5 kingdoms threatening you? Don't be afraid, tell me, I'll help you solve it. Xiao Yun thought, now the crisis for him and Qingye is only the 5 kingdoms, and no one else will be a threat to him and her, right? Seeing Qingye's aggrieved look, Xiao Yun stretched his muscles, clenched his fists and muttered viciously, these old guys really deserve a beating, it seems that the threat to them is not enough. No, no. Qingye shook her head and bit her lip, she is here. Xiao Yun's face froze when he heard this, and the old guys from the 4 kingdoms who happened to pass by the passage and came to invite Xiao Yun to discuss matters all had complicated expressions and didn't know what to say. Indeed, they were very afraid of Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's value was too great, and even the benefits of bringing people in last time were also great. However, after hearing what Xiao Yun said deliberately in front of them, their hearts sank even more. As expected, this guy has many tricks. It's time to be on guard in the future. But the girl in front of this guy now seems to be able to be used? Many people's eyes flashed, and then they made small calculations in their hearts, but seeing that Xiao Yun and Qingye seemed to have something to discuss, they could only wait aside. Now is the time for the dungeon to be important, and they have to be cautious. They have to show the right attitude and not neglect Xiao Yun. When this attitude is no longer useful, or when Xiao Yun is no longer useful, they will kick him away. That's when it's time to really put on airs. Him? Or her? Who? Xiao Yun saw her shaking her head, but he was even more confused. Could it be Archbishop Ellie? Why is she crazy? Not really, she and I are just a cooperative relationship. She only needs a few of the treasures in the dungeon. Now she has searched the first treasure room and can't find what she wants. It won't conflict with me, right? Yes, that's it. Qingye's face was pale, and he mumbled for a long time without knowing what to say. Boom. 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 Suddenly, 3 violent explosions sounded. Demon Lich King, please see His Excellency Xiao Yun. When the voice came, Qingye's face turned even paler, and her hand, which was interlocked with Xiao Yun's, tightened. Xiao Yun frowned and patted the back of her hand gently, trust me, I'm here. Qingye's complexion improved slightly, but she was still a little solemn. Damn guy! Are you provoking me to this extent? The old men from the 4 kingdoms also expressed their opinions to Xiao Yun. They probably guessed that the girl next to Xiao Yun had something to do with the people who came now. If standing up and showing their attitude can make Xiao Yun feel a little good, it will at least not do them any harm. Xiao Yun's words just now, these old guys seem to need a beating, scared them and made them uneasy. Chapter 188. What the hell is going on? The benefits they got from the dungeon have made them so happy that they don't know what to do. They even wake up laughing at night. If they offend Xiao Yun, and Xiao Yun trips them up, they will probably fall and bleed in the dungeon. But now it seems that everything is fine. Just as the group of people walked out of the fortress. At the same time, outside the fortress, the demon princess stared at the edge of the city wall with some boredom, walked forward a few steps, hesitated for a while, and then she jumped directly onto the city wall. Under the attention of the city defenders, the powerful high-ranking officials of the major kingdoms who heard the news, and the adventurer guild, she tried to enter the castle directly. Is there something wrong with her brain? If she had eaten some peanuts while drinking, she wouldn't have gotten so drunk. This woman, was she kicked in the head by a donkey? Did the donkey also eat the walnuts that were caught by the door? Tisk tisk tisk, I guess she'll get a bloody head soon. Under the grumbling and watching eyes of a group of people, the girl directly passed through the barrier and walked to the city wall. Her almond eyes were filled with joy, excitement, and curiosity. However, looking at the guys around her who were all ready to face the enemy and even had many magics brewing, she had no choice but to raise her hands helplessly. I didn't move. Although she sounded very cute and silly, no one present dared to underestimate her anymore, and even those who were about to speak swallowed the words that were on their lips. Directly passing through the magic barrier, with such a strong fluctuation of magic energy on her body, if you say she is a human, no one will believe it. But she is showing no hostility now, who knows if it is fake. The riots caused by the Lich in the city had already made them very afraid. Keep your distance. Don't let her have the chance to cast a curse. After thinking of this, a group of people who could command quickly issued an order to keep those who were slightly closer away. There are always some people with inexplicable. The passive domain of the demons is the same. Some undead spirits have their own corpse gas domain. Once they get close, they will corrode and curse people's flesh and blood. Ah, it's boring. The girl sighed, and stood at the entrance of the city wall with her hands raised as if surrendering, looking around, as if looking for something. Finally, after a while of people tumbling and making way, a figure that made her eyes flash came into her sight. You're finally here. I thought you were so afraid of me that you didn't dare to show up. The demon princess stared at Kinja, who was hiding behind Xiao Yun with contempt. Kinja shrank her neck and tried her best to hide her whole body behind Xiao Yun to avoid being seen by the demon princess, which would make her feel better. It's you. Xiao Yun frowned, with a cold look on his face, staring at the demon princess in the distance. The long sword on his waist was about to be unsheathed. Just the momentum made people around him avoid him like a tiger. Now Xiao Yun was like a peerless sword that was unsheathed and sharp. If he was not careful, he would burn people present. Of course, Kinja was fine. Xiao Yun was still confident in controlling his power. Oh, the demon princess over there touched her chin, squinted her eyes, and almost turned into a crescent. She was obviously smiling sweetly, but she couldn't see her face because of the veil. Xiao Yun saw her smiling, and his brows frowned a little more. The other party's fighting power was not weak, and even posed a strong threat to him. But why are you protecting her so much? And why are you so cold to me? She will be sad. The demon princess said like a spoiled child, and then began to slowly approach this side. It was like a demonic sound echoing in his head, and it would not go away until she approached him. Xiao Yun suddenly realized and wanted to distance himself. But his hand was already held tightly. It was impossible to pull out the knife, so he could only watch her hold his hand with her eyes wide open, and then walk around him and look at Kinja behind him. Don't you miss me? It's been a long time since we last met, but I really didn't expect that you would find him by yourself. The words of the demon princess were full of jealousy and envy, and even a little angry. Hearing this, Kinja shrank back, biting her lips with an embarrassed look, and the hand holding the corner of Xiao Yun's clothes increased its strength. What are you afraid of? I won't eat you. The demon princess walked around Xiao Yun and walked towards Kinja behind her. And Xiao Yun found that he couldn't move. Demon power, the real demon power, just a slight shock from the breath, his body couldn't move. After he found himself unable to move, Xiao Yun shouted angrily, "Don't touch her." Black shadows rushed out from behind him, whether in the dark or everywhere in the fortress, so dense that they almost dyed the area black. All the scarlet eyes were fixed on this side. And Kinja had been protected far behind. There was a little anger in the eyes of the demon princess, and her white hands were tightly clenched into fists. It can be seen that she was very angry. Aren't you coming out? Then the demon princess did not entangle with Kinja anymore, but retreated to Xiao Yun, hooked his head, which was taller than her, with her fingers, guided it towards herself, and then she stood on tiptoe. No. No. That's mine. After seeing this scene, Kinja rushed forward, grabbed the demon princess's wrist tightly, and pushed it away with her other hand. The demon princess seemed to have expected it long ago, and was pushed away by her lightly. Her eyes were full of amusement. You don't want it? What else can you say? Even if you die, you won't have any contact with this man if you jump down from here. Seeing these sudden scenes, Xiao Yun's head was filled with shocks like a nuclear explosion. What's going on? She didn't want to. But fortunately, my wife protects me. Hey. Kinja nodded slightly, her eyes dodged, biting her lips, and her fingers on both hands kept fiddling with each other, looking very entangled. After a long time, under the gaze of the demon princess with a smile, she raised her head. He is mine. Mine. I don't care what happened before. He is mine now. Hearing this, the smile in the demon princess' eyes gradually became cold, and the faint smile on her face disappeared instantly, instead becoming murderous. Swish! With a crisp sound, the sound of the knife coming out of the sheath sounded. The demon princess was not shy. She casually slapped Xiao Yun's hands that were holding the demon Taoist Muramasa and Blood Moon, and casually pulled out a demon sword and threw it to Kinja. The demon princess herself casually pulled out the Blood Moon from Xiao Yun's waist, stepped back a few steps, held the Blood Moon in her hand, pointed directly at Kinja, and said, "Why not try?" Kinja was caught by her gaze and dodged backwards in fear. Xiao Yun watched this scene happen with his eyes filled with anger. At the same time, a touch of blood red also appeared in his eyes. He was furious and shouted at the demon princess, "If you dare to touch her, I will make you live a life worse than death." Chapter 189 To Kinja? Clang. After a crisp sound, the demon sword Muramasa fell to the ground with a clear crisp sound. Kinja didn't catch it, and even cut her hand with the knife. The coldness in the eyes of the demon princess was even worse. "You are such a waste, what can you do with him? Let him protect you all the time." Kinja's face turned a little paler after hearing this. She realized her weakness, and she realized it from the beginning. Hiding here and there, she has lived enough. To be honest, it's annoying like this. "Pick up the knife, today only one of you and I can stay," the demon princess urged with inexplicable majesty and anger. The envoys, senior officials, adventurers, and others from the 5 major kingdoms who rushed over later were all stunned. What's going on? But after a group of people explained, they probably understood. This is robbing a man. Shocked, snatching a man from the princess of the ancient dark country. Who is this woman from the demon clan? I have never seen this before. Kinja was almost crying in a hurry. She stood there and squatted down to get the knife several times, but she couldn't even lift the knife and missed it several times. Even the weight of the knife made it difficult for her to pick it up easily. In the end, she could only barely hold up the knife. It can be seen that she used all her strength. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yun's heart sank. Kinja must not be able to beat her. "You're not running away." The demon princess was stunned for a moment, but only for a moment. Kinja didn't say anything, holding the knife in her hand tightly, using all her strength to prevent it from falling to the ground again. Even if she didn't have the strength to swing it, she was still holding the long knife. "Looks like you are ready." The demon princess narrowed her eyes and held the knife in one hand. The blue veins on her white hand were faintly visible. No one dared to go up. Even the old men from the 4 kingdoms knew that this girl was either rich or noble, and they could not afford to offend her. For Xiao Yun, offend a demon noble? Now they have 5 kingdoms to defend separately. If she dies or something happens, will the Lich King standing like a stake below listen to your explanation? If she goes back alive, will she listen to your explanation? At that time, don't you focus on taking care of the defense area of the person you are standing up for? Those people from the other 4 kingdoms and the 4 churches will help you. At that time, they might take advantage of the fire and run over with a few pots of gasoline to pretend to put out the fire, step on you a few times, and then pour gasoline. There is no doubt that this kind of thing will definitely happen. So no one dares to stand up now. As for Kinja, after hearing the battle start, she also reluctantly tried to move the knife, either to defend or attack, but unfortunately she couldn't do it. It would be difficult to get rid of it. "Go to hell." The demon princess walked up leisurely and waved the blood moon in her hand fiercely. The strong wind caused by her action brought up the surrounding air, and instantly formed a layer of terrible strong wind blowing over, and many people with slightly lower levels could not stand. But Kinja stared at the demon princess with her eyes, with determination and fearlessness on her face. At this moment, she figured it out. Before the demon princess found Xiao Yun, she still had a chance, whether to escape or stay away, she could do it. But if she left now, it would be a farewell forever. She didn't want to face the feeling of worrying about gains and losses anymore. She couldn't escape, there was nowhere to go. Now the first image that came to her mind was Xiao Yun's arms, where she was like a swallow with a nest. No matter what happened, the swallow would always return to the nest. And now, someone forced her to leave. She would never be able to go home, and she would not tolerate this happening. Seeing that the strong wind brought by the long knife falling from high had blown her hair everywhere, the long knife that was being dragged in her hand also loosened, and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Facing death, closing her eyes, clenching her fists, her face was full of cold sweat. Qing Feng Buddha's face, the blade was in front. At the last moment, the knife stopped. Xiao Yun over there did not say another word, but just stared coldly at this side. If possible, he did not want to show that helpless and miserable look, so he could only watch helplessly now. If he could survive, once Kinja had something happen, he would spend the rest of his life to repay the person who gave him this miserable situation. Fortunately, it stopped at the last moment. "Do you know what I always hate about you?" The demon princess put away her knife and bent down waist, picked up the demon sword Muramasa on the ground, slowly walked back to Xiao Yun and put the sword back to its original place. Without waiting for Kinja to answer, she said coldly, "I hate your cowardice, no matter it was before or not long ago, but just now, I began to hate myself. In fact, I have always hated myself. The demon princess was a little entangled, untied her veil, and looked at Xiao Yun. I have remembered that you were mean to me just now for another woman. You should remember it well too. Do you hear me? Xiao Yun was completely stunned. She is Kinja, you are also Kinja, both of you are Kinja, then. He was already confused. When he felt that his body could move, Xiao Yun almost didn't think much, and ran directly to the direction of Kinja over there, asking about her well-being. Are you okay? Apply medicine quickly. Are you scared? After asking, Xiao Yun was startled and felt a tingling sensation on his back. When he turned around, he saw a person standing behind him coldly, his eyes fixed on him. Xiao Yun shivered unconsciously at the inexplicable killing intent and coldness. Normally, Kinja was his prey. Xiao Yun was calm and confident about this prey. But now, her appearance made him feel that the prey was himself. He even felt that there would be two hunters standing on the same front in the future, staring at him and hunting him. Let me introduce myself. The person you are marrying is me and her, but because of the split, I have changed my name to Xiaoshu now. Xiaoshu? Why? Xiao Yun didn't come back to his senses. Xiaoshu explained, her name is Xiaoye. Xiao Yun hesitated for a moment, and his eyes became strange when he looked at Kinja. Indeed, people over there change their surnames after getting married. But, he has two wives now? What should he do? If Xiao Yun said it himself, it must be a good thing, one person can enjoy two happinesses alone. But I really don't want to experience the Shura-like feeling just now again. Alas, Xiao Shu came forward, picked up Xiao Yun, helped him to sort out the mess on his collar and clothes, stared at him and said seriously, of course, I am her, she is me, but the personality is different, so what I did just now, I can't pretend it didn't happen. Xiao Yun knew that she was talking about the fact that she was angry with her because of Qingya just now. Xiao Yun had no choice but to play dumb at this time. Oh, my dear wife, what are you doing here this time? Not just to tell me your identity, right? Xiao Yun's brain turned, and she didn't respond to her directly, and she was just pretending to be confused now. This kind of conspiracy can't be touched. If you are not careful, you will be blown to pieces. Let's not step on this landmine. Chapter 190 Shame. You can't reason with women, not to mention that you are in her home turf. If you are not careful, you will be tricked into being slaughtered. I guess you will have to count the money and say good things about her when she sells you meat. Just like now, if I dare to say aren't you the same person? Then Xiao Shu will quickly bring up what she said before, Xiao Shu is Xiao Shu, Qingya is Qingye, you're fierce Xiao Shu, what does it have to do with my Qingye? That's it, this topic can't be touched even if you die. I'd rather die. Oh, Xiao Shu looked thoughtful and stared at Xiao Yun, who was smiling apologetically. Xiao Yun smiled apologetically under her gaze, rubbing his hands like a servant. Actually, I'm here to negotiate with you about the conditions for cooperation, which is the center of the underground city. I'm sure you know what that means, right? Now that the demons are involved, it will only benefit you. Xiao Shu said, and began to rub his hands. Compared to this, how do you explain what happened just now? Ahaha, well, since you are so opinionated, dear, I'll listen to you. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Xiao Yun reacted quickly. The old things were brought up again. This thunder has been sent to your feet. If you step on it, you will be reduced to ashes in an instant, and there will be no ashes left. There may even be black grass on the grave. So under Xiao Shu's murderous gaze, Xiao Yun left directly. Indeed, Xiao Yun really had something to do, otherwise he would not dare to risk pulling the tiger's whiskers to make trouble. Now that the underground city is open, many things need to be planned. Seizing this opportunity to turn it into a business opportunity and make a fortune, isn't it sweet? Obviously, because of the previous curse, the 5 kingdoms began to secretly purchase things like lotus. That was only part of it. The other part would be opened when they reached the second treasure room. Xiao Yun didn't believe that these people knew how many cards he had. The only thing that made him confident now was that the demons had joined in. Xiao Yun's role became hot again because of the competition. Xiao Yun didn't dare to trust all those guys with ulterior motives from the 5 kingdoms. Now is the time to take advantage of it. There is a being that can intimidate them, making them a little more cautious, and Xiao Yun can take the opportunity to bite hard. This is also something that has been planned all the time, starting from when they were about to offer the reconciliation money, and even the desert temple did not charge any fees, waiting for today. Just after Xiao Yun left, Xiao Shu and Qingye stood together as if they were talking in secret. "What would you do if I kissed you just now?" Xiao Shu asked teasingly. Xiao Shu was not yet that unrestrained, so he just scared Qingye just now. When Qingye came to this world, her body changed. One part was Qingye split from the white snake chakra, and the other part was Xiao Shu with the power of the shadow demon. The two personalities split Qingye's hardness and gentleness. To put it bluntly, it is fierce and soft-hearted. Actually he and I have long. Qingye thought of this, and immediately squatted on the ground with a red face and hugged her head without saying another word. Hearing this, Xiao Shu was stunned as if a thunderbolt struck her from the blue sky. Then, Xiao Shu's face flushed, her eyes widened, and she unconsciously put her hand on her mouth, feeling as if she had been flirted with. "How can you be so shameless? You're simply too much. Did you do this without my permission?" After a brief stagnation, Xiao Shu finally grabbed Qingye by the collar and pulled her up, shaking her desperately. Of course, she didn't mean to hurt her, but she really had a strange feeling that Qingye was actually no different from herself. They were the same person, and they were not the same person. It was like two identical people in parallel worlds suddenly met. If the other person did something you were not willing to do, such as your sense of shame would not let you dance in public, and the other person did it, would you have an illusion? It was you dancing on it. And their eyes were staring at you, whether it was praise or arrows, anyway, it was very scary and shameful. Now, Qingye was. He forced me. I definitely didn't. Qingye hesitated, as if she wanted to defend herself, but under Xiao Shu's gaze, she changed her words and said, "Well, there is a little bit, just a little bit of willingness. The rest is all forced by him." Of course, Xiao Shu would be weird if he believed her. This woman is indecisive. If it were me, I would definitely beat that guy to pieces. She was actually willing to be given a little by him. The power of the immortal can only provide Qingye with part of the power here, and this part of the power is pure white magic, which can almost be understood as full magic proficiency, but unfortunately she has never practiced any magic. Xiao Shu stared at Qingye indifferently. After thinking for a while, she made a decision, grabbed Qingye's hand, and then walked into the castle. As I said, the Lich King is standing below and watching. If something happens, he will not just watch, and now Xiao Shu doesn't seem to be aggressive, just send some people to watch. It's just that there is a very powerful magic circle barrier inside the fortress, which can't be seen after entering the fortress. It's impossible to be sure what Xiao Shu and Qingye are doing, but the whereabouts of the two can be barely determined. After all, there is only one room, and they have to go out through the door and window to escape. Are there any lotus for sale here? Erlin City, in the ruins after reconstruction, the place where the guild authorized by the Kingdom of Fire to Xiao Yun was established. A group of people gathered here and seemed to want to buy some lotus from here. And Xiao Yun was also black enough. One lotus was 1 copper coin. Although it was twice the market price, usually 1 copper coin was exchanged for 2 lotuses. Many people came here to wander and gather, almost selling the things Xiao Yun had previously taken from the 5 kingdoms. And the number of the 5 kingdoms was the most they had ever seen in their lives. It's too late to start planting now, it's winter now. So, facing Xiao Yun's behavior of picking the sheep meat after taking the wool from them, the 5 kingdoms were helpless, but they could only be forced to accept it. Who made this guy so cunning? If they had known that these materials were used to enter the underground city, they would have bought them in large quantities and stored them themselves. Although they had bought them once before, they had given them to Xiao Yun. Now they had to buy them back from Xiao Yun. The reason why Xiao Yun didn't dare to sell them so openly before was because he was worried that they would cause trouble, or even that they would rob him, but now he doesn't have to worry about it. As long as the 5 kingdoms don't want to send him completely to the demon clan, they will definitely cooperate with him. This is also the reason why Xiao Yun is fearless. Otherwise, if he just surrendered to a kingdom, that kingdom would definitely be resisted by the other 4 kingdoms. Anyway, the 5 kingdoms are unreliable. Chapter 191, Loading Money with a Bulldozer. Now a bunch of people are gathered here, and I have to say that Xiao Yun's smile is very warm. Come on, tell me what you want first. Clear. A group of black shadows stood in front of the counter and entertained very warmly. With manpower, and all of them were trustworthy manpower, Xiao Yun's guild shop opened very smoothly. It's not that no one had opened a guild shop before, but those who had opened it all lost money. Whether it is selling various props used in adventures or food, places will always go bankrupt because there is no source of customers. Others are old customers, and if you want to make money, you have to stabilize the price and purchase price a little. How can you get a high-quality wholesale price like those old shops? Even if you get wholesale goods, the price is higher than that of others, so if you want to sell them, you can only lower the price, and once the price is lowered, you can't make money. So most people's guild shops went bankrupt directly, and only the mercenary guilds relying on force could barely support it. However, after the previous attack by the Black Magician Association, this place has begun to rebuild, although with the help of magicians, the reconstruction here is very fast. But the last incident made many people very concerned, so not many people would be so stupid as to move here for a while. Who knows what taboos there are here that would allow people from the Black Magicians Association to come and massacre the city? No one wants to be a scapegoat. But now, Xiao Yun has opened a small shop, and many well-informed spies from the 5 kingdoms immediately reported the matter. The 5 kingdoms that heard the news sent people to buy all kinds of things like crazy. Xiao Yun can almost be said to be using a bulldozer to load money. Create something out of nothing, and then become rich enough to rival a country. After all the investment in opening a store is now spent by the 5 kingdoms, even the source of customers. In order to ensure the smooth exploration of their dungeons, they will definitely come to buy all kinds of things. But there is one thing Xiao Yun didn't say, there is indeed a large part of the things in this store that are related to the dungeon, and even crucial, but one thing is that there is only a large part, and the other small part of the things are useless, but the price of that small part of the things is extremely expensive. Xiao Yun would definitely not tell them the use of the things here. He would talk about other things after they were sold out. There was no rush. So when the 5 kingdoms were buying and hatred was growing, Xiao Yun's wallet was bulging. At the same time, inside the Fire Kingdom fortress. Bang! That's too much. This little bastard. One day I will pull out his tendons and skin him. Burn him alive into charcoal with fire. Rome slammed his fist on the table fiercely, and the table even turned into a pile of charcoal in an instant because of the magic of fire. The Kingdom of Fire was attacked by the Ice and Snow Wolf before, and they always remembered it, but they just thought that Xiao Yun wanted to retaliate against them. After all, they were controlled, so it was normal to have some reaction. They even pointed the finger at the Ice and Snow Church. After all, only the Ice and Snow Church knew where this thing was. If they had not been in contact with Xiao Yun, the location of the Ice and Snow Wolf might not have been exposed. But what the Kingdom of Fire did not know was that they mistakenly thought that the Ice and Snow Kingdom joined in the release of the Ice and Snow Wolf. In fact, the Ice and Snow Kingdom was just a tool for Xiao Yun to get around. They were not so stupid to go to war with the Kingdom of Fire. Of course, if the Kingdom of Fire knew about this, it would definitely slap itself hard a few times, and then collapse and jump wildly on the spot. Because of the Snow Wolf incident, not only were the strong men of the Fire Kingdom injured, but in order to retaliate against the Snow Church, they also sent many people to the Snow City of the Snow Church to cause trouble, and many soldiers were killed. The two sides fought back and forth because of this incident, and the fight was difficult to resolve. Some people in the Fire Kingdom believed that all this was instigated by Xiao Yun, so they were particularly angry with this guy. This guy is catching a sheep and scraping its bones. In just a few days, 90% of the supplies we sent over have been sold. The remaining 10% was because they were too expensive and felt that buying too much would have no practical use, so they didn't buy it. How can he do business? He is robbing. Robbing. Luo Mai almost went crazy. The things taken back from them, sold back again, the price was doubled. The most important thing is that the beneficiary is Xiao Yun alone. Their 5 kingdoms spent a lot of money on purchasing first, and then gave it to Xiao Yun for free. Although the income of the first treasure room is considerable, now they have to spend money to buy back the things they gave away. This guy is so annoying that people want to grab his collar and give him a bone-loosening massage. No, he is too hostile to our Fire Kingdom. If we don't restrict him, it will definitely make things more and more difficult in the future. After the demons intervened, the other old guys also noticed something different. We can't shoot ourselves in the foot. Michelle, the dean of the Fire Magic Academy, settled the matter at the table. What should we do then? Rossi was watching the show. What happened was of no use to him. He was just watching the show. The Fire Kingdom had experienced the previous demon attack, and its strength was scattered. In addition, the king was old, and they had already begun to fight for the throne. The three brothers of the Loyal family, Ram, Romai, and Rossi, were all the strongest contenders for the throne gathered here hoping to get some benefits from the dungeon. In order to make their achievements appear a little more prominent, this would be of great benefit to the fight for the throne. Let's divert the trouble to the east and let this kid suffer a little, but it can't be done by our Fire Kingdom. Michel had already made a decision, and now he just said it out loud. Hearing his words, the three brothers of the Loyal family looked at each other and stood up to make plans. If this matter is done well, it will definitely make Dean Michel and other senior officials of the Fire Magic Kingdom support themselves, which will be of great benefit to the fight for the throne. So the three of them were so anxious to solve this problem. Only Dean Michel was left pondering on the spot. Of course, the same strategy and plan were repeated in the conference rooms of the other four kingdoms, and everything was surprisingly similar. If they were not planned separately and targeted at other kingdoms, people might think that they had discussed this matter together, even the details were the same. On Xiao Yun's side, he had heard the news conveyed by the Black Shadow thoroughly. Even all the people in the five kingdoms meant this. They want to lift a rock and drop it on someone else's feet. From the beginning, they were very wary of the people of the five kingdoms, and this would never change. Of course, if they were facing Ellie, they might change their attitude a little, but it was just a change of attitude. Their position would not change. They could only say that they had to live up to the position of the Pope. Chapter 192 Start smashing feet. Boy! Stop! As they walked, a group of people blocked their way. Today, the things in Xiao Yun's guild have been sold out, and the money and other things have been collected. It would not be strange if someone came to cause trouble, but the magic fluctuations on these people were very obvious, which made people very concerned. Where are you from? Xiao Yun asked. Several people looked at each other. This kid was quite tricked. They were still thinking about how to reveal their identities. Want to know? Wait until you die. One of them did not say it directly, but used the fire element magic, and then threw a fire meteor at Xiao Yun. Obviously, this person has led this matter to the Fire Magic Kingdom. Hey! You are here too. Another group of people came at this time. Seeing the fire meteors falling slowly, they were so soft that they had no power at all. Even if they touched the body, they were probably just used to keep warm, right? Seeing this, the other people who came over exchanged glances with each other, and then attacked Xiao Yun with fire magic. Of course, most of them were going to hurt and induce. If the Fire Magic Kingdom found out that these bastards all picked up stones and threw them at the feet of everyone in the Fire Magic Kingdom, they would definitely be furious. What the hell? Although we didn't agree to work together, are you really going to grab a sheep and plunder it? You can't just throw dirty water on one person. Then, one after another, except for the team of water magicians sent by the Fire Magic Kingdom, they all launched fire magic and smashed towards Xiao Yun. Even Xiao Yun was stunned. When did these guys become so united? The fire meteors and various fire magics fell, most of them were very powerful, but their levels were not very good. Obviously, they were here to cause trouble instead of killing people. Xiao Yun resisted the urge to laugh out loud, and with the help of the shadows, he dispersed the magics one by one, and from time to time he used various means to attack the magicians. Unfortunately, the attack failed, and those people looked at each other and said, Prince Ram's plan failed. Let's retreat. Then, with the leader nodding and approving, he nodded in a deep voice and said, I can only go back and be punished by the prince. Xiao Yun had nothing to say about this wave of dirty water. The water magicians sent by the Kingdom of Fire looked at each other. What's going on? What's the situation? Should I fight or not? What should I do next? Of course, compared to framing other kingdoms now, there is another thing. Xiao Yun has to go back to the fortress, which means, if this misunderstanding is not resolved quickly, the Kingdom of Fire may be excluded. After figuring this out, these water magicians stood up and rushed to report the situation in front of Xiao Yun, who was leisurely. Xiao Yun had a faint sneer on his face. These people are also very willing to take action. One day, you will all be paid back. Of course, you can't just grab the wool from one person, so Xiao Yun is creating opportunities and looking for opportunities from the other 5 kingdoms. Fuck. Dean Michel is going crazy. What's going on? Although it was expected that the Water Kingdom might frame the Fire Kingdom, and even the Fire Kingdom thought of framing the Water Kingdom, it was unexpected that the 4 kingdoms united to frame the Fire Kingdom. Did they plan this in advance? It's so disgusting. Michelle's old face was red with anger. He was holding it back. If he was accidentally stimulated again, he might spit out a mouthful of blood. Dean. Dean. The 4 kingdoms are holding a meeting and want you to come over. Suddenly a man in the robe of the Fire Kingdom wizard ran over and said that. Puff. Michelle spit out a mouthful of blood. Just now he was smashing his feet, now he is throwing people into the well, and then the 4 kingdoms are adding insult to injury. They want him to die. Once he is excluded, he may face a catastrophe. The wealth represented by the underground city is enough for a kingdom to rise. Now the 5 kingdoms are shamelessly throwing dirty water at other kingdoms, just to exclude several kingdoms so that they can take more benefits. The scrolls and other things brought by the expedition team that entered the first treasure room made their magic technology and other things easier and even improved. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be able to advance to another level in the next 10 years. You can imagine what kind of benefits this is. But now, the 4 of them want the Fire Kingdom to die. They want Michelle to die. I'll go now. Michelle's steps were weak, and when he stood up from his seat, he stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Crack! The door in the conference room was pushed open. The eyes of the people all paid attention to the past, some teasing, some sympathetic, and some simply eager to try. Under the gaze of these eyes, Michelle sat down with a wry smile, and asked blankly, "What happened? What happened? Who didn't know what happened?" Ahem. The Water Kingdom is most willing to be the bad guy. It's not the first day or two that the Water Kingdom and Fire Kingdom are incompatible. So the old man of the Water Kingdom said, Mr. Xiao was attacked by some magicians when he was outside. According to the description and investigation of the scene, we found that these were done by the fire magicians. After the old man of the Water Kingdom finished speaking, he looked at Michelle of the Fire Kingdom. Others also naturally cast their eyes over. Damn! Michelle almost stood up and slammed the table and yelled, "What does this mean?" Everyone looked over. What does it mean? What's the situation? Don't you have any idea? What's the point of pretending like this? Did you plan it? Of course, it's not time to tear the face off yet, so Michelle smiled contemptuously and said, "So what do you mean by looking at me? If a water mage appears, a light mage appears, and a few ice and snow magicians appear, wouldn't that mean that the Water Kingdom, the Light Kingdom, and the Ice and Snow Church are all involved in the attack?" As expected of an old man, he completely disassociated himself from the matter with just one sentence. Yes, a group of fire mages appeared and said that they were from the Fire Kingdom. Isn't this too obvious a frame-up? Even if you use your toes to figure it out, blame. Absolutely blame. A group of old men looked at each other, as if they were looking for another person to come forward. The Water Kingdom has made its attitude clear. Today, one guy must be kicked out. They will also have good gains with one less competitor. The church was already very dissatisfied with being excluded last time, so this time the church strongly demanded to join the exploration, so the 5 kingdoms could only agree under the threat. However, if they can kick out the Fire Kingdom, they can save a lot of competition. After all, after the last exchange of intelligence, the Fire Kingdom's intelligence was no less than theirs, and they even gained more. Therefore, many kingdoms, in addition to their main enemy targets, chose the Fire Kingdom as their second choice. Chapter 193 Apology. Indeed. This kind of frame-up is too disgusting, isn't it? It's simply unforgivable. Who is targeting the Fire Kingdom? Even Mr. Xiao was involved. In the final analysis, did your Fire Kingdom provoke some powerful enemy to retaliate? Originally, Ai Li's words were resounding and righteous, but when she said the rest, Michelle's old face had lost all color. Damn it! It's a trap. As soon as she opened her mouth. She didn't even wait for you to say anything. It was pretty good at the beginning. This girl is beautiful and kind-hearted and can distinguish right from wrong, but when she said the last sentence, you can't wait to take a hammer to her head. Is it that deceptive? What do you mean? You have an enemy who wants to retaliate against you, but you accidentally hit an innocent person. Damn it, if this is said, no matter how much the people from the Fire Kingdom explain, there is nothing they can do. So I was implicated? The Fire Kingdom is so powerful, its enemies must be extraordinary, I dare not cooperate with you. Xiao Yun seemed to come to his senses when he heard it, and his face, which was originally pale because of the attack, immediately became even paler. Hearing this, the hearts of the other 4 kingdoms sank. If nothing else, they always felt that the moment they saw Xiao Yun's reaction, there was a lock on their necks. As long as they stretched their heads out to be locked, the wooden board under their feet would collapse instantly and hang them directly. Although they are now in the kingdom of fire, they just feel that they are actually in this lock, and they will be hanged directly if they are not careful. The main reason is that this kid is too cruel. If they didn't know it in their hearts, people who are not aware of it might feel very natural when seeing this scene. After all, this kid is just an ordinary person. The enemies of their 5 kingdoms are indeed very powerful. He should be afraid, and even the 5 kingdoms will be proud of themselves if they don't know it. After all, just their own enemies can make people terrified. Is there anything more proud than this? A powerful enemy means that their own strength is also powerful. But they know it, so they also know who the enemy of the other party is. Xiao Yun's current performance is too exaggerated, so when they feel cold in their hearts, they also feel that their old faces are slapped. The other party is just like standing in front of you and gently slapping your face. Although it doesn't hurt, the humiliation is real. This is not it, Mr. Xiao, please listen to my explanation. Michelle subconsciously wanted to start to excuse the Kingdom of Fire, but then he thought, is this kid really stupid? Can't he see through it? Absolutely impossible. So Michelle had no choice but to accept this result. I was cheated, so I have to admit it. What else can I do? Now I can only apologize. The Kingdom of Fire will definitely protect your safety. If there are other enemy attacks, the Kingdom of Fire will strike with thunder. Please give us another chance to cooperate, Mr. Xiao. Michelle said this with gritted teeth. The reason why he dared to agree means that he is not afraid of the other kingdoms and churches making trouble again. At least the Kingdom of Fire is still confident about this. Is that so? Then can I ask for the content of the apology? Forget about the apology, I can't bear it, Xiao Yun said with great pain, looking at Michelle with an inquiring look. Michelle smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Xiao, please tell me, the apology is inevitable. You have to do everything on the surface. You can't just not do it when he says not to do it. That would be tantamount to slapping your face. You have to give face. So, Michelle can only swallow her anger. Now that the kingdom's expedition is about to begin, a group of people can only start to diligently arrange the interior of the fortress in addition to shooting others in the foot. The demons are ready to move, and it is unknown when they will launch an attack. Defense and vigilance are absolutely indispensable. There are also many people to be allocated for the expedition, so everyone needs to deal with these. As for the manpower on the church side, it must be ready. The second expedition is about to begin. Here, Xiao Yun went straight to the room inside the fortress after the meeting. When she opened the door, the first thing she saw was Kinja sitting in the room with a smile on her face. Of course, there was still some worry in her eyes. When she saw Xiao Yun, she asked directly, "How is it? Are you okay? Are you injured?" Hearing these concerned words, Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to her with an intimate look, took her into his arms, and then patted her head. "It's okay, but you have to go to the dungeon with me again. I'm worried about leaving you here. What do you think, do you want to go?" Kinja in her arms trembled for a while, as if she was not used to such intimate actions, so she said hesitantly, Go. What should I do? When did this guy get so strong? He won't kiss me, right? Just like he did to Kinja? What should I do then? Originally, Xiao Shu had a good idea in his heart. This time, he should give this guy a warning, at least to make him have a psychological shadow, and never dare to bully Kinja again. After all, Kinja looks exactly like himself, and it is no exaggeration to say that she is another self. Seeing yourself being bullied is definitely not such a good feeling. But when facing this scene, Xiao Shu hesitated and was confused. The scene she had rehearsed hundreds of times was no longer effective. It was like she was casting a spell, and then the magic stone appeared, and the magic was interrupted. You let a magician who has been fighting with magic for decades and hundreds of years suddenly use his fists. Is this possible? She didn't know what to do. What's wrong? Xiao Yun stared at her with a puzzled look. Did that evil woman do something to you? How? Did she be mean to you? Alas, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have left you here alone. I can't do anything about that evil woman, let alone you, it's all my fault. Hey, why are you angry? What are you doing with your hand? Xiao Yun, on his side, was unaware of the impending danger, with innocence and confusion on his face. Then, save me. My life. Spare my life. Please. Please. Let me go. A cruel voice sounded. Kinja, who was standing at the door, looked at the various throat-locking kills, scissor kicks and boxing matches in the room, trembling, then carefully closed the door and left. Can't watch, it's shocking. It's just a beast. It's just cruel. Too miserable. We are professionals in stepping on landmines. A few days later, after preparation, a group of people joined the expedition team. This time, the people of the 4 major churches sent a few people in 2s and 3s, and the 5 major kingdoms were no exception. Each kingdom sent 2 people. There were a total of 18 dispatch quotas, plus Xiao Yun and Kinja, Xiaoshu, Lich King and Ai Li, a total of 23. This time, the 5 major kingdoms launched an internal ban, asking them to be obedient. Chapter 194, Winning Over. Also because Xiao Yun made his words clear this time, he would not explain this time, but just let them behave themselves. The 5 kingdoms certainly knew what kind of people they had, so one of the people they sent was a member of Xiao Yun's expedition team. In other words, there must be such an obedient person no matter what, except for those guys from the 4 major churches. There was a demon princess and a lich king following them, which made many magicians uncomfortable, but there was no way, they could not stop it. It was too early to start a war now, mainly because of the exploration of the dungeon. There are too many benefits now, so they have to make plans early. They wanted to kick the Fire Kingdom out before because they were worried that their benefits would be less than others. So, before this, they could get a lot of benefits by kicking out a competitor directly. It should be like this, but I didn't expect that Xiao Yun was particularly tolerant, but it just made the Fire Kingdom bleed a lot. Obviously, this kid also knew the methods of the other kingdoms, so now they have to change another method. Inside the fortress, the 5 kingdoms were holding a meeting. Get rid of this kid? Are you still dreaming? If he dies, who will lead us to explore? Are we risking our lives? Michelle, the dean of the Fire Magic Academy, obviously disagreed with this. I think that few people who go in this time can come out, the envoy of the Kingdom of Water said solemnly. After getting rid of him, each of us will have the opportunity to explore. By then, we will have our own intelligence, and the 5 kingdoms will unite. Each country will have 1 year of exploration time, which seems to be better than now. Someone in the Kingdom of Light made a very practical suggestion. Have the people invited this time been sent in? Michelle was a little stunned. Why did these people send people in before informing the Fire Kingdom? Or do they think that today's plan will succeed? The envoys of the 5 kingdoms looked at each other, and they obviously saw the smile in each other's eyes. Not only the Church of Light was infiltrated by them, but also the other 4 major churches. Although they couldn't do other big things, they could still influence the suggestions for small things, such as the current exploration mission. Isn't it a simple thing to let one person in? As for the fact that the Fire Kingdom didn't notify them, it was obvious that they had decided to kick them out, but the reason they didn't do so before was that there was no suitable opportunity, but now it's different. Even if something happened and no one came out, they probably just thought that the people of the Fire Kingdom took action. After all, everyone had seen the previous frame-up, and Xiao Yun was not vague. He directly asked for a lion's mouth. If it were an ordinary kingdom that was dominated and threatened by such a young boy, it would have gone crazy long ago. How could he wait until he was alive and dancing on his head? They don't want to suffer this kind of grievance. So, seeing that the Fire Kingdom was framed once, since the dirty water has been thrown on it, there is also an explanation to the outside world. When the time comes, the 4 kingdoms will unite to put the hat on it. Hey! This matter has been determined. Although it seems that the Fire Kingdom is a fool to take the blame, why are the 4 kingdoms afraid of him? The minority obeys the majority. This kind of ruling method always has big problems. As a beneficiary, this kind of ruling method may be fair, and even a bit like a weapon of attack and killing, but if you become a victim, you will fully experience the unwillingness and despair inside. The Fire Kingdom is now like eating a fly alive. The kind of want to vomit but can't vomit, and the throat is suppressed when speaking, for fear that the eaten fly will be swallowed. It's more than uncomfortable, it's too uncomfortable. Michelle didn't know what to say. The 5 kingdoms have done this kind of thing a lot. They hit the opponent's foot with a brick at a critical moment, dragging them down, and then adding insult to injury when they are in trouble. They have to take this kind of loss secretly. It is useless to play tricks on the surface. They will not admit it. It is just like the frame-up before compensating Xiao Yun. These people are not stupid. If they bite back at that time, the Fire Kingdom may be even worse. After entering the ancient tomb, Xiao Yun walked forward without saying a word. Because of the appearance of the demons, he now understood his situation. Before the appearance of the demons, he might really be unique. But after the appearance of the demons, especially after the demon princess was so close to him, the feeling of being close to him between the 5 kingdoms and him had completely disappeared, and instead, there was an insurmountable pit. In other words, he was far away from them, and in order to prevent the demons from getting benefits, they would definitely take certain actions. Maybe it happened as soon as the demons cooperated with him. Xiao Yun knew the faces of the major forces too well. So he didn't say much this time, but just let this group of people follow him into the dungeon. The Lich King might have thought of this kind of thing, so he kept a close distance with Xiao Yun. Seeing the map getting closer and closer to the first decryption level, Xiao Yun began to get anxious. The decryption level is usually related to the history of the kingdom, and even has a certain connection with magic knowledge. Xiao Yun cannot read all the information in a short time. Now the group of people who followed in clearly have ill intentions. It is obviously impossible to please them. Do you need me to take action? The voice of the Lich King resounded in his mind. Xiao Yun hesitated for a moment after hearing this. The demons want to win him over, but it seems that it is not the time to surrender to the demons now. There are a lot of resources on the human side, and the secrets of the center of the world also need the help of human mages. The Lich King seems to have a good intention to cooperate with him for the time being, but Xiao Yun is more afraid of it than the 5 kingdoms. I don't know why, but I feel that the Lich King is like a cold and poisonous snake. Even if it has no intention of attacking, or even sleeping, you can feel that its fangs are ready to go at any time. It is an instinctive disgust, an unavoidable disgust. So Xiao Yun deliberately stayed away from him. The Lich King didn't know this, or maybe he noticed it, but he wouldn't care. Now his words sounded like he wanted to cooperate with Xiao Yun, but the appearance of Xiao Shu had already reached a cooperation. If he tried to win him over, Xiao Yun would be on guard. What's fun here? It's so boring. I'm tired. You carry me. Xiao Shu didn't mind being seen by outsiders. He came directly behind Xiao Yun and grabbed the corner of his clothes. Xiao Yun looked at Qingye, who turned his head and pretended not to see it. Chapter 195 The Power of Shadow. Just as Xiao Yun carried Xiao Shu on his back, some people's thoughts began to take root. He put his hand on the knife at his waist, and even a faint magical aura leaked out. But they didn't have any intention of taking action until Xiao Yun carried Xiao Shu on his back. The Lich King played a big role in this. Seeing the Lich King standing between them like a mountain, it was like a hurdle in the sky that they could not cross, and they might even fall to their death in it. So many people restrained their thoughts. Of course, if they wanted to take action, the shadows who were already stirring in the dark would not let them do it without any care. As expected, now the situation was tense, and the 5 kingdoms really wanted to take action. Xiao Yun's face sank. Since you want to play, then let's go. Originally, we were supposed to go to the second treasure room today, but Xiao Yun turned at the fork in the road. Directly enter another fork, and from the map, it seems to be a square. People from the 5 kingdoms and the 4 churches all had no doubts. The kingdoms and churches did not know much about this place, but it was conceivable that Xiao Yun might have discovered what happened today, and it was only a matter of time before they took action, so let this calm before the storm come more violently. At the same time, Xiao Yun also sensed that the adventurer guild he had sent to Erlin City was surrounded by people. Of course, he also immediately let the shadows disperse and gather here. At the same time, there was a figure wearing a cloak and carrying a longbow in the exploration team of this underground city. Just now, she had taken the bow in her hand and stepped back a few steps. Unfortunately, seeing that these people did not take action, she could only put away the longbow. As they came to a square, the crowd walked farther and farther, and they didn't even see that there was one less person in the team. In front of the square, a group of people stood still. In the distance was a group of chess stone sculptures. The floor tiles of the square were also black and white. Obviously, this was a chessboard. Xiao Yun himself didn't know how to play chess, but he could see. Here the 5 kingdoms and some other adventurers were eager to try. The levels here are different. If there is a summoner who can take away the chessboard here, it will definitely be a lot of good for them. Xiao Yun himself didn't expect to bring they came to such an important place. Levels generally mean passing through, and passing through a dungeon means that the traps and mechanisms of the entire dungeon are under control. After destroying the mechanisms, those who have the map can easily sweep the entire dungeon. In ancient times, magicians built this dungeon with various goblin and dwarf crafts, and added some materials gathered from other biological groups to complete this dungeon to shelter some weak creatures. It is no exaggeration to say that this dungeon is comparable to a human war fortress. If a city is developed here, many places inside can be very prosperous. Miscalculated, although the internal structure is known, it can only be judged by guessing where it is. This seemingly dangerous dead end is actually a pass through the level. If Xiao Yun had known earlier, he would never have brought them here. Black Shadow Core. Xiao Yun shouted and summoned the Black Shadow Core. Qingyu beside him and Xiao Shu on his back were both confused, not knowing what happened. But those experienced adventurers and the envoys of the kingdom all knew what this meant. As long as they could open the road that guarded the dungeon's mechanical fortress, they could control the entire dungeon. Of course, the guardian of this guarded road was very powerful, otherwise those ancient beings would not have used it as a shield to isolate so many intruders. Do it! Seeing this, the people from other kingdoms and churches also expressed their attitudes. Either magic or swords came forward. The shadow army was everywhere, and their cold eyes were fixed on this group of people. Damn it, is this the number that the summoner can summon? Some people saw this dark area and must have investigated Xiao Yun's information before entering here, but they didn't expect that this guy actually summoned so many shadow armies. It's not that the summoner can't summon so many things, but that the magic power is limited. If you summon so many, you're afraid you'll be exhausted. Each one is a level 55 existence level synchronization. Level synchronization is not uncommon, but what is rare is that hundreds of summons are synchronized. This is no less than a large army. However, the quality is still a little worse. Although they are surprised, it is not to the point of being incredible. Kill him. Now that we have found this place, we don't need you. The people of the Fire Kingdom acted the fastest. Although they did not receive any information about attacking Xiao Yun, now that they saw the core of the underground city mechanism in front of them, it would be really stupid if they could not think of anything. Kill Xiao Yun and defeat the others, so that they can gain control of this underground city fortress. However, they forgot one thing. The original purpose of the underground city was to take refuge and survive. They have been trying to explore these days, endlessly, and the impact has made some residents of the entire underground city dissatisfied. I feel that some very powerful beings are coming. Xiao Shu is also a strong person. She can also feel the breath approaching slowly in the distance, so she looks at Xiao Yun with great concern. When Xiao Yun came, he probably guessed that there would be casualties today, so he didn't mention it in a word or explanation. Today would be a day of bloodshed. Kill. The others separated from their teammates at a certain distance, and the magic on their bodies kept fluctuating. The Lich King also stared at Xiao Yun with interest, thinking about something. The war is about to start. The first to take action must be the Kingdom of Fire. This guy always thinks that Xiao Yun will be the biggest enemy of his operation, so it is best to get rid of Xiao Yun as soon as possible. The people from the Kingdom of Fire sent in today are all elites, in order to ensure the quality of the expedition. 2 people stand separately in groups, and the adventurers fight on their own. For a while, it seems like they are surrounded by the Shadow Army. This overwhelming victory seems nothing for the time being, but with the appearance of the residents of the underground city, everything changes. You can fight here however you want, but you can't, and you are not allowed to have any ideas about the dungeon fortress. A fox appeared in the field of vision, and this fox actually spoke human language. Compared to this, the 100 level fluctuations emanating from its body were much stronger than those of everyone present. Warcraft usually have a very long lifespan, and humans can only live for 10,000 years at most after reaching the top level. In addition to the longevity effect of certain things, combined with sleeping, if nothing happens, they can live longer, but the maximum is only tens of thousands of years. Chapter 196, Deliberately Confusing. Warcraft is different. They often calculate their lives for hundreds of thousands of years. Magical elements can improve their survival needs, which gradually leads to the fact that sometimes Warcraft sleeps for hundreds of thousands of years, and when they wake up, they will live for tens of thousands of years, and found that his lifespan had come to an end, so he turned into dry bones in helplessness. This situation often happens, but at the same time, all these monsters that died silently have powerful strength. Now this fox, with its white furry paws, gently stepped into the room. It looked like an ordinary red fox, but its pressure was greater than that of everyone present. Even a 100-level existence might not be able to fight it. What should we do? Should we deal with this beast first, or should we fight to the death first? The Kingdom of Fire and other kingdoms looked at each other, and they all saw the cooperation in each other's eyes. This means that they have to cooperate again. After learning about such a gatekeeper who controls the dungeon, they also know what this means. Control this dungeon. How can it be blocked by this beast? I wouldn't do that if I were you. Xiao Yun reminded them, then dispersed all the shadow troops and clasped his fists towards the fox. Sorry, I'm leaving now. The red fox didn't refuse or answer, but just let Xiao Yun walk to its side and then passed by. Of course, others wanted to copy him, but they knew it was impossible. They must not give up what Xiao Yun could give up. Moreover, how could these people watch it slip away after learning such explosive news? Controlling a fortress is too valuable. How would the 5 kingdoms reward themselves after sending out this kind of news? Great contribution. You may not be able to leave. The red fox's threatening voice came. Even the Lich King was left here. Qinjia and Xiao Shu followed Xiao Yun and left. After thinking for a while, Ai Li also raised her hands and walked out with a look of surrender. As for whether she really left, no one knew. But now it is certain that the members of the 5 kingdoms and the 4 churches cannot escape. It is easy to check their identities, especially for a smart monster like the red fox. After a few days of hard work, they must have used charm magic to get a lot of information. These guys from the 5 kingdoms thought they had mastered a little bit of fur and began to explore on their own. As a result, they got a lot of trap information during this period, most of which were set up by the monsters living here. Even now, it is not certain whether this chessboard is a real pass. Then let's fight. The members of the Kingdom of Fire are not afraid of fighting. What's more, although the old fox in front of them has a stronger aura than them, it is not impossible to get rid of it by joining forces. Go! Another group of people launched a surprise attack. On Xiao Yun's side, feeling the explosion sound and magic aura coming from behind, a smile appeared in his eyes. Originally, he thought this would be the key to passing the dungeon, but when the red fox let him go, Xiao Yun tried it out. Absolutely not. It can't be. If it is really the key point to pass the level, it will definitely not let anyone out, and all of these people today will be left inside, and no one will be spared. But now Xiao Yun came out, and seeing its attitude, Xiao Yun did not believe it. It is estimated that this old fox has followed him and others all the way. Seeing that he was leading the way, he mistakenly thought that he was a powerful person with the right to speak, so he let him go directly. The fact that it was not afraid of the news spreading at all made Xiao Yun's vigilance reach the limit. Even when passing by the red fox, he was deliberately on guard, fearing that he would be ambushed or attacked. But when the imagined scene appeared, Xiao Yun immediately had a guess in his mind. There is indeed something in there, even something very important, but it is just a bait for the dungeon. And it let him and others leave to reduce some of the burden, and did not want to fight with anyone, but wanted to convey the news, let people prove that this is the passage to pass the dungeon. This is a vicious plan. By then, that area will be a meat grinder. Whoever goes there will die. Even if there are unlucky people who pass through the heavy defenses, they will not be able to gain control of the dungeon. By then, some people will probably die wondering why. And hatred is naturally attracted to Xiao Yun. A fox is indeed a fox. Xiao Yun himself has been on guard against people in this place making trouble. His body and mind are tense. As long as his mind is fine, he can figure out the power relationship. After all, Xiao Yun is thinking about staying alive now. He must seize all possible opportunities. That may be the trump card in the future, or even in the next second after the mutation. So, the first time he came out, Xiao Yun stopped Ai Li, Xiao Shu and Qingye. What's wrong? Don't you want to keep going? Xiao Shu looked like she was waiting to see a joke. Obviously, she also thought of this. But there are also many people in the 5 kingdoms who thought of it, but those people know that if they leave like this, there may be an ambush behind. With instead, it would be better to kill the fox and then occupy the passage after the clearance. Then some people who received the death order can also survive. Why not? I think the way to pass the level may be here, but it may not appear after the clearance. If I leave like this, it will be a big loss. Otherwise, I will take the opportunity to make a fortune. Xiao Yun touched his chin and began to ponder. The two sides are fighting, and there is a person on the fox side, so it is obvious that there are other backups. But we can only go out and wait for people to come back for rescue. What else can we do? Kinja also saw through this. Although the passage may not be the key to passing the level, it must be related to passing the level. The fox's intention to mislead is simply too shrewd. You let a person not believe in his own guess. Is this possible? What's more, this guess is not led by anyone. You thought of it yourself. If you firmly believe it, how can you change it? Xiao Yun also fell into this dilemma, but he habitually made a decision, which is to wait here, and the fisherman will benefit from the quarrel between the snipe and the clam. I may need to go out. Ai Li thought it through and hurriedly stood up to go out. Xiao Yun did not stop her, probably knowing what she was thinking. The Church of Light was seriously damaged, and perhaps it could seize this opportunity to do something before the Five Kingdoms learned about it, or in other words, the Five Kingdoms already knew what was happening now, and Ai Li just went back to make arrangements. Anyway, it's okay to go back early. Xiao Yun didn't want to stop her. What's next? Xiao Shu looked at Ai Li who was going away and asked casually. Wait for them to fight, I think the result will come out soon, and it will be easy to crack it then. Xiao Yun vaguely felt that he felt something. In the past, when entering here, he used the power of Black Shadow to change the mechanism under the bricks to avoid triggering the trap, and now he also sensed some changes. Chapter 197 Confession Without Fighting. During the battle, Xiao Yun made arrangements for Qingya and Xiao Shu to let them come out at the critical moment. Xiao Yun himself turned into a shadow and entered the chessboard where the battle was going on. In a small room, magic was flying everywhere. The red fox strangely avoided all attacks and then disappeared in the chessboard. The group of magicians who found this situation must have immediately formed a team to follow. Of course, after entering the chessboard, their minds began to change. This chessboard can also become a summoning magic tool. When received in the hand, with the magic attribute of the controller, the chess pieces will also undergo different changes, just like playing chess with the power of the chessboard, which is no less than a super high-level binding magic. Many people have this idea, but the first priority is always to solve the trouble in front of them. The fox disappeared after hiding behind the chessboard, and the group of adventurers and the people of the Kingdom Church were anxious. If they couldn't find the fox, it meant that they might be attacked at a critical moment. The sneak attack of the monster could easily injure or even kill the adventurer. In such a situation, will these people save you if you are injured? Not to mention the rival kingdom churches, even the companions who knew the news and wanted to make meritorious deeds would not lend a hand. Who is so stupid to bring a guy who is dragging his thigh? So fighting is fighting, and the necessary posture cannot be lost at all. Xiao Yun is outside the chessboard at this moment. There is no light everywhere here. No one can see a pool of shadows moving on the ground, moving forward and backward, as if worried that there will be problems after entering the chessboard. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook, and the surroundings lit up. The black and white squares on the chessboard became particularly conspicuous, and Xiao Yun's figure became very obvious under the light. Xiao Yun simply turned into himself and stood outside the chessboard. In the end, he decided not to go in. Boom! After a loud noise, a chess piece moved directly. Flying into the sky, the huge figure landed not far from another chess piece. Snap! After another loud noise, another chess piece moved, eating the chess piece that just moved. The other chess pieces moved as if someone was playing chess. Whether it was eating chess pieces or changing moves, the whole chessboard seemed to speed up dozens of times. All the stone chess pieces began to move and attack each other. This might not be special in normal times, but now there is a problem. The chessboard is full of adventurers and people from the Kingdom Church. These people may not be able to dodge, and they are just like ants running around in panic under the fingers of a giant inside the chessboard that changes moves and attacks quickly. We've fallen into a trap. This fox wants to crush us all to death here. When they came to their senses, they could only say this nonsense, but the content of this sentence was that they were going to die, and whoever had any means should use them quickly, otherwise they would all die here. In fact, after entering the chessboard, it took only a while from the change to this sentence, and those who wanted to retreat had no chance, as magic barriers appeared around them. When dealing with the fallen chess pieces at the beginning, many people had reserved some energy to guard against the Red Fox's sneak attack. Now, hearing this, their hearts sank, and they could only use their strongest strength to launch an attack. I swear, when I go back, I will kill all the foxes within 1,000 miles of my hometown. Make them into leather boots and trample them under my feet every day. Damn it! Can you not say such words to irritate the beast? Even if I have to do this, do you see what I said? A group of people used all kinds of means in a hurry, and even started to curse unconsciously. Originally, they just wanted to make a quick battle. No matter how powerful the levels here were, how powerful could they be? They were all top magicians and warriors. But now they found out that they were wrong. It was outrageous. These stones are made of forbidden magic stones. If the power of the forbidden magic stones is used to crush other chess pieces, it may not be a big deal, but for outsiders on the chessboard, it is a disaster that will destroy the world. Perhaps some warriors can use their battle axes and sledgehammers to cause some of the forbidden magic stones to fall off and shatter, but for magicians, looking at the forbidden magic stone statues falling on their heads makes their scalps numb. They are dead, they are all dead. Hurry up! Are you okay? The fox is entangled by them. Take advantage of this time to open the core hub of the customs clearance, so that we can occupy this underground city. But in such a critical situation, I don't know who howled so much. The movement of the entire chessboard froze, and then no one controlled the falling stone statues, and they collapsed with a loud bang, and violent vibrations and muffled sounds came out. Then the people present only saw a red figure walking towards the passage outside the chessboard, which was the passage when they entered the room. For a moment, many people were stunned. Not good. These guys have teamed up to play us as fools. Don't let the control hub fall into their hands. Otherwise, it's over. Someone came to his senses, yelled at the first time, and then rushed towards Xiao Yun. But if anyone knew that Xiao Yun actually didn't know where the hub was hidden, they might vomit blood, including the red fox whose whereabouts were clearly seen. Me. The red fox's unique sharp voice sounded, and almost the entire underground city echoed with this frequency. It was obviously very angry. While it was in a panic, Qinja and Xiao Shu captured it. The location of the hub was also discovered. In the middle of the passage, like ordinary passages, there are various uneven patterns here, which are very regular, just like the patterns at the entrance, and the layout is also the same. It is estimated that even if you search the entire underground city inch by inch, you can't find the mechanism hidden here. Damn it! Let me go! Let me go! The fox struggled and tried to bite Qinja's hand, but it was like a piece of tattered clothes being held by the collar. Its hands collapsed and its tail swayed gently. The magic fluctuations on its body had been sealed by Xiao Shu. Did he really find out? How could this guy be so stupid? Qinja looked at the red fox in his hand in disbelief. After the red fox heard this, a gloomy look appeared on its face. It boasted that no one could see through its plan. It even set up traps for the other road. It let Xiao Yun go just now to reduce the number of troops that would come in. There are many residents in the underground city, but compared with the 5 kingdoms, the kingdoms and churches on the ground are rich in resources and powerful. If they don't set some traps to make them lose, will the underground city be given away in vain? Sometimes a team united for the sake of interests is stronger than any oath. Chapter 198, Making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Boy! Hand over the fox! Someone rushed forward with a knife, and it seemed that he didn't want to say anything more. He swung the sword directly at Xiao Yun's face. If the knife hit hard, Xiao Yun's head might really be cut in half. Xiao Yun looked at him coldly and pointed the fox in his hand at the other party's knife. You! The other party obviously didn't expect Xiao Yun to be so rogue that he actually used an important hostage as a shield, so he hurriedly retracted his strength and tried to raise the blade. Then the knife was swung in the air, and the final result was that a group of black shadow troops rushed out frantically, and then controlled him. From time to time, there were black shadow troops punching and kicking at his side. In a short while, this guy died in a miserable howl. Who else is coming? Xiao Yun turned his head and looked at the others who were still eager to try. Holding the back collar of the fox in his hand, he showed it to other adventurers and people from the Kingdom Church. Got it. Hee hee. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew out from the shadow beside Xiao Yun, slashing at Xiao Yun's wrist with a dagger in his hand, while the other hand was waiting to strike, as if he was planning to snatch the red fox from Xiao Yun's hand. Seeing this, Xiao Yun's cold smile grew. But the joy in the eyes of others after seeing this scene was obviously increased. Xiao Yun was just a joke in front of the top assassin. When the assassin succeeded, they would have plenty of ways to get the red fox from the assassin. The only trouble might be other competitors. Ah! A scream came, and before they came to their senses, they subconsciously thought it was Xiao Yun's scream, so they all felt nervous, not because they were unhappy about getting the thing, but to deal with other competitors. I say, why don't you give it to us? Bullshit! Why don't you give it to me? If you want me, just give it to me. A group of people were engaged in a war of words, but they all began to form a formation, looking like they were going to fight. They knew that there was no point in such a war of words, and they actually had to see the real thing in their hands. I say, you seem to have forgotten me. Xiao Yun's voice sounded. Who do you think you are? Subconsciously, a 100-level warrior from a kingdom was stunned, looking at Xiao Yun who was staring at him from a distance. Can this kid escape the attack of a 100-level assassin? Is he still alive? Subconsciously, this person began to look for the trace of the thief. Xiao Yun sneered, and the thief was stepped on. Several other black shadows held down his hands, feet, limbs, and head. It seemed that they were afraid that this guy would suddenly run away. The faces of the people from the 5 kingdoms and the church were silent. This kid was actually a hidden danger from the beginning. His intention to collude with monsters was obvious. Monsters in the forest and desert cooperated with him. Many kingdoms knew this, but only this kid could open the desert temple, so a group of people had to bear it even if they were unwilling. The final result was that Xiao Yun had now become a disaster tiger. The level increase did not expect to have such a big impact on this kid. The summons of level 50, just the number alone makes them a large army. With the same number, the same level, even if they are a little higher, the human army is definitely not the opponent of Xiao Yun's summons. This kid is too scary. Although these summons have human form, they are fearless, and each of them is like a dead soldier. Gulp. I don't know who swallowed his saliva, and his face turned pale. Compared with the red fox, the oppression brought by the layers of black shadows that suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Yun seemed to be greater. If this kid wants to bury them all here. Many people looked at each other, and they all saw the worry in each other's eyes. Obviously, they were aware of the current situation, so they were thinking about what to do. Relax, I don't want to fight with you. Wasn't this fox just tested? The real clearance location seems to be here. Xiao Yun ordered the black shadow to move aside so that everyone could see the place he was pointing to, which was also the place many people saw just now. The fox stupidly rushed over to check that side. It seemed that was the real secret passage, and it seemed very reasonable. Most people cleared the chessboard here, then the secret room behind the chessboard, and then went forward. After exploring everything, they found nothing except treasures. Who would care about a small carving at the entrance of this passage? It is estimated that even if you search the entire dungeon, you may not be able to find this place. So the safety of the dungeon must be here? As Xiao Yun said that, the eyes of others changed one after another. Especially the eyes looking at the entrance of the passage next to Xiao Yun. After the black shadow opened, the entrance of the passage has been cleared. You can even see a little light faintly leaking out from inside, especially in this dark and closed space, the light is even more dazzling. You go first. I believe we don't want to offend the 5 kingdoms for a little benefit, right? Xiao Yun was very smart and said his fear. He said that he was afraid of the power of the 5 kingdoms and worried that he might not be able to control the dungeon alone, so he left the dungeon to others. It seems reasonable and there is no problem. But some people from the 5 kingdoms just patted their companions beside them, as if they had made a decision. Someone had to keep an eye on Xiao Yun. So, when Xiao Yun led the shadows to slowly retreat until they reached the other side of the passage, the people from the 5 kingdoms and the 4 churches looked at each other, then rushed forward, came to the passage, looked at the stairs in the passage, lined up and began to enter. And some people followed Xiao Yun's footsteps. Because there is one thing, the fox is still in Xiao Yun's hand. Tell me, where is the real passage? Xiao Yun didn't care at all that other people asked the fox about the real passage in front of him. Damn it! Damn you humans! The passage has already been discovered by you. You still won't let me go. Cruel humans. You will definitely be punished by nature. Damn it. The red fox looked furious, and it was waving its claws in Xiao Yun's hands. Unfortunately, its power was sealed, and it was just an ordinary red fox. The eyes of the others flashed with joy when they heard this, and it was obvious that they thought the same as Xiao Yun. How could this fox be so easily fooled? Then throw you in. Xiao Yun said with a vicious look, and walked forward directly. The people of the Kingdom Church retreated one after another. Until Xiao Yun came to the passage, pretending to throw it in. Don't. Don't. No. The red fox suddenly screamed, looking panicked. Seeing this, Xiao Yun's smile became even wider. Chapter 199 The Real Core Hub of the Mechanism. Seeing this scene, the brilliance in the eyes of the others became even stronger. The red fox then opened up his own conditions. I can tell you, but you have to let me go. Otherwise, there is no room for negotiation. The fox seemed to have overestimated its own value, so it looked arrogant and bossy. Hearing this condition, Xiao Yun picked it up and was about to throw it out. I say. The fox tried that and knew that its value to Xiao Yun was not as important as it imagined. It even felt that if possible, Xiao Yun would even kill it on the spot. So it was scared. The previous aggressive senior master collapsed at this moment, and there was nothing left. What a 10,000-year-old monster, what a 100-level existence, it's all bullshit. Without life, it's just a pool of rotten meat. At most, it has a few more bones than others, and the shape is a little weird. Except for these, there is nothing special. Let's go forward. After the fox compromised, it took Xiao Yun and the other people who followed him to a deeper place. In the dark passage, the fox's ears twitched twice. Go over there. Yes, that brick. The fox suddenly pretended to be very serious and asked Xiao Yun to step on a brick. Qinjia and Xiao Shu hesitated for a moment and looked at Xiao Yun. According to the method Xiao Yun said, the fox wanted them to trigger the mechanism. Yet, under the gaze of the two women, Xiao Yun triggered the mechanism on his own. Ai Li had left long ago, so she knew nothing about this. Click. The floor tile was stepped on, and Xiao Yun looked calm. Rustle. A rustling sound came, like the sound of water. Xiao Yun leaned close to the ears of the two women and whispered, "Don't move for a while, don't use any magic." Qinjia nodded seriously, but Xiao Shu didn't want to obey, she was very rebellious. Seeing her like this, Xiao Yun sighed helplessly, walked forward and held her in his arms, and even blocked her vision, so that she could not see what was coming. Xiao Shu blushed, and when she looked up at Xiao Yun, there was a flash of danger in her eyes, but after thinking for a while, she still did not take action, but just looked at Xiao Yun silently with a serious face. She was not the kind of person who made trouble for no reason. So, with the sudden appearance of insects, the passage was crowded with insects everywhere. Fight! Hurry up! The fox looked like he was urging. And those who heard the fox say this behind him activated magic and began to cast spells to attack. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with the breath of magic, and under the influence of these magical breaths, these puppet corpses accelerated their progress and spread behind the group of people. In an instant, the wave of insects solved these adventurers, kingdoms, and churches behind Xiao Yun. Almost everyone used the aura of magic, and only a small number of people who didn't know magic didn't do it. Of course, there were some people who knew what it was and stood silently in place, a little distance away from those stupid people who used magic. If they took action in this situation, would the teachings of the kingdom and the church be eaten by dogs? Before coming in, many people were repeatedly told not to take action against the puppet corpse beetles. They were even shown the pictures recorded by some magician's Hawkeye, and they were immediately frightened. Hawkeye sometimes has no magic aura, so the pictures can be saved. But now these people are stunned by the dense sea of insects, how can they still stay calm? Only some people survived. And this stop lasted more than an hour. Because it was inside the passage this time, the number of corpse beetles was much larger. And after these puppet corpse beetles were dispersed, Xiao Yun's eyes looking at the fox became particularly indifferent. If Xiao Yun was the only person who came today, Xiao Yun might be very happy to play with the fox, pretending to be stupid. Hey? How could this happen? Isn't this the floor tile that opens the passage? The fox pretended to be surprised and muttered, "Oh. Wrong. Wrong. It should be a little bit ahead." Hearing this, Xiao Yun's eyes became even colder. Even the hand that was pinching its collar leather became more forceful. It hurts. Hiss. Damn it. Let me go. I really didn't mean it. Ah. Ah. The fox screamed, looking aggrieved. And at this moment Xiao Shu was also particularly angry. This fox cub wants to kill them. Don't play tricks, or you will die miserably. Xiao Yun's cold voice sounded, and the fox couldn't help but shudder. The fox really felt Xiao Yun's former evil spirit, and the murderous intent that turned into substance. In an instant, its head felt like it was being smashed like crazy with a hammer. I'm obedient. I'm obedient. The fox was scared. The instinct of living things is more sensitive to these special forces, and they also know the level of danger clearly. For a killer like Xiao Yun, the fox will not dare to play tricks again. So, in this situation, Xiao Yun and others walked for a while. It is not ruled out that a few people behind them accidentally stepped on the trap, so they stood still for several hours. But this time Xiao Yun was very tolerant. Under the guidance of the fox, combined with the map in Xiao Yun's head, it was roughly determined that this was indeed the real clearance passage. After all, there are countless secret rooms in the entire underground city, and there are only a few suspects. In addition, one of the obvious features is that this secret room will change with the change of time. Xiao Yun always thought that this was just an ordinary mechanism hub, but he didn't expect it to be a secret room that controls the entire underground city. If Xiao Yun could control that thing himself, it would be very beneficial for the Black Shadow army to guard it. After the judgment of the mechanism and the invasion of the Black Shadow, Xiao Yun finally determined the location and stepped on the floor tile. Click! A crisp sound rang out, and the floor tiles collapsed. The people behind him stood there in full alert, not daring to move. They had experienced too many attacks just now. So they just stood there and dared not move. Those guys who had wild thoughts and acted rashly before have been left here forever and turned into a pile of dry bones. But at the moment when the secret room was found to be open, many people's heads were like a thunderclap. It's over. This is the first thought in everyone's mind. The core of the underground city's mechanism has been occupied by someone. The fox didn't expect that this guy actually found the core hub of the underground city without his help. This is simply too terrible. So all the little actions just now were known to him? Then wouldn't his value be gone? Completely gone? Wait, sir. Don't you think about it. As Xiao Yun, the two women, and the fox entered the secret room together, the fox spoke again. What to consider? Xiao Yun looked at it expressionlessly and asked. Chapter 200 My life is important, my life is important. I was thinking, my lord, you are so powerful and domineering. I want to serve you. The fox said to Xiao Yun in an exaggerated manner. Xiao Yun stared at the fox with disdain, male or female. The fox hesitated for a moment, and looked at Xiao Yun with a very horrified look. What do you want to do? Damn! I'm not that perverted. Tell me. Xiao Yun took out a dagger and pointed it at its neck, threateningly. The fox hesitated for a moment, then looked threatened, and then tearful, male. Oh, kill it. Xiao Yun raised the knife and stabbed it viciously. Female. 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 The fox screamed and even transformed into a human form. It was wearing a red noble dress, and its collar was lifted by Xiao Yun. It stood in front of him, looking cautious, and turned its head to stare at this side. Xiao Yun also put away the knife in his hand, and then used the power of darkness to cast a curse contract on her. After the contract was shared, the power of darkness was given to Kinja. She will be your master in the future. Serve her well. If something goes wrong, I don't mind if she has an extra fox fur coat. Do you understand? Xiao Yun threatened fiercely, and under the cautious gaze of the red fox, he released the seal. Looking for death. Damn human, dare to attack the noble fox. Just after the seal was released, she took action directly without hesitation. Then, before she could be arrogant for long, her terrible momentum suddenly dissipated. No. Don't. I'm scared. I'm scared. She immediately felt the black shadow power surge in her body. It was the seal activated by Kinja, which sealed all her strength. Even Kinja was a little hesitant and imitated Xiao Yun's appearance. She raised the dagger in her hand and grabbed her collar, as if she was going to skin her. Seeing this, the red fox was about to cry out of grievance. What the hell is this? One is more ferocious than the other? She has never suffered such grievance in her life. So, the moment the seal was unlocked, her aura was reborn, but when she saw the shining knife, she shuddered, retracted all her aura, and then stood there silently waiting like a maid. Xiao Yun was relieved when he saw this. It was best for someone to protect Kinja. Xiao Yun was even worried that she would hurt Kinja. He also put something in the contract. As long as she had hostility, he would directly seal her whole body strength. After solving this problem, Xiao Yun looked at the black shadows who were tinkering around. The mechanism and other things turned into living creatures under their control. The extremely high speed of operation began, and the whole dungeon seemed to start working. When a giant beast suddenly began to move its muscles, the impact was very huge. After the ground shook, Xiao Yun came out from another side of the passage, bringing Kinja, Xiaoshu, and the red fox with a head sticking out of Kinja's arms. The underground city was directly occupied. The red fox temporarily forbeared because of the principle that her life was more important. After all, she was a fox who wanted to do great things. How could she not dare to move forward because of such a small setback? There will definitely be a chance to kill all these people in the future. Just when the red fox's eyes were shining and she couldn't help laughing, a lich in a black magician's robe appeared on the other side of the passage, looking at this side without any expression, meeting the princess, and Mr. Xiao. Its voice was full of indifference. Hearing this, Xiao Yun unconsciously stopped Kinja and Xiaoshu behind him. It was very strange that this guy suddenly appeared here. Just now, Xiao Yun specially asked the black shadows to switch the position of the hub slightly before coming out. After calculating the approximate position, they communicated in their heads. There is definitely no problem with the distance. It is far from the previous position, and it is difficult for those guys to find it even if they want to. But now this lich has caught up. From the beginning, Xiao Yun felt that this guy was very dangerous, but its expression was very strange, so Xiao Yun didn't care, but now Xiao Yun is alert. How did it find me? I have never negotiated with it about this matter. 1. Seeing that you are nervous, I just happened to pass by. After all, the princess's safety is in my hands. If something happens to her, I will feel distressed. Okay, princess, come here quickly. The Lich King stretched out his hand and stood still. At this time, Xiaoshu grabbed the corner of Xiao Yun's sleeve and shook it gently. She didn't say anything, but just looked at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun saw her eyes flickering around, as if shaking her head. She was saying that there was absolutely no such possibility. As a princess of the demon clan, her whereabouts cannot be controlled by people of the same clan. Even the Lich King, a top-level old demon clan, cannot completely control her whereabouts. Moreover, Xiaoshu's own strength is not weak. She has the power of Shadow Demon. Even if she is not the top element user in this world, she is also a user of secondary shadow element black magic. In addition, her body has been baptized by the Sage Chakra of the Sage Mode. She can be said to be a very noble demon clan. With both strength and identity, she can perfectly confirm that she will never be tracked by the Lich King. That's why she warned Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun did not say anything, but just blinked naturally. Xiaoshu walked forward slowly. There was still no expression on the Lich King's face. Shadow Demon Shuriken. Suddenly Xiaoshu took action directly. A giant shuriken flew directly from her hand, turned into a shadow and rushed towards the Lich King in the dark passage. Alas, the Lich King sighed and took out a magic ball with flashing light from his magic prop ring. The whole passage was bright in an instant, and the shadow could no longer move forward. How can you, an undead, hold this magic ball of light magic? Xiao Yun finally found something wrong. Alas, the Lich King just sighed and hooked his finger at Xiao Yun. Now I finally have a body that can accommodate my bones, I can't miss it. Have you had this idea since the first time we met? Xiao Yun stared at the Lich King with a serious face. The Lich King shook his head. It was a thought that came to me later. I originally wanted to take you back to the demon clan in this dangerous environment, but I didn't expect you to be able to open the desert temple and the magic tower fortress, as well as the center of this dungeon. It was not so crazy for Xiao Yun, who was of noble status. But when it found that Xiao Yun had no possibility of fighting on the same front with it, the Lich King changed its strategy. Since this guy's bloodline honorable, then maybe I can cast the Lich Curse and take his body? Then I cast a curse on him. Just now, when Xiao Yun and the two women disappeared, it sensed their location at the first time and followed them all the way.